Hello? Hi, everybody! I'm finally back! Hi, guys! Hello, hello! Did ya miss me? By the way, just letting you guys know, next week I'm also going on another vacation. I'm just joking. Hi, guys! Thanks thanks for coming to today's stream. I'm so excited to tell you guys everything that's happened. Loki, I forgot. Just kidding. I wrote it all down just in case this would happen, you know? How's the volume? Can you guys hear me? What BGM are we playing? Is it a weird one? Let's play it like a happy one. Let's play this one. Yeah. Like a funny one. Oh my gosh, chat, Alu peeps, I missed you guys. I'm happy to be back in streaming. Yeah, before I start anything, I just want to say thank you guys so much for all the warm support for our new original mushroom. We put it up like 4 days ago, and so far, we've pretty much raised, let me check again. We've raised $9,000 for Mental Health America, which is crazy. $9,000, guys! That's more than my paycheck! Oh my god! Holy shit! Damn! Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting, and for those of you who donated, thank you so much. It's going to a good cause. And thank you so much for spreading mental health awareness. Something I've always wanted to do, you know, because there seems to be some sort of pattern in my life where a lot of cuckoo people are around me. I gotta stop saying cuckoo people, but you guys know what I mean. But like, yeah, and I'm not finished yet because I haven't had the time to really like organize everything. But hold on. Okay, so, you know, this document isn't like super duper organized, so I'm gonna make it prettier, I guess. But you guys on Twitter made a list. I asked a lot of people. I made a thread on Twitter and asked for people to put in their personal favorite organizations or charities, or their own countries' organizations or charities. So here's the document for it. Hold on, let me just like other organizations or charities for mental health. Okay, so I think a lot of these like charities you can donate to, but it's also just there for people to know that there's a support system. I'm still working on it, by the way. It's not like super finished. But yeah, I'm gonna make it look better and more organized. So yeah, thank you so much, guys. Also, just letting you guys, just a reminder, at the end of this month, which is soon, I'm gonna also be donating to a Canadian charity. Like probably 2 more. So I'll let you guys know on that. I still have to figure out how to calculate stuff, because I don't know how that works. But yeah, I'm probably gonna discuss that with my Mane-san. So yeah! We need permission to access the link? Oh shit, sorry, 1 second. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm really happy this happened. And there you go. You should be able to access now. And also, yeah, I really appreciate you guys for giving so much support and understanding the cause for it, you know? I really can't thank you guys enough, so thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll be adding to that list. If you have any suggestions, please make sure you find the Twitter thread. I will retweet it in a bit. And yeah, feel free to put in your countries, organizations, or a personal favorite, and I will add it onto the document. Okay. If you had mushrooms in your recent diet, I had enoki. I had enoki like a couple days ago at a hot pot with Babu. I had a hot pot with Babu, and we shared it, and I don't know, it was so scuffed because like they lit up the hot pot with like this gel thingy, and it kept going like out, and then we have to like ask the employee to like relit the fire, and we're just like, bruh, this hot pot is like so scuffed. So yeah, enoki was like my most recent mushroom diet. Also, when I went camping, I found a book about mushrooms, and I was looking for the specific one that was featured in the song, and I found it. It it was so... I didn't take a picture because there's this lady that was looking at me and I was kind of afraid I'd get in trouble for taking a picture of a book. But I just want you guys to know that there are so many mushrooms. Like, so many types of mushrooms in Canada alone. It was crazy. It was like a whole entire book just on mushrooms. And I was like, damn, that's a lot of fucking mushrooms in this country. Damn. Oh yeah, that was so much fun. So I just came back from camping with a couple of in real life friends and Babu, of course. I think I'm gonna try to do it like more. I'm gonna talk about today's vacation stories in sort of chronological order. You know, I can't really remember what things happened on which days, but you guys know that the first trip that we went on was a NIJISANJI sort of meetup. Not everybody from NIJISANJI came, obviously, but like a lot of people did. So I'll probably start off with like first impressions. But before that, I'm going to find my chapstick. So 1 second. Found it! Okay, so you guys know that I've already met quite a few of the NIJISANJI people. So a lot of the people I met were like, you know, I've already met them. So I went I went with Ethyria and Millie. So I don't really have to like, you know, give you guys my first impressions on them. But yeah, on this trip was really special because we got to see Mom, Nina. Oh my god, my voice, please. Hello, we only just started. Okay. I think it's just because I woke up, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, not again. Guys, every day I use my voice. Like, it's crazy. If offline, I use my voice for recording, and then I stream for like hours. I think my voice is dying. I think I really need to like have 3 days where I just don't talk, and then it'll be good. Yeah, also I'm a little bit sick because camping. Okay, so this trip was really special because we got to see Nina. And for the first time, I got to meet Reimu in real life. And she is exactly the same, you know. So that was really special because like Ethyria got together. Obviously we couldn't do like an off collab with all 4 of us. And we didn't end up doing any off collab because we were just too, you know, focused on having fun in real life. You know, we're touching grass, you know. We spent a lot of time together. Like, we spent a lot of time together. Oh my god. But yeah, this trip was special because like all of Ethyria was there. And then everybody else was like third wheeling. I'm just kidding. But yeah, so I got to meet Reimu. And okay, so when I first met Reimu, she was like hiding behind Mom, you know, to kind of like surprise us, I guess. She came around. I was like, oh my god, bitch. And she was like, bitch, come here. And like we hugged, and you know, all 4 of us were like really excited to see each other, you know. And it was just such a magical moment, you know. We were like, oh my god, you know, we could do like a voice tweet, except Nina can't be in it, but like, you know, it's fine, you know. So, you know, we did a voice tweet. We were like, we're there, yeah, you know. And you know, I tried to do like a Mom impersonation to kind of like substitute her for not like being able to be a part of the voice tweet, but she was there. Okay guys, Mom was like there the whole time, so why not? Because she graduated, and we it's just the rules, guys. That's about it. So yeah, so we got to meet, and you know, Reimu is exactly the same. She's really sweet, and I love a bitch, so like she was a bitch. Yeah, I love Reimu. And yeah, I mean, like, even though this was the first time I met her in real life, I like felt like I had already met her, which is a really good sign because we've just been like together pretty much every single day since Niji. Well, since we debuted in Niji. So honestly, even though it was my first time seeing her ever, it didn't feel awkward. And we got really like, I feel like we got closer and I got to know her better too. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like, Reimu was exactly the same, so I was just like, okay, hi, bitch. Someone else that I met for the first time was... Oh, I'm low-key kind of trying to think who the fuck was that. Oh, I met Vox for the first time. Oh my god, this one was a little bit of a surprise because... I had, I didn't expect to meet Vox, you know? So, Mr. Malord, just having a face, you know, kind of match his voice was bizarre to me. But yeah, he was really nice, and, you know, he's not too different offline either. He has a face. Yes, everybody has a face, guys. Yeah, and when I met him, I wanted to, like... Okay, so when Mr. Malord walked in, I really wanted to, like, prank him. You know, I wanted him to be like, I'm Millie. I was gonna introduce myself as Millie. I would try to, you know. And I really wanted to, like, you know, kind of tease him a little bit because, you know, we had never seen each other. And I thought it would be really funny if I could, like, you know, kind of, like, prank him and manipulate the situation a bit, you know. Because, you know, I think, like, Vox's reaction when he gets, like, pranked... or when something unexpected happens, I think it's really funny, so I want to do that. Why do you always end up doing this shit? Okay, listen. I didn't end up doing it because I was about to do it, and I think Reimu saw my face, like the mischievous, like, face, and she walked by me, and she was like, be nice. And I was like, fine! So I didn't end up pranking him, you know? I didn't end up giving him a hard time. So I, like, you know, introduced myself as Enna. And, you know, I was really excited to meet him. He's really, really nice. And, you know, that British accent, like, came out. And I was like, damn, you really are British. So nice. So, yeah, I'm really happy I got to meet him. Because, you know, I'm not super duper close with Vox. But during this trip, it was really, you know, like, not just with him, but, like, with everyone that I met for the first time. I feel like there was a little bit of a barrier that, like, got shaved off just slightly. And then another person that I met for the first time was Albin. Oh my gosh. Albin. Yeah, I've never seen or met him, I mean. So, I freaking love Albin so much. He's such a sweetheart. Like, oh my god. I love Albin, like, online too. But also, like, offline, you know, he's just so friendly. And he makes you feel like you are... like his long-term childhood friend or something, you know? Like, yeah, he was so sweet. When I saw Albin for the first time, I was even, like, really jumpy because I was like, I think, like, his flight was slightly delayed, so he didn't end up coming as early as he could have. So when we finally got to see him, I was really excited because I was like, oh my god, like, I think probably Albin was the last person I met. So that's why I was, like, super excited to be like, oh my god, finally you're here! So yeah, I was so excited to see him. He's, like, super duper sweet. And I don't know, it's just so easy to talk to Albin, you know, like, I just really enjoyed talking with him, with everyone else as well, you know. He was just so, like, he's so amazing! I love it! I don't know what else to say! Yeah! Oh my god. So, like, I really enjoyed his presence in a lot of the conversations that we were in. Somebody else that I met for the first time as well was actually Wilson. And I was very worried about Wilson because, like, Wilson is in Crisis, and that was, like, sort of... well, you know, Crisis is, like, the newest gen. So... I knew that Wilson didn't even have a chance to meet, like, his own gen mate, so we were kind of, like, the first group of people that he would meet. Because before that, he wouldn't have met, like, anyone else, right? So I was really worried about him because I felt like maybe he would feel very overwhelmed and stuff. Wilson's super duper nice. I definitely babied him a little bit, and I would kind of, like, ask him if he was okay, and if he needed anything, or if he needed to, like, take a break because it was overwhelming. So, you know, I feel like maybe he probably thought I was extra nice or something. Okay, low-key guys, in real life, I'm actually very nice, okay? I know you guys don't believe me, but like, you know, I do a lot for my friends. And people that, and even my acquaintances, I step in quite a bit, okay? I was checking in on Wilson quite a bit, because I just kept thinking like, oh my god, this must be like his first time just seeing so many people. And you know, I imagine if it were me, I'd probably like have panic attacks. I'd be like you know, I'd be like really overwhelmed. But you know what, he did a great job. Like, he wasn't really like too anxious or anything. You could tell he was shy, but like yeah, Wilson was, I think I expected Wilson to be a little bit more extroverted, because, you know, well, you know, out of the three of them in Crisis, Wilson, like, talks the most. But I think it was because there were so many people that he had met for the first time, he probably, like, got a little bit shy. But definitely, I noticed that, like, when we came back from our trip and we played Zomboid, you know, Millie and I played Zomboid when we came back immediately. You could tell that he was a little bit more comfortable with us. I could be wrong, you know, but I personally feel like it was a lot easier to talk to him after meeting him in real life. So yeah, I'm really happy that it seems like we're a little bit more comfortable with each other. So that was really nice. So yeah, I think that's everybody that I met for the first time, I believe, unless I'm missing somebody. Because I've met like everyone else. So other people that came were like, oh no, I met Shu for the first time. I totally forgot, y'all. Shu, I'm sorry. Yeah, actually, yeah, I met Shu for the first time. Yeah. Shu, oh my god, Mr. Yamino. Yeah, so like, for the first time ever, I met Shu. And Shu is just a vibe, you know? Shu offline, online, pretty much the same. I like how somebody said Millie's boyfriend, and we'll get into that story later. But yeah, Shu was like super chill, you know? I would ask him like, hey Shu, what do you want to eat? Or, you know, what do you want to do? Is there any, because like, you know, I think this was also Shu's first time coming to the city. So that's why I wanted to ask them like, what do you want to do? Like, is there anything you want to eat? Shu kind of just gave me thumbs up and was like, I'm good with anything. And he was just really like flexible, you know? Everything was just like, it was really easy to hang around Shu because like, you know, he was just enjoying his time, you know? I would kind of ask him like, are you having fun? You know, I always do this. Like, sometimes if I can't tell if somebody's like, you know, enjoying something or not, I'll straight out ask them. I'll be like, are you having fun? Are you enjoying this trip? You know, and you know, she would always reassure me by like giving me 2 thumbs up, and I'd be like, cool. But yeah, he's like really chill to be around, and I really also enjoyed being around Shu too, because you know, he was just really easy to be around. And I think that is everybody that I met for the first time.
Oh my god, hello, my voice? Are you back?
You know what, chat? Should I eat like... I should probably eat something. I'm kinda hungry. I'm gonna get some salami. So, I think that's about everyone else I have met before. So I think, well, you know, Millie, Ethyria, and I were there. Nina was there, and I've met Nina before. Rosemi was, they eventually came as well. And then, Kill was there too. Ike, I've met. I think Pomo I've met before too. I met quite a bit of people, I'm not gonna lie. I was really happy that I got to see a lot of them, like, for the second time, you know? Like, I met earlier this year, and you know, when I saw her again, I was like, I can't believe I get to see you twice this year. And like when I saw her, I was really, really excited. And oh my god, guys. So I also met some JP senpais. Specifically, I met Hoshikawa senpai and Sister Claire, and you know what? Like, oh my, that was kind of low key the highlight of my trip. Like, fuck Ian. I was like, oh my god. So like, one of the dinners, I got to meet Hoshikawa senpai and Sister Claire for the first time, and you know, I think we had like 2 dinners with them. The first dinner, you know, we were a lot of people, so we kind of had to split tables. So I didn't get to sit with them, unfortunately. You know, because I don't really speak Japanese. And I was too shy, I'm gonna be honest. I was like, I'm too shy. Like, everybody was like, if you want to sit with them, yeah, go ahead. And I was just like, no, I can't. I can't speak Japanese. Nihongo dekimasen, you know? Like, shaberaranai. Sumimasen. You know, I was like way too shy. So then, you know, that table kind of was more like the Japanese speakers, so like Lyra, Shu, you know. And, you know, I would kind of like look at them from time to time, you know, like a fucking stalker. I was like at another table with like some losers, and I was just like looking across like it could have been me, you know? Like I was literally like that the whole dinner. So I looked over, and you know, sometimes they would catch me staring at them, and I'd look back and I'd be like, damn, I really am creepy. And then at the very end of like the dinner, like the first dinner that we had with them, I mustered up a little bit of courage to sit beside them just for like a couple minutes, and you know, kind of introduce myself. Like, so I think I got really nervous because I introduced myself as like, oh, konnichiwa, what, Enna-chan desu. I called myself like Enna-chan, which was like kind of weird. You don't usually introduce yourself as like Chan, you know, because I got nervous. So I was like, fuck, that's not my last name. So yeah, that was kind of awkward, and I think they like, you know, I don't know if they noticed, but you know, I tried my best, you know, and I was just like, I'm a big fan of your singing, Sister Claire and Hoshikawa senpai, and they're like, oh, arigato, kawaii, you know, they're like, you know, like when Japanese people find you really endearing in a scuffed way, they'll be like, kawaii, and I'll be like, oh, god damn it. And I was like, damn it, I already fucked up. And then I just ran away, you know. I went to the bathroom and I was like, I did it. I'm a winner today. Yeah, so like, yeah, that was the first dinner. So that was when I first met Hoshikawa senpai and Sister Claire, and they did an amazing job, you know, at their convention. And so did Albin and Uki. Like, they did an amazing job. We were all like rooting for them, like, woo, let's go. And yeah, I already met Uki before too, so you know, when I saw them, I was just like, what's up, bitch? Okay, so the next thing that's on my bullet list is the very famous Ethyria strip club. Okay, I know everybody, I know most VTubers, if they say strip club, like they lose their entire fan base. But you know what? That's why Ethyria is so special, because I think if Ethyria talked about strip clubs, we would probably lose like 1/3 of our fan base, and that's not too bad, you know? So, yeah. Okay. So, this all happened because Millie likes to speak out of her ass. Literally. Okay? Millie, for the first couple days, or like for the first day or two, she would kind of be like, let's go to a strip club. You know, Millie says things that she doesn't truly really mean sometimes. She'll just say some why did I say Christy? I think it's because I was thinking of crispy because of the salami. But like, she would say some like really chaotic, random shit, you know? Yeah, crazy shit. And then, so she was saying that for quite a while. She mentioned it at least like 2 or 3 times. She would be like, let's go to the strip club. Let's go to the strip club. And then, you know, she didn't actually like think it would actually happen, you know? But Nina, who is a woman that makes things come true, okay? Nina, you guys all know Nina's personality. Nina is an extrovert. She is the mom of our branch. when you tell her, Mom, I want to do this. Mom, I want to eat this. Nina will find it, she will book it, and she will take you. So Millie and Nina are a really bad combo in this situation. Or, you know, because of content, a really good combo. Because Millie will say shit like, oh my god, I want to climb a mountain. Oh, well, let's do this. I want to eat, like, I don't know, Baloo. Like, let's just say she would say these things. Nina will do it. She'll be like, you want to climb a mountain? Okay, I know which mountain. Let's go. You want to eat Baloo? I know guy. You know? Like, Nina is just a real mom. And so, you know, because of Millie saying that she, you know, jokingly wanted to go to a strip club. One of the, I don't know, I think it was just like one of the lunches where Millie was like absent. So it's just like me and Reimu and a couple of other like third wheelers. One of the lunches, Nina looks at Reimu and I, and she was like, Girls, how would you feel if I took all of you to a strip club? Do you think Millie would be uncomfortable? I looked at Nina, and because my face just kind of says content, I was like, let's do it. And Reimu was just like, yeah, let's do it. And Nina was just like, let's surprise Millie. And I was just like, yeah. And then, but she, you know, she made sure to ask us beforehand if we were comfortable and if we thought that like Millie would be okay with it too. And in my mind, I was just like, well, this is what you get for mentioning it, so let's go. So, Mom books a place. You know, it was an all-girls strip club, thankfully, because if it was all guys, I think I'd probably just like, you know, disassociate a little bit more than I did. Just because, you know, like at least I'm looking at something that's, you know, familiar, you know, but like, if it was an all-guys strip club, I'd be like, holy shit, what the fuck is that, you know, like, so I'd panic a little bit more. But yeah, so we went to an all-girls strip club. So, the day of, Millie didn't know that she was gonna be taken to a strip club, you know, we were just saying like, oh, we're gonna have an Ethyria lunch, you know, other people wanted to join in, and I remember this was really funny, but like, basically, like, you know, it was about time that we were gonna go for our quote-unquote lunch. And I think some people didn't know where we were going, so, and they didn't know that it was like only Ethyria. You know, I know, we're like gatekeepers, you know, we're just like, only Ethyria, guys, bye. So, at one point, I think like Box stood up and he was about to join us. And I remember Ethyria just being like, it's only Ethyria, it's only Ethyria. I was just like, I'm sorry, my lord, I don't know if you want to come to this one. You might get cancelled, you know? And he, you know, obviously he didn't know what was going on, so he's like, oh, I'm sorry. So we went back to playing Smash, you know, and getting beat up by Ethyria, so that was really funny. But yeah, I mean, it was just like, you know, a thing that Ethyria planned. You know, this was our 2nd year anniversary celebration, I guess you could say. I know it's a little bit early, but you know, this was the perfect time since we were all gathered together. Rox played Smash, Ethyria went to Smash. Yeah, that's right. Finally, Ethyria gets the upper hand. So yeah! So all three of us were like, oh yeah, Babu, or Millie, don't forget to bring like your ID, you know, in case we drink alcohol. You know, that was my excuse. You know, Nina was like, oh yeah, make sure that you all have your IDs and make sure that like Millie has her ID too. So I was like, okay. So I, you know, made up the excuse like, oh, by the way, we're definitely gonna be drinking alcohol because it's Mom. So bring your ID. So that was kind of like my excuse. And Babu was like, yeah, I have it. So we went and, you know, we met up with Mom, who was already there. And, so as soon as we meet up with Mom like grabs Millie under her arm. And, you know, they're walking super fast, and Nina seems very excited for, you know, who know what reason. And Reimu and I are just kind of giggling in the back, like, hee, ha, ha, ha. And then we entered the strip club, immediately Millie sees like a poster of like this naked woman. And she's like, what lunch this? Oh, what's happening? You know, like she does her like weird Filipino accent every time she gets panicked. Like, what is happening? You know, like, and I'm just like laughing my ass off. Oh my god. Okay, so obviously this is my first time going into a strip club as well, you know? Millie starts like bursting into laughter. She's like, oh my god, is this a strip club? You know, and then I'm just like, mm-hmm. And she's like, oh my god, I can't believe we're gonna be going to a strip club. And you know, like you can tell that like we were all like curious and like excited but nervous, you know? Like it like Nina is really considerate because she knows that we'd probably be uncomfortable if it was like a guy strip club. So thankfully she didn't do like a guy strip club. So yeah, so as soon as we enter, there's this like super duper, one of the most intimidating bodyguards I've ever seen. Super intimidating bodyguard with like sunglasses. And he was inside, by the way, okay? This wasn't outside, obviously. But he had like sunglasses inside. He was wearing a suit. And he was like, he didn't even say hello, you know? He saw us. And he was like, yeah, these fucking, at least like one of them is a virgin, you know? I'm pretty sure he was thinking that. Like, you know, he kept looking at me. I'm just like, I'm sorry. I know I don't belong here, but I just came here for the content, you know? Yeah, the bouncer. I think that's what they call him. The bouncer. So basically, he sees us and he's like, ID. And I'm like already really scared. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? So I try to reach into my purse and look for my ID and I show him. And he didn't even like say like, you know, if, you know, he didn't even really say anything after that. Like, he just let us through. And then, you know, he looks at Nina and he's like, I forgot what he said, but I think it was like tip or something, like fee for the bouncer. And apparently like there isn't really a fee for the bouncer, but like I guess like in this stripper club culture, I don't really know. In stripper club culture, you typically want to like pay a bouncer for some reason, so that I don't really understand the culture of it, but that's what was happening. And so mom, like, yeah, it's kind of like an unspoken rule, but so mom slips like the bouncers some cash, and I'm low-key like, we haven't even sat down, we already paid for something. Like, what is the fee? Like, I guess in a way it's like an entry fee, but like it's not really. Like, you don't technically have to do it, but it's kind of like you should do it. I have no idea. I don't really understand this. So, but anyways, honestly, I felt like we just paid him so that he wouldn't beat us up, you know? I'd be like, shit, I'm gonna slip you $20. Just don't fucking punch my face, okay? You can punch anywhere else, just not my face. My face already ruined. So, you know, we were like 3 little children following Nina, you know, because we were just like super intimidated. It was super dark, by the way. I couldn't see shit. It was like broad daylight when we went. And, you know, Nina purposely set the time to like afternoon instead so that it would be less people. And you know what? Like, Nina is so considerate. Like, we are kind of just all talk and we're always like, yeah, let's go to a strip club. But like, actually going to a strip club can be so scary. And so she made sure that like, you know, it was the most vanilla experience that we could get. You know, and I'm saying that, but it was not vanilla, guys. Holy shit. It was like, okay, if this is what happens on a fucking afternoon on like Monday or something, well, shit. I don't want to know what happens at night. I mean, like, I low-key could probably lose my virginity. Like, oh my god, like, that was scary. So, we finally sit down, okay? It was fucking dark. I couldn't see shit. And as expected, because we went in the afternoon, there were not a lot of people. There were like a couple guys, like old people at other tables, but that's about it. There weren't a lot of strippers, but I think like a lot of the strippers that were there probably were like new recruits or something, and they were kind of just practicing like dancing on the stage. So there was like this stage, and they had like poles, and then like, you know, some of the girls would go on the stage and kind of start dancing, and then eventually they'd take off their clothes, and I'd be like, you know, Nina would be trying to have a conversation with all of us, you know, just talking about like our day, and then I'd kind of be like, and then when they take off their clothes, I'd be like, and then Nina would kind of notice that. She'd be like, Enna, you're really looking. And I'm just like, I mean, there's like a pair of titties like on the corner of my eye. Like, am I supposed to ignore that? Like, I don't really see titties that often besides my own, you know? And Nina was like, have you ever seen anyone else's titties besides your own? I was like, well, I've seen my mom's and Babu's one time. And then Nina would just, after I said that, throughout the entire time we were at the strip club, Nina would just basically tally up how many more titties I saw. So like, when a new girl came on stage, Nina will look at me and be like, Enna, that's like your 4th pair of titties. And then another girl would go on stage and Nina would be like, Enna, you've seen your 5th pair of titties. How do you feel? And at some point, you know, because my mom was just like calculating how much sets of titties I've seen in that day, I was just like, okay, mom, we get it. Like by the 7th or 8th pair, like, you know, we can stop counting now. Like I don't even know how many pairs of titties I saw today, but like I don't keep count, you know? It's so funny. Yeah. So like, you know, by the 10th pair of titties, I was low-key just like numb to it, and like, you know, these girls will be flashing their tits, but I'd just be kind of like, man, I'm thirsty. I want some hot water. Also, like something that I learned is that they don't serve hot water because they make sure that the strippers are like super duper safe. So like, you know, they don't provide anything that's like hot so that people can't like splash water on them. So yeah, I didn't know that was a thing, and I think that was great to hear because I didn't even think that it would be kind of like used as a weapon, I guess, in a way, or like some sort of like harassment. So yeah, that was really like interesting. But yeah, I didn't have hot water the whole fucking I did have like regular water, which is fine. Yeah, there's so many rules. So mom ordered some champagne because we were celebrating our 2nd year and we wanted to be like, woo, Ethyria strip club, and I was just like, woo, yay. You know, champagne is good, but like, oh my gosh, champagne is expensive. I was just like, who's gonna pay for this? And then like, Nina looks at all of us, just like, don't worry guys, I have my graduation money. This is on me. And we all look at each other, we're like, no, I mean like, if you're gonna be paying for this, we're gonna be paying for like your entire dinner for like the rest of the trip. Like we're gonna be paying for every single meal that you have. Because holy shit guys, champagne's no joke. Champagne's not even like hard to make. Well, you know, I was looking up the process of champagne, trying to figure out why it was so fucking expensive. But like, it's not even super duper hard to make, you know, compared to like red wine. But it's so fucking expensive. I'm just like, why the fuck is this so expensive? I don't understand. But yeah, like, she ordered us champagne. We had like a glass. I was already feeling low-key kind of tipsy because for some reason, as soon as I drink alcohol, oh, it's also because we didn't eat anything before, so like the alcohol kind of like hit me pretty fast. But I was drinking a lot of water, and I was also like really slowing down. So then some strippers kind of like, so what strippers do is they kind of walk around the tables. They walk around to tables to kind of introduce themselves and see if there's anybody who wants to like be taken to the room. Okay guys, so there's this thing called the room, okay, a private room. So what strippers do is they try to like convince you to, you know, take them to the private room so that they can charge you more. Yeah. And in those rooms, like, I don't know, you probably do more wild stuff. I don't want to know. I never went. I don't have the money for it. I'm sorry. So like, you know, I can see like the strippers kind of going around our neighbor's table, and then our neighbors were like fucking middle-aged men, you know? They were like, they really seemed desensitized because we have like these beautiful strippers on stage, you know, flashing their titties and their butt, and these middle-aged men just didn't even look at them. I'm just like, why are you here? Like, if you just want to drink alcohol, you could just go to a bar. You know, they didn't look at the stripper dancing at all. I was just like, I was like, damn, they're really, really desensitized. Like, how many times do you go to this place? You know, it was weird. I think they are used to it, yeah. But like, you know, I saw that like some strippers would go to their tables and they're very, very touchy. Like, so another rule is you're not allowed to touch the strippers unless you pay for it, in a way where, you know, there's this thing called like contact dancing and then contactless dancing. So like, but if you haven't really paid for like a dance, you can't like just touch them, which I think is a really good rule, because obviously like we want to have boundaries. So like, but the strippers can do whatever, like they can touch you and they can seduce you. So like I saw them like seducing these like middle-aged men, and they were just like, hi, you come here often? And you know, these men literally felt like they were like super not interested. I was like, what is, like, I thought like they would kind of be like, oh yes, let's go to the room immediately. But these men were just like sitting there as if they were like really bored, you know? And I was just like, what is this reaction? I was very surprised, you know? Or maybe they were just like hiding it. I have no idea. But they were like really, really just, they didn't seem as interested as I thought they would. But then eventually they even like went to the room. And I was just like, what kind of like you're really good at suppressing your expression, because I could never have thought that they were interested. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, so then like the strippers, like 2 strippers, they were really cute. They came around our table. I could tell that they were old too. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know they were not in their 30s. I thought I looked at them. I like, it was really dark, but then, you know, when they came up close, I was like, oh yeah, you at least like 40 or something. But you know what? That's fine. I mean, like, damn, good for you. I would not have that sort of body at the age of 40. I'd be like slunching or hunching, I mean, and just like really like an old woman, you know? So like at the age of 40, they literally looked like they had the body of like a 20-year-old. And I was just like, damn, congratulations. But yeah, these 2 strippers came. I think one of them was a senpai, and the other was more of a kohai. She seemed a little bit more like she was more eager, and that's how you could probably tell that they were like beginners, because they were excited to kind of like. And then the senpai was a little bit more like numb to everything. Yeah, the senpai seemed more experienced, because while they were like dancing on us, the senpai eventually was like, oh yeah, remember, this is contactless, don't do it unless they've paid for it. So like it really felt like she was obviously like more experienced than her. But like, yeah, so Nina had Nina paid for like each of us to have a dance, which means that like we would be sitting there and then the strippers would dance on us. So Reimu and Millie got the same stripper. Like, they got the kohai, and I got the senpai. You know? And so like there was a big difference between how the kohai danced on Reimu and Millie versus how the senpai danced on me. And I was low-key just like, why do I get the senpai? Like, I don't want the more experience when I really haven't experienced in talking to people. Like, how can you expect me to handle somebody who has max experience in like in something like this? I was just like, can I have the amateur one too? Like, what the fuck? So yeah, the kohai, she was going wild. Like, in the corner of my eye, I saw like the kohai stripper, like, she was like pulling Reimu's hair. She was like, you know, she was like, spread your legs, and dancing in between. Like, she was really touching both Reimu and Millie. And you know, Reimu being, you know, Reimu loves both guys and girls. You know, Reimu was just like, oh my god. You know, Reimu's very like entranced in her dancing, and eventually like the kohai was even like, yeah, put your hands on my waist and stuff like that. You know, around that time, my stripper dancer was like, hey, remember, like, they didn't pay for the contact one, so, you know, don't spread yourself too thin, sort of thing. You know, I remember her saying that while she was dancing on me. And Millie, like, I think Millie's reaction was the one that surprised me the most, because I felt like Millie would have a similar reaction to me. Like, we'd be like, oh my god, what's happening? But Millie was like really positive about the experience, and I was too, but I just kind of like, you know, I'm a little bit more like meek. So Millie was just like, oh my god, you're so inspiring. Like, I think it's really great that you're so confident about your body. It's very empowering as a woman. And you know, and this, like, Kohai was just dancing on her like sexually and like, thank you so much. I love that you said that because we as women have to be confident in what we're given because there's just so much against us in this world. And I was just like, well, please help! Help! I don't care if we're women. I want to go. There's too much. I gotta go home. I want to play Smash with Lyra too. You know, I was like, I'm sorry, women of the world. I love women, and you know, I love like female energy, but I gotta go. I'm sorry. And then like I look at my stripper, and my stripper's like, you're a shy girl, aren't you? I'm like, I don't know. I think I'm more like an anxious girl at this point. I think I've gone beyond shy, you know? I was like, I'm not shy anymore. I'm fucking gonna go into a panic attack. I'm not gonna lie. Like, low-key, I wanted Millie to have like a really flustered reaction, and I would kind of be like, ha ha ha. But I really did not expect to have like a stripper dance on me. I really thought that going into this strip club, we would watch people dance on stage and then that's it. I did not expect strippers to be dancing on me. I didn't know that was a thing, okay? So like when that happened, I was just like, what the fuck? So my stripper was the senpai, right? So she was like, her dance was very slow, very like seductive, slow. It was like 2 times longer, you know. By the time the kohai was finished with Reimu and Millie, like my stripper was still fucking like, you know, putting her coochie in my face, and I was just like, okay, like I don't know, I was like worse than the middle-aged men, you know. My reaction was like, because the middle-aged men, they were still looking at their strippers, but I would not even look at my stripper in the face. I'd be like looking down, and then if there's like a crack in between my stripper's armpits, I would look through the armpit straight at Reimu or Nina because they were sitting in front of me, and I just kind of like dissociate and just look at them and be like, you know, I was just like, you know, I was just like sitting there like really, really, really dissociating. And you know, like I felt like the stripper maybe wanted a little bit more reaction out of me, so she was really trying. She was like, you know, tucking my hair behind my ear. She was dancing. Like, she was a very good dancer. She was like, open your legs. And I was like, I don't even do that for like, you know, I didn't do that for my first boyfriend. I didn't do that for like, you know, the second situation ship boyfriend, you know, like I didn't do that for anybody. So girl, I don't know if I can do that for you. But she, you know what? To her, that's not an option. She just like opened my legs, you know, I manually, you know. She was like, she asked me to open them first, and I low-key was just like, I'm good. And then she just kind of like, you know, she kind of just did it for me, and I was like, okay, good thing I was wearing pants, guys. I'm so happy that day I was wearing full-on jeans, okay? Like, good thing I didn't wear shorts or like, you know, a skirt or like, you know, a dress, because then I would have felt more vulnerable. I was wearing like hardcore denim jeans, you know, like the cowboy that I am. And, you know, I just felt like there was an extra layer of protection, you know? I don't know what she was gonna do. I was like, if she's allowed to touch me and, like, open my legs, then I don't know, like, maybe she could, like, fucking, like, I don't know, like, is she gonna, like, be near my coochie or something? Because, like, I don't know. Like, I know the boundaries for you, but I don't know if you know the boundaries for me. So, like, she was dancing on me, and she was like, are you shy? And I was like, yes. And then she was dancing a lot, and she took off her bra or whatever she was wearing, and there was like these massive, at least like D-cup tits right in front of my face. Like it was touching like my nose. Like her titty was like touching my nose, and I was just like, I cannot tell my father this. Like I don't know how you know, I wanted to eventually tell my dad, like, oh my god, yeah, ha ha ha, we went to a club, and now I'm just like, damn, this is something I have to keep a secret from my parents and for, you know, my future husband. Like I can't tell anyone this besides Ethyria and maybe some EN people, and of course all of you guys. But like other than that, damn, I'm taking this to the grave. Like holy shit. So like her massive titties were in my face, and I was just like, damn, what the fuck do I do? Like, you know, obviously like this was a contactless dance, so the whole time I was sitting in my chair, I had my hands like on like gripping the side of my chair so hard. Like my hands were like on the side of the chair, just gripping the chair, you know? And Nina and Reimu noticed that and they were laughing at me. They were like, oh my god, Enna, you're like gripping the chair so hard. Like, you don't have to be that nervous. And I'm just like, no, this is contactless. I don't want to accidentally touch her and then get sued. And you know, the stripper lady like heard me and she was like, I really appreciate how respectful you are. And I was like, oh yeah, you're welcome. You know? And then I was low-key in survival mode. I was just like, I don't know what to do. Like, so while she was like, while I was waiting for the time to pass with these massive tits in my face, she turns around and she takes off her underwear and her butt and her massive D-cup butt like fucking is in my face. And then she turns around again and she's like literally like on me. You know, she's like literally on me. I'm not really that like tall or anything. So, and she was pretty tall. So, like, I had this, like, really tall, sexy lady on me. And I just didn't know what to do. I was like, okay, I don't know what's happening. I feel like I might be crushed. Mentally, physically, emotionally. I don't know. Anyways, I think I'm gonna die today. And then, this stripper lady whispers in my ear. She legit was just like, she was like, do you like sex? I looked at her and I was like... And, you know, without even, like, a second thought, I was like, I'm a virgin! I looked at her straight in the eyes and I was like, I'm a virgin. Nina and Reimu heard it, and I think Babu too, and they laughed their asses off. And the stripper looked at me back, you know, still dancing, and she was like, oh, cool. And then I gave this woman a look like, okay, now you're just being judgmental. What happened to, like, the fucking female energy and the body positivity and then, like, women, you know, being with each other, like, being... hello? Was that all for show? Hello? Do I have to pay an extra $20 for you to be like, oh my god, that's so great that, like, you are saving your body for, like, you know, someone that you really trust. Hello? Like, where was that energy? She looked at me and she's like, oh, cool. And I was like, you fucking bitch. Like, yeah, I know what you're thinking right now. You know, I'm a fucking VTuber. I know what you're thinking. I see it. I see it all over your face. I see it on your titties. I see it on your coochie. Like, you're saying, like, what the fuck? Why are you here? Like, I see this. Where is that positivity reinforcement? So then, you know, I was just like, okay, anyways, she thinks I'm a loser. But you know what? You know, I'm a loser with, like, with dignity, sort of, almost. So I was like, anyways. And then she kind of goes behind my ear again and she's like, are you bi? And I was just like, I'm about to say bye, you know, like, bye. Like, I'm gonna leave this strip club. Like, goodbye, everybody. I think that's enough fun for today, you know? And then she's like, and, you know, I was like, you know, I don't know what I said. I really cannot remember. I was too, like, in an anxious state to remember all this and then jot it down. But, like, eventually, I think I said, like, I don't know or something. And so she whispered in my other ear and she was like, are you curious? And I was just like, all I could think about, I think because my brain was mega coping, I was just thinking about Curious George the monkey. I was like, okay, yeah, this is something that's wholesome. Yeah, yes, Curious George the monkey. I love Curious George. Yes, I used to watch it as a kid. You know, I don't know what the fuck I said. I think I was just like, maybe. I think I might have said maybe because I didn't want to, like, I don't know. I don't have an answer to this. I think eventually I was like, yeah, sorry, I don't really know the answers. I can't really think right now. You know, I looked at her. I was like, yeah, I don't really, know what's happening. Like, I was a vessel. I was a vessel that, like, half of my soul was out of the vessel, and then the other half that was still there was, like, experiencing something, but, you know, because my entire soul was not there, okay? Entire soul was not there, and so I was, like, pretty much half dead and half alive, okay? So I was very, like, you know, I felt like I was not completely present, but also sort of present, okay? So like, you know, she just asked me so many questions. Like, and she, you know, the other kohai, like, she didn't really ask too many questions, I think. They were just more, like, talking. Reimu and Millie kind of looked like they had, like, the time of their lives. And I looked like I was about to be, like, I looked like I was about to have, like, a stroke. I'm not gonna lie. I was just like... yeah, so this lady was just like, yeah, you're really shy, aren't you? And I think, like, I don't know why, but, like, strippers, when they see that you're shy, they, like, are really attracted to that, because eventually the Kohai stripper kind of was like touching me too, and she's like, "You're a shy girl, aren't you?" And I'm just like, "Okay, everybody, I'm just gonna put it on my forehead right now. Like, don't talk to me, please." Okay, leave me alone. Don't touch me. I don't like being touched. I don't like talking, and I don't want to go here ever again. Like, oh my, I don't know why, but at this time, like, I've gotten so much attention that I've ever had in my life. I don't know, it's because they thought that I would pay more. Maybe I look rich because, like, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe I look rich or something, which, you know. But, like, my God, like, even the Kohai stripper eventually, like, every time she walked by me, she would touch my shoulder and she'd be like, "Hi, shy girl." And I'm just like, stop calling me that. Stop calling me that. I'm not shy. I'm gonna die. You know, like, I wish I had this sort of energy for, like, you know, people outside the strip club and, you know, for free. That'd be really nice. But, yeah, so, eventually the senpai stopped dancing on me because time was up. And, but before that, Nina was like, "Hey, Anna, you should, like, you know, engage with your stripper, like." And then I was like, "What do you mean? Like, it's contactless, so, you know, I can't touch her, you know?" And Nina was like, "Yeah, but you can say things like, 'Oh, you're really sexy, like, I love the way you dance.'" And so, like, I was like, "Oh yeah, you know what? She has a point." Like, you know, I heard like Reimu and Millie kind of being like, "Oh my God, you know, you're so good at dancing, you're so empowering." So I wanted to be sort of like that too in my own way. So I looked at my stripper and I was like, "You're really sexy." I was like, "Yeah, you're really sexy and your breasts are amazing." I was like, I don't know what the fuck to say. Like, how do I say this in a nice way? Like, I don't know how to, like, my voice is already like a big debuff. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, I was just like, yeah, also your dancing's great. And I gave her a thumbs up because I don't know, because I was thinking, like, how do I convey this without touching her, you know? Like, which I didn't want to do anyway. So I was like, I gave her the thumbs. I used shoes technique. I was like, I gave her 2 thumbs up. I was like, "You're great. Love that for you." Yeah. And then she was just like, "Thank you. I really appreciate that." And I was like, "Oh yeah, you know, like, yeah. You've been great." Like, her name, okay, I'm not gonna dox her name. I'm not gonna tell you guys her real name, but let's give her a stage name. She probably uses a stage name too. But let's call her Eve, okay? So, I was like, "Eve, you're great." And she was like, "Thank you, Enna." And I was like, "You're welcome." I know I have to do. Nina sees all this. She's like dying. Rain was just like, "Enna, are you okay?" I'm just like, "No." And then, you know, Nina being the mom that she is, after the dance was over, you know, I was trying to like calm myself down, being like, "Oh, thank God it's over." And then Nina kind of reassured the stripper, because I guess maybe my reaction wasn't good enough or something, but she was like, "I just want you to know that she's always like this. She definitely enjoyed it." And, you know, it wasn't a lie. Like, I did enjoy the experience. I think it was very interesting, and it definitely, like, taught me a lot. It taught me that, like, I will never come back here again. But, like, you know, Eve was great, a good dancer, beautiful breasts, beautiful booty. I don't really know if I can compliment coochie, but I did see it and it was fine, you know. Yeah, I'm just glad that, like, she was clean. She had a really nice voice. Yeah. So, like, Nina was just being really reassuring to the stripper that was dancing for me. She's like, "Oh, don't worry, she's just really shy, and, you know, she's kind of awkward like that, but you can tell that she really enjoyed it." And she's like, "Did you enjoy it?" And I was just like, "Mm-hmm." So, yeah. I mean, I feel like I was known as, like, the shy girl in the stripper club, because every single time those two passed by our table, they'd be like, "Hi, shy girl. Hi, shy girl." And I'm just like, what is this harassment? At one point, I was just like, I have no money, so if that encourages you to stop calling me that, I will say it again. I got no cash. I'm sorry. I got no cash. Yeah, a bunch of other, like a couple other strippers kind of like went by our table too. So one of the like another stripper. So this was when Nina went to the bathroom. So it was just Millie, Reimu, and I. Another stripper that kind of was like roaming around. She came to our table and she was talking to us. And I remember what Nina said. Nina was like, "Oh, by the way, if strippers ever come to our table and talk to you guys, it's because they're trying to like get you to pay for a dance or get you to like, you know, get them into like a room or something." And so I was like, okay. So like when this stripper came to talk to us and Nina was away, I started panicking. I'm like, oh shit, she's trying to get us to like dance. Like it's gonna happen again. Her tits are even bigger than like Eve's. Like, oh my god, I'm not ready for H cup. Like goodbye. So like, you know, Millie and Reimu, they're like normal. So they just start talking to her like, oh yeah, like, you know, my perception of like strip clubs have really changed. Like I didn't know it was that. It was so empowering. You know, again, like positive female energy, women empowerment, you know, endorsing like good positivity and like body image and stuff like that. So all wonderful stuff to talk about, but I could not focus. I was just like, I'm sorry, I just know that you're here because you want us to like, you want to dance for us and it's gonna cost money. So I literally was just like, yeah, also I have no money. And so as soon as I said that, she left. It was so funny. I was like, yo, we have no cash. Sorry. We spent all of it on this champagne. So, yeah. It was great. The stripper was just like, oh, don't worry about it. And then she stood up, left. And then Reimu and Millie were like, that was really fun. Like, oh my god, I really enjoyed this. And I was like, you know, honestly, guys, I know I sound like I'm not enjoying it, but I did enjoy it. It was an experience. And I'm glad I got to experience it with, like, people that I was comfortable with. Like, Babu, Reimu, and Nina. So, like, I wasn't in any way, like, super duper uncomfortable to the point where I actually wanted to, like, run away. I just already, by default, have that sort of, like, reaction anyway. So that's kind of just how I am. But I can assure you that, like, if I were to be really uncomfortable, I would have told somebody and just left. So, it's fine. Also, I've been through so much trauma that, like, stuff like this, you know, it doesn't. I can be very uncomfortable and still, like, be okay. But in this case, I wasn't uncomfortable. I was just like shocked. Yeah. So then there was this other stripper that kind of came by, and she was really, really like, she was really like sweet. I think she was like very introverted because she came in and she was asking like, hey, do you guys want to go to the room with me? And you know, we really liked her vibe and personality. So eventually Nina was like, hey, do you mind like if we get a dance from you? But like not in the room, but like, you know, at our table. And this girl was like, oh, sorry, I don't really do dances at the tables because I'm actually too like anxious. And you know, I didn't even know that like they could feel this way too. Like, I didn't even know that strippers could kind of also be anxious. Like, I kind of thought like if you're in this sort of like job, you're really confident. But you know, it showed me that like there's a lot of different types of people here. And you know, it's all within their boundaries. So I was honestly like, I felt very reassured in some weird way hearing that she also didn't super duper feel comfortable dancing at a public table, and she would have actually preferred the room. I mean, you know, again, it could have been like a method to sort of like get people to dance in the room so it'd be like more money, but I kind of felt like based off of like her reaction and expression that she was telling the truth. So, you know, I was like, oh my god, like, I looked at her and I was like, I'm shy girl too. I was like, I'm shy girl too. And she was like, oh. And then after I said that, she kept looking at me. She just like kept looking. She gave me like this look as if she was really trying to like seduce me. She just kept looking like, she looking at me like, she would have conversations with Nina mostly, but then she would kind of look over at me and be like, and I'd be like, okay, bestie, yeah, sorry, I'm not going into that room with you. I mean, you're hot and you're beautiful, and you know what? I think I vibe with your personality a little bit more than Eve, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, sorry, I have no money. Also, I don't want to go to a private room where I don't have, you know, my support system with me. I was like, I need my mama with me, so goodbye. So yeah, she was just like, yeah, but if you want to dance in the private room, just let me know, okay? I'll be around. And then she looks at me again. And I was like, oh my god, like, damn. I might have been like the weakest link in the fucking group or something. And she probably sensed it. She probably was like, yeah, this one's a dumbass. And, you know, this one will be really easy to catch. So that's probably why she kept looking at me. And I'm just like, in my head, I'm like, you think I'm weak. Which is absolutely true. Please go away. So I'm like, damn. I swear to God, if I die alone, I'm going to curse somebody. I'm be like, come on, there's fucking no way. Like, how am I getting all these stairs and dying alone? Like, what did I do wrong? Is it because of it's because I didn't pay for the dance? Is that why? Oh, yeah. But yeah, honestly, like, what I learned from the strip club is that it's a lot safer than you think. Well, you know, as I guess the one that I went to was pretty safe. And Nina was telling me that there's probably ones that are even more safe and strict. And a lot of these strippers, like, you know, you kind of think like, oh my god, you are kind of like exposing yourself and you're tainting yourself, but it's not like that at all. Like, it really did change my perspective of strip clubs. Like, you know, people obviously need to make a living, but at the same time, they know their boundaries, and it's really cool that they voice it out loud too. They're like, you know, like that girl who didn't want to dance at the public tables. And you know, they even said that it was a way for them to socialize and kind of like get to know people too. You know, besides like the dancing and the taking off their clothes and dancing, they also do quite a bit of like just conversing with people. So yeah. And you know, like Millie and Reimu said, like, we as women, you know, statistically, but then honestly, it's the truth. It's like we kind of get the short end of the stick a lot of times. And so like, especially when it comes to like body image and like beauty and stuff like that, we're really criticized for it. Like a little bit more than men, I would say. Perhaps. But it was really nice to see that there was an environment where like people like, oh my god, I can't talk and eat at the same time. It's really nice to see that like there was an environment where people can feel comfortable with their own bodies, because all the strippers that came like onto the stage or to our table, like their bodies were all very different. There were like people with like A cups and there were people with like H cups, and I'm just like, damn, they accept everyone here. It was great. And then it was like, you know, a lot of different ethnicities, and then a lot of different like ages as well. So yeah, it was actually pretty like eye-opening. And I think like what I got out of it is that, you know, when it comes to stuff like this, we tend to have like a negative, especially if you've never kind of like went to a place like this, you tend to have sort of like a negative image of stuff like this. But honestly, at the very least, where we went, it was not negative at all. It was pretty positive. Oh, another thing I want to mention. Oh my god, I don't know if I can say this on stream. Let me think about it. Okay, I'm gonna be as discreet as possible. So, I think it was because I was drinking a lot of like alcohol. I love how the people in the chat really don't care about my career. They're just like, say it! Say it! Just tell us! And then you guys are the exact same people who like will cancel me when I say shit. Like, oh my god, I can't believe you said that! You guys will like, come on, say it! Tell us! You're already here anyways! And then when I say something, you get like, oh my god, I fucking can't believe you said that! Disgusting! Guys, you guys are the most like Yeah. You know what? That's the internet, so what do I expect? Anyways, so, you know, I drank a lot of alcohol, and at the same time, because I was really, really trying not to be super drunk, I drank so much water. I drank so much water. I was like drinking water left and right, you know, just to compensate for the alcohol. Again, I didn't eat anything, so like alcohol will go through me really, really fast. So I went to the bathroom like the most. I went to the bathroom, I don't even know, probably over 10 times, okay? So, when you go to the bathroom, you can't just go. You have to actually ask a DJ to kind of buzz you in. And the reason they do that is so that they don't like, they kind of like prevent people from like, I don't know, probably like distributing like, you know, bad things, you know? So, every time Nina, Reimu, or Millie had to go to the bathroom, I would go with them because I also had to go. But then, you know, at the same time, I would be going to the bathroom on my own too. So, in total, I probably went to the bathroom like 20 times, okay? And so, like, every time I went to the bathroom, I would have to go to the DJ and be like, hey, I need to go to the bathroom. Can you please buzz me in? And then, like, he'd be like, cool. And I swear to God, by the 7th time, this DJ must have thought I was, like, snorting some sort of weird pomo leaf. Like, I swear to God, this guy probably looked at me like, this fucking Asian girl is, like, doing something in that bathroom. Like, she's either, like, fucking someone or, like, fucking taking some illegal substances. I'm just like, no, I actually just really have to... Like, he never once, like, questioned me or anything. But I was just, like, getting really insecure of going to the bathroom so many times where I was just like, oh my God, this guy probably thinks I take drugs or something. But I just actually have to really pee. Like, the amount of times I went to the bathroom was, like, insane. And even I was, like, sussing myself out. I was just like, at some point, I think on my, like, 12th bathroom run, I looked at the DJ and I was just like, I swear I'm not doing anything. I just really have to pee. And then this DJ guy didn't say anything. He was just like, don't worry about it. I'll buzz you in. Maybe he believes me because I look like I really don't do anything. Like, I look very innocent, I guess. So maybe he didn't even think that at all. But man, I felt so insecure because I went like 20 times. And I just wanted to make sure that he knew that I wasn't doing anything weird in the bathroom. I was like, I just have a really, really small bladder and I've been drinking so much water so that I don't get drunk. And, you know, he never asked for that information. I kind of just would tell him sometimes. You know, sometimes. I'd be like, yeah, I'd look at him and be like, yeah, I really gotta pee. Again, I'm so sorry. But yeah, they were just like, they seemed like they didn't really care, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think I was just overthinking a bit, but yeah. I was just like, man, this guy thinks I'm like hardcore. Like, for real. Damn. And apparently, like, you know, when Nina was like getting, I think she was getting like water at the bar for us. There were some other people sitting at the bar, and apparently, like, the guy. Oh no, I think Nina was talking to the bartender and saying like, kind of, oh yeah, I brought like my girls here for our 2nd year anniversary, and one of them is a virgin. You know, she didn't say it like that, but it was kind of like the context came. I don't really know what the context was, but you know, somebody in our group being a virgin was brought up basically. And then like apparently like the people that were sitting at the bar, one of the dudes whipped their heads and they were like, somebody is a virgin. And Nina came back to our table and told us that, and I was like, why is that so like surprising? And so like she was like, yeah, I think like people just don't expect it because it's not really like people who probably go to strip clubs more regularly probably have friends in their circle that probably most likely statistically are not virgins. So I think they were just very surprised of that. And you know, I was just like, oh my God, I'm like a rare Pokemon. I was like, damn, I'm like a rare Pokemon here. I'm like, you know, like, I don't know how else to express this, but I was just like, okay. I mean, I felt like pretty special. I'm not gonna lie, I don't have any like shame in being a virgin. I don't really care. I don't think it's a big deal either. I think it's funny to say out loud, but I don't think it's actually a big deal. So then, you know, when, you know, I get reactions like that from people, I'm just like, damn, you really need to go out into the world more. But yeah, it was really interesting. Like, the strip club, honestly, I did overall enjoy it. I really enjoyed spending time with Ethyria. And, you know, like, that was kind of like obviously the wildest moments of the strip club. But then afterwards, like we kind of were just like drinking and talking, and we were talking about like, you know, our feelings and emotion a little bit. We got a little bit emotional towards the end because, you know, Nina not being in Niji was a really hard hit, and you know, after that it was strangely very wholesome in a strip club, and it was just really funny. So yeah, we had a good conversation that lasted like pretty much 2/3 of the time we were there, and then 1/3 of the time it was, you know, the wild story that I just told you guys. So for the majority of the time we were kind of just talking, you know, and drinking and just being Ethyria. So yeah, you guys only really, I think the only interesting part to tell on stream, I mean, is probably like, you know, the dancing. So that was my experience at the strip club. Enna's perspective. I know Babu and Reimu probably already talked about it, but yeah, I just want you guys to know I represent all that are anxious, so you're welcome, everybody. Okay, so okay, so this was funny. So after the strip club, we went back to, you know, we picked, so like me and the girls stayed at an Airbnb. All of the girls stayed at an Airbnb, but it was big enough so that, you know, if people wanted to kind of just meet up, like meet at a place and play smash, yeah, they could do that. So like we agreed that like since our Airbnb was big enough, that would kind of be like the secret base for, you know, gathering everybody so that we could go to like, you know, lunches and stuff. So basically we went back to our Airbnb, and you know, because it was like the daytime, a lot of the EN members were just kind of there like chilling, playing Smash, you know, we had like somebody switch or whatever. Yeah, the Smash secret. Okay, that sounds so bad when you say like Smash base. No, like, you know, Smash the game, Nintendo, you know. So okay, so like during the whole time I was in the strip club, Kyo had, you know, his own trauma again. He has this weird curse thing where like every time he flies on an airplane, something bad happens. So his flight got super delayed or something because of like the weather, and then, you know, I'm pretty sure he told this on his stream, but basically he like, I don't know, it was a crazy shit. If you guys want to know what he went through, you could watch his ZATSUDAN, I guess. But anyways, the point is he had more airport or airplane trauma, and you know, he was delayed again for like hours. And when I heard that he was delayed for X reason, I was laughing my ass off so hard. I was like, oh my god, like this kid is so unlucky. And I feel like, you know, if God hates me, then God like loads him. Which makes me feel better, so thank you. So like when we all came back from the strip club, you know, I opened the Airbnb. You know, I have been like, you know, throughout the entire strip club like experience, I was texting him, making sure that he was okay. Because, you know, as much as I was like low-key like laughing my ass about, you know, about how unlucky he is, I was also kind of worried because, you know, because I don't want him to be lost and then like he doesn't know where he's going. So I was like, you know, throughout the strip club experience, I was like texting him in the strip club and being like, you okay, let me know, like update me where you are, blah blah blah, you know. And then, you know, I knew that like he eventually got to the Airbnb, thankfully. So then when we came back to the Airbnb, I opened the door, I saw him, and the first thing I did was laugh my ass off. I was like, yo, you made it, bestie, let's go. I was laughing so hard. But like, and he was just like, and I think like Millie joined in on laughing too, because, you know, we're just like, I just think it's really funny, you know? Might as well laugh about it. And he was just like, you know, he was in the middle of ranting. You know, something that he does is that when something bothers him, he will literally talk about it to every single person and relive his trauma. And he will never have like, he will never talk about it like in a way where he gets bored of talking about it. Like, once he talks about it, he will have the same sort of like energy and reaction. So in this case, he was mad. So he was talking about the story to every single member, and each time he talked about it, he was more and more like triggered. And at some point, I'm just like, okay, bestie, but you got here, you're safe, and that's all that matters. But he, you know, was just like, I hate airplanes, airports, like every time I fly, man, I swear to God. And I'm just like, yeah, okay, anyways, let's just go to dinner. Like, let's eat something, okay? You know, we're probably a little bit hangry. So, I thought it was really funny that, as soon as I saw him, I just thought it was so funny. I feel bad for laughing, but like, you know, I think it's better than being a friend that's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, I can't believe this happened to you. You don't deserve this. You know, I think it lightens up the mood when you just like laugh at them. So, yeah. So, yeah, we went to dinner after that. I think like, so like, because he was I don't know, Kyo is very like, okay guys, Kyo just wears like a sweater all the time, you know? Like I only met Kyo one time before this meetup. But, and I swear to God, he wore the exact same sweater. Like, the one time I met him was probably last year, and like, you know when we did the off collab? He just wore a sweater, right? And I swear to you all, like, when I saw him for the second time this month, he was wearing the exact same sweater. So low-key, I'm just like, are you, like, your model or something? Do you just never change your clothes? Like, what is this? Like, he was wearing the exact same outfit. I was just like, okay. Do you have like other clothes? so then, you know, I'm sure like he knew that we were gonna be going to like a pretty, it wasn't really a fancy dinner, but you know, it was a gathering of like a lot of people. And then, you know, this was the dinner that like I told you guys that like his that our JP senpais were gonna be there too. So everybody was a little bit like nervous and we wanted to look good. So like I think he also felt that vibe, so he went to change. So me and Babu were just talking about something. And then in the corner of my eye, he like walks around and he wears a dress shirt, and I'm the first one to laugh. I look at it, I just like start cracking up. I don't know why. I think it's just because like I've never seen him wear anything else but like a sweater or a t-shirt, and I'm just like laughing my ass off because it's not that it looked bad on him or anything. I just think it was something that I was super not used to, that I thought it was really funny. So Kyo sits down and he's like, "Why are you laughing?" And then I'm just like, because you never wear anything but like a sweater or a t-shirt, so I thought it was really out of character. And he's like, you know what? I'm gonna take off this shirt, burn it, and I'm just gonna go cry in a corner. And I feel low-key bad because, you know, I wasn't laughing because he looked bad in it or anything. But I just thought it was so funny because, you know, it was just so out of character, you know? And also, you know, like, this is what besties do. You just laugh at each other. So, like, you know, me and Babu are laughing our asses up again. And then Vox comes around and he's like, you're really looking, hey man, I really like that shirt on you, you know? Like, and then Kyo was like, thank you, finally! You know? Another thing is, like, his reactions are really funny, so that's why it's fun to, like, make fun of him sometimes. I just thought it was really funny. And then I looked at him and was like, honestly, you look great, Bessie, okay? Like, you look amazing. I'm just laughing because this is something you would never wear. And, you know, it's funny. So, you know, bro finally got some support. I just want you guys to know that I have been the biggest Kyo supporter in EN, okay? And we all know this, okay? I'm like, I've been such a good friend, okay? So, I don't want to hear people being like, oh my god, you just make fun of him all the time. Like, please, guys, you have no idea. I have given this kid so much content. And I have been getting that back from him too. It is a very healthy friendship, I swear. I promise. Biggest supporter and the biggest hater. That's the best sort of friendship, okay guys? So yeah, that was the thing that happened after the strip club that I remember. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about other stories, but I can't quite remember what days it happened on chronologically, but I do just have like bullets. So, oh yeah, I wanted to like, there's some fan art that like, I think some people talked about the adventures that we had. So there's a little bit of like fan art that I wanted to feature too. Okay, let me do this one first. Oh my god, yeah. And then I told him that I went to a strip club and Nina, Reimu, Millie were talking about their experiences. And, you know, they were mentioning that, like, I looked like I was, like, gonna have a fucking stroke. And then Kyo looked at me and he's like, man, I would really I totally want to see your reaction at the strip club. It would be such good content. And you know what? I expect nothing less of an answer. So, yeah. I mean, the whole reason I went was because of that, so, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do this one. This one was really cute. This is such a cute fan art. Okay. So, another one of the, stories I want to tell you guys was an Uber ride that we had. So, because we were a big group, obviously, we couldn't have, like, everybody in the same Uber, so we had to like call multiple Ubers. In one of the Ubers, I was with Shu, Reimu, Babu, Kyo, and I think that's it. Yeah. So one of the Ubers, it was just like us 5. So, I'm gonna put it like in the corner here. Hold on. So basically, we called this Uber driver, and the Uber driver was like, he sounded like he was a very experienced Uber driver. He told us that he's been like, you know, an Uber driver for quite a while, and also before that he was a taxi driver or something. So he was very like experienced with like people in general and talking to people. And so like, you know, Babu was in the passenger seat next to the Uber driver. And, you know, I was in the back. And next to me was Kyo. And then in the back, it was Reimu. And Shu, I believe. Yeah. I could be getting the seating arrangement wrong, but, you know, it doesn't matter. So like, the Uber driver starts out talking to Millie. I don't really know what they were talking about, but then eventually I kind of heard that, like, the Uber driver saying, like, you know, I can just look at people and just know how they are in one glance. You know, I've been a driver for so many years. I can just tell how a person is by talking to them and looking at them. And so Millie, you know, gets really curious and she was like, oh, what kind of person do you think I am? And then, you know, the Uber driver was like, you are very kind. You're very kind and very forgiving, and you give a lot to people. People love being around you. And I was so surprised. I heard the conversation and I was like, oh my god, that's so true. And sometimes she's so kind that, like, it's like, you know, she takes away from herself, you know? And then I was like, oh my god, that's so accurate. So I told the Uber driver, like, oh my god, that was so accurate. Like, that's so cool that you just, like, kind of see that. And then Babu gets really excited because that was accurate. And she was like, this is my best friend. So she points to me. She's like, this is my best friend. Can you read? Can you tell me what kind of person you think she is? And I get really nervous because, you know, I'm rotten on the inside. If you, like, stab me, I bleed like black liquid, you know? I'm, like, super nasty, you know? I hate myself and I hate everyone. And, you know, I probably am made out of, like, pure hate or something. So, like, you know, the guy looks at me through the mirror. You know the mirror of the car, like, you know, what's that thing called? Like, in the front mirror that, like, shows you the back. What is that called, by the way? Is there, like, a name? The rear mirror? Is it that? The rear view mirror. Yeah. So he looks at me through the rear view mirror. Also, we were in traffic, so, like, you know, he wasn't, you know, he could take the time to really, like, look and stuff. He looks at me, and he looks at me for a very, very long time, okay? Like, he looked at me for like a good minute before really saying anything. Within the minute he was looking at me, I got really, like, self-conscious, and I was like, do you think I'm evil? I was like, do you think I'm a bad person? And he looks at me, and low-key, he almost made me cry. He was like, no, you're not a bad person at all. Actually, I can see in your eyes, you have so many stories to tell. You've gone through a lot. And I was like, what the fuck? He is so he is so accurate. He was like, there's so many stories behind your eyes. He said it in such a nice way too, you know? He was like, but you're definitely not a bad person, and you're a really good person, but you've been through quite a bit. And I was like, oh my god, like I was really like touched by that. And you know, I didn't want to obviously like be too like emotional, because it was just like a very lighthearted, you know, fun thing that was happening. So then, you know, I tried to kind of be like, so because Kyo was sitting next to me, I was like, what about this guy? I was like, oh my god. Anyways, what about him? Can you do a reading on him? And yeah, so then, you know, he looks at Kyo. He looks at Kyo, he's like, oh, you're a handsome fellow. I'm just like, okay, so I'm ugly. He never said I was like beautiful or anything. The fuck? I was like, okay, whatever. So damn, like, come on, guys, like, whatever. Like, I don't think he was used to Asian faces, but whatever. Anyways, he looks at Kyo. He's like, oh yeah, he's a handsome fellow. You're gonna be a heartbreaker. I was like, I looked at him. I was like, I mean, the only heart you're breaking is your own, because you always insult yourself. You know, and maybe like, you know, you're killing because, you know, you don't really do that parasocial thing. So low-key, he wasn't like wrong. You know, I looked at Kyo, you know, I was trying to hold in laughter because I thought it was really funny that like mine was so heavy in a way. But then like when we got to Kyo's, it was just like, oh yeah, he's handsome and he is a heartbreaker. And it's like low-key, I looked at him, was like, he's calling you a fuckboy. It was so funny. I was like, so I'm very down to earth and I have like trauma. And then he looks at Kyo and he's like, yeah, that's a fuckboy right there. And I was just like, damn. Okay then. But I think he also said that he was like a workaholic or something, I believe. Like he, you know, he focuses too much on work. And I was like looking at him, I was like, oh my god, that is so true. The fucking dude like puts out like clips like every other day. And I'm just like, damn, like you're so right. Like, oh my god. And then like he does a reading on Shu, and I think he was saying that he's like super duper flexible and really like down to earth, which was super duper accurate. And then I think so unfortunately, like by the time we got to Reimu, the traffic kind of picked up. So I mean the traffic kind of died down, so we started driving again. And, you know, I wanted to be like, hey, what about that, like, girl in the back, you know, like, Reimu, you know, but, you know, he was getting busy and he got, like, distracted with another conversation. So we didn't really get an in-depth reading on Reimu. You know, low-key, I looked at Reimu and I was just like, he was probably gonna call you a bitch. And Reimu was just like, shut the fuck up, bitch. And so, like, you know, the traffic kind of died down. And then, you know, and then the traffic started picking up again. So this time, you know, the driver was just like, hey, if you guys want to play any music, like, you know, let me know. And then I think the driver started bonding with Reimu a little bit because they found out that they shared, like, they could both speak Spanish. So then they spoke Spanish back and forth, you know, and everybody else was just like, question mark. And then he started playing like a bunch of like songs that were like sung in Spanish, and he would kind of look at Reimu in the rear mirror and be like, do you know this song? And apparently all of these songs were like very famous and very well known, and so like Reimu recognized pretty much all of them. And then, you know, Babu and I being very uncultured, we were just like, we want to play Shakira! You know, everybody who like pretends that they know any sort of Spanish song will kind of be like, oh my god, Shakira, let's go! So then, you know, we started putting on Shakira, like, whenever, wherever, but in Spanish. So, like, you know, I've never heard that song in Spanish, so it was really nice. And then, like, halfway, Babu stops the song. He's like, no, I want to sing along. Let's play it in English. Okay, so then we were in the car jamming to, like, Shakira's, like, whenever, wherever in English. And we're just like, Shakira, Shakira. Wait, that's not the song. Wait, how does it go again? It goes like, whenever, na 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 na, I'll be here and they'll be there. And then at some point, like, Babu was like, you know, Babu is just a living troll, you know? She loves trolling so much. She was just like, oh, by the way, that guy. So she points past me, and she points like directly at Shu. She was like, You know that boy over there, the boy at the back? Yeah, that's my boyfriend. And me, what's it called? Me, Kyo, Reimu, Shu, we all crack up. You know, she's just like, yeah, what do you think? You think we're a good match? You know, she does that thing where she trolls. I mean, if you don't know Millie, you'll probably fall for it. But for anybody who knows Millie's personality and how she acts when she's trolling, you can tell that like she was up to her like antics, you know, just like mischievous behavior. She's just like, yeah, that's my boyfriend. Do you think we'll be like a good match? And then the Uber driver, because I think he was very kind and you know just pitying Millie, he was just like, oh yeah, they were perfect for each other. And then Millie points to me and she's like, yeah, I love her too, she's my girlfriend. And I was like, no, we're not getting into you're not, do not, nope, stop. So, you know, she really tried to like, you know, lump two people together. And I'm just like, okay, well, you know, now you're just pushing it, you know? Like, maybe he'll fall for that one, but, you know, now it's just kind of like, you know, stop. That one is too believable, yeah. So that was really fucking funny. And, you know, Shu was in the back, like, laughing his ass off and just being really... But he was also very, like, flustered because it's like, you didn't... It was something that was super unexpected. It was just like, you don't really... Like, there was no context, you know? Suddenly she was just like, oh, yeah, you know that guy in the back right there, that one? Yeah, he's my boyfriend. And Shu's just kind of, like, shaking his head, like, you know, being Shu Yamino. It was so funny. And then... So then we were in this Uber for so long because the traffic was insane. So, like, eventually we were just listening to music and vibing. And I realized that, like, Kyo was really quiet. So I was like, hey, are you okay? Kyo looks at me, he's like, I really have to pee. I'm just like, you know what? Like, I also have to pee pretty often, so I understand. But he was in a trance. Like, he was probably disassociating because he was really focusing on trying not to, like, piss himself. So, like, yeah, I noticed he was getting really quiet. And I was like, oh, no, are you okay? You know? And he was like, yeah, I really gotta pee. So, like... when we were like finally at our destination, Kyo like opened the door. He just sprinted to the bathroom, and you know, by the time everybody got out of the Uber, everybody was just like, oh, where did Kyo go? Like, he disappeared. And I'm just like, oh, he had to go to the bathroom. It was so funny. I've never seen like anybody run so, like, he could be in the Olympics. He ran so fast. I was like, damn, the dude really had to pee. And it was really funny. So that was another thing that like happened in the Uber ride that I thought was really funny. Okay, so... Okay, so I think like, at the Airbnb at nighttime when it was all just girls, I think probably some people mentioned this, but like, you know, we had a girls' night sort of with me, Babu, Reimu, Nina, Lira, I believe, yeah. I think like Rosemi probably fell asleep or something. So she did. So we were watching something, but like, you know, some people were like falling asleep. So we watched a little bit of like Harry Potter because Babu never really like watched Harry Potter, which I'm surprised because like a lot of people have at least watched Harry Potter. So we were kind of watching Harry Potter for Millie. And Millie, like, I don't know what really happened because I was actually showering at the time. But like while I was showering, like I heard a lot of like noises and people being like, oh my god. Like I think I heard Babu like crying or something, like it was something about Cedric, you know. And I was like, and I didn't know until I came out of the shower. And then we also watched this Netflix, I think it was on Netflix, I don't know. I think it was called like Heartstoppers, and I watched that for the first time. And it was so cute! Have you guys ever heard of this show called Heartstoppers? Yeah! I watched it with them and it was so cute and I was really enjoying it. I think we only got to like episode 2 or 3 and then we didn't really have time for the rest of the trip to really finish it, but I will probably finish it on my own time because yeah, it was It was so cute. I loved it. I was obsessed with like knowing what was gonna happen next, But then eventually we were all really, really sleepy, so we all like went to bed. So yeah. Yeah, it was so nice. I really liked it. It was based off of a webtoon, I believe. And I was getting really into it, and Lyra was laughing at my reaction. I was just like, oh my god, how can you be so dumb? He obviously likes you. And Lyra would just like laugh her ass off and be like, well, we gotta watch the next episode and know what happens. And I'm like, yeah, we have to. But it was already like so late. I'm telling you guys, every single day, because I think it was because like the first day we probably like slept really late, because then we would wake up late, so the days felt shorter. But we would sleep so late. Also, around the time this like our trip was happening, Koshien was also happening. So a lot of us wanted to stay up and watch. Do our best and stay up, I guess. Because, of time zones, Koshien would end up being from like 4 a.m. to like 9 a.m. or something. So, like every single day, probably I would get like max 3 hours of sleep. It was insane. Like, and I wouldn't really have time to take a nap. So I would end up passing out in the Uber, or like, just taking a short nap at the Airbnb for like 10 minutes. Yeah, so like every single day I would be sleeping at least like 3 hours, and it was like, oh my god, it really has caught up to me after I came home, because holy shit. Like I've never been so physically tired in my life. It was crazy. But you know what? I wanted to like spend time with my friends and just like enjoy the time. So, yeah. We were all sleep deprived. It was really, really... I was so tired all the time. Like at one point... Okay, at one point, I think this happened on a different day. But Uki brought their tarot cards. And, there was sort of like a queue for like tarot card reading. I think Babu went first. And I wanted to like, it was very quiet. Like, Babu went first, but there were like quite a lot of people there. Sitting and just like, kind of like waiting. And it was very like, and Uki has to use a lot of like emotional and mental energy, so everybody was very respectful and quiet. It was just a very like intense moment, It's not like we're on stream, so like there's chat, and so you can kind of like banter and stuff like that. But like offline, it was way more quiet and was very like concentrated. And I was there to hear about Babu's tarot card reading, but then I was so sleep deprived that like I think I was on autopilot, but I went to my bed, took a pillow, went back into the room where they were doing the tarot card reading, put the pillow on the floor, and I just I don't know, like there was a random blanket just laying around. I just used the blanket and I put it over myself, and then I just slept. I was so tired. I just passed out. I was so tired. I was literally feeling like I was gonna faint. I was so tired, but I still wanted to be there. And I wanted to hear. So in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna lay down for a bit, close my eyes, and I'll still like listen to like, Uki's tarot card reading of Babu. And I was just like, so I just did that. I was on the floor. Everybody else was like on a couch or something, but I was on the floor like just like dead. Okay, like within the minute of thinking that I would just like close my eyes for like a 5-minute nap, I just completely passed out. I was just, I wasn't snoring or anything, because usually I don't really snore when I sleep. But like, I just completely passed out. So basically like while Babu was getting her reading, all I heard was like, yeah, so this card represents, and then I just don't remember anything else because I literally just passed out. That's all I heard. All I heard was this card represents, and then I passed out. I like fucking blacked out. I was like damn. Then I woke up like maybe 30 minutes later, and Babu wasn't there anymore, and the next person who was doing the reading was Albin. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, you're not Babu. I was like, what happened? What happened to my 5-minute nap? So like, when I woke up, somebody else was doing a reading. I was like, oh shit, I missed my turn. Because I was supposed to be after Babu, but then like, you know, I fell asleep. So they probably didn't want to wake me up because that's very nice of them. So I basically time traveled. I woke up and, you know, it was still an intense atmosphere. You know, Albin was getting his reading. You know, I tried to like stay awake this time because I didn't want to like fall asleep. My god, I was so groggy. And then like when I woke up, I saw that like there was like this tiny spider that was like about to like land on one of the tarot cards. It was like crawling very, very close to like one of the tarot cards, so I wanted to stop it, you know? So, but I didn't have like a slipper or anything. So I grabbed the nearest cup and I thought it was empty. I probably didn't see that it still had a little bit of water in it because it was like water and it was transparent. So I didn't really see too clearly. So I grabbed the nearest cup, I just flipped it, and then I just like contained the spider in the cup. But like I didn't know that there was still water in it, so there was like water that splashed everywhere. So while Uki was reading Albin's tarot cards, I fucking just like spilled water. It didn't like spill water on the tarot cards, it was just like near it, thankfully. But like, I was like so groggy, I was like, oh shit, sorry guys. So then I like, you know, while this intense moment was happening, I was like, you know, killing the spider, wiping the water. And you know, I was just having a hard time functioning because I was so tired. I usually get pretty good sleep. I know some people don't get sleep on a daily basis, so they're probably used to functioning on like 3 hours of sleep. But when I only sleep like 3 hours, I cannot function. So I was really out of it. So yeah, I think I might have gone back to sleep. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure. I might have done that, but low-key I don't remember because I think I was so tired. But I didn't even end up like hearing what happened because I remember after, you know, Babu's reading and after Albin's reading, I was like, what did it say? I was literally like sitting closest to them, but I wasn't paying attention because I was so tired. And you know, afterwards I was just like, yeah, so how was the tarot card reading? And they both looked at me and they're just like, weren't you sitting beside me? And I was just like, yeah, I was mentally not there. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really tired. Okay, so then, you know, we had to go to dinner after that, and this was the second dinner that we had with the JP senpais. You know, and again, like because we were a pretty big group, we had to split up on Ubers. So when we went there, we went with like with different Ubers. So the Uber ride that I was in was with Rosemi-sama, my cute little rose princess, and Shu. So like the two most like wholesome and chill members of an EN. And you know, the Uber driver that we got, it was really funny because you know how like Uber drivers kind of like usually play like radio or like pop music, you know, this Uber driver, it was almost as if they knew that like this was the most chill Uber passengers of all time. Like, you know, a combination of, you know, I'm pretty like, I can get really chaotic with like chaotic people, but then with like really calm people, I'm pretty calm too. But like Shu and Rosemi, they're really calm people. So we were a very, very quiet Uber ride. And to add to the funniness, the Uber driver like already had like spa music on. So it was like a bunch of like bird noises, very like ambience, like water noise. And I was just like, I looked at Rosemi and I was just like, is this spa music? I was looking at her like, this is spa music? And Rosemi's like, yeah, I think so. And I'm just low-key kind of like giggling. And you know, the whole ride, it was just like, I was, you know, it didn't feel like an Uber ride. It felt like we were meditating and we were all like, I was in the presence of the two most wholesome people in EN. And I was like, damn, I feel like all my sins have been washed away. Like, I feel like after I got out of that Uber, I basically got like baptized. Like, I was like, damn, I'm pure. I'm pure and I'm good. And I'm a new woman. Like, I'm cleansed. I can become a new person. Like, I'm gonna be doing good after this. Okay, so then like our Uber was actually the last to arrive at the restaurant, or maybe one of the last. So like by the time we were there, one of the tables was already like packed full. Okay, there was only like one seat left, and most of the people at that table were like people from like, it was kind of like the EN table. So like most of the people from EN were sitting there, and there was only one seat left. And you know, I was like, Shu, Rosemi, and I were like, we're all like, oh my god, no, you can sit here, you can sit here. And you know, I was telling Rosemi like, Rosemi, you should sit here because like, you know, everyone else is here, like Alira, Babu, Nina. So like, I was like, yeah, you should sit here. So I went to the other table, which was where the JP senpais were. And, you know, I see Kill there, and I guess like maybe he didn't make it into the EN table. he was like just sitting there beside like the JP senpais, which I think was a really funny combo. And then like actually like there was, oh sorry, now that I remember, like, you know, other people arrived. There was one last Uber that probably arrived after ours, and it was like Nina and Pomu's. So, you know, they joined our table eventually. So that table, so the table that I was at was the JP senpais, me, Kyo, Shu was there, Nina and Pomu, I believe. So yeah, so you know, Mane-san was also there because, you know, Mane-san. So, you know, I sat next to Mane-san first, you know, and I was like, Mane-san, I really want to talk to Hoshikawa senpai and Sister Claire. And then Mane-san, you know, kind of gives me a boost of confidence. Like, you should talk to them, Enna. You should. Go sit beside them. And so Mane-san does this thing where they like stand up. They're like, switch with me. Go in. Sit on the inside. And I was like, no. It's okay. I can sit beside you, Mane-san. It's okay. This is close enough. You know? And Mane-san was like, no. Enna, you're fine. You're Japanese. You can do it. And I was like, no, but I don't really know how to speak Japanese. And like, oh no, it's fine. You can do it. I believe if you need any help, I'll help you translate. And I was like, oh, you know what? That day I had like the biggest balls at that table. Okay, I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna sit beside them. So I like went over. You know, I was like, "Sumimasen." I sit beside Hoshikawa senpai. I'm like, oh god, this is awkward. This is like, damn, I look like a nasty stalker fan or something, and I got my chance or something. You know, I was like, "Sumimasen, Hoshikawa senpai, hello." You know, I was sitting right next to her, and then across from me was Sister Claire, and I was just like, oh my god, I'm konnichiwa. But yeah, I was just like, oh my god, this is my chance. You know, fuck EN. I hate EN. Yo, I love JP. Goodbye, everybody. Yeah, and you know, I looked at Kyo because Kyo was like also across from me, and I was kind of giving him like telepathic, like, you know, messages like, oh my god, Bestie, help, you know, but he can't really help me because Kyo doesn't know any Japanese at all, as we have found out in the Among Us collab where he called himself a fool and he didn't even know for the whole fucking 2 hours. So I was just like, oh my god, like, who's gonna help me? Only Mane-san was there, and I was like, hello, thank you for letting me sit here. And then, you know, I asked very basic questions. Like, I have like a lot of my cue cards memorized in my head, so I was just like, yeah, are you guys hungry? Onakasita desu ka? You know, and they were like, yeah, onakasita desu. I was like, and what do you want to order? Like, is there anything on the menu that you're interested in? And then like, Hoshikawa senpai was just kind of like, I don't know. I don't really remember what she said, but I think she said something on... She pointed to something on the menu that she was interested in, and then Sister Claire was also like, oh, yeah, I'm really interested in this thing on the menu. And I was like, oh my god, yes, let's order that. So like, I looked at the menu, and you know, this menu, like, you know how like at certain menus kind of have like very fancy sounding names. So at one point they were asking me what this meant. I looked at it, it was in French, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so incompetent that I can't even tell my JP senpais what the fuck this is. So I like go on my fucking phone, I Google it. I'm like, I think this is a chocolate sauce. This is what it looks like. So it turns out that like it was just the name of the chocolate, so that's why I didn't really know what it was. But like, yeah, I was just like, damn, I don't know. I'm just as lost as you are, and I'm in Canada. So I'm like, damn, I'm really incompetent. So you know, when the food comes, we all decided we would share, because it was a lot of food, guys. Like, holy shit. So, you know, I was, for the majority of the time, I was just asking very, like, common questions like, what are your hobbies? Hoshikawa senpai was kind of like, oh, I really like playing horror games. And I was like, don't you get scared? And she was like, yeah, but it's exciting. And then I was like, what kind of horror games do you like to play? And she told me that she really liked playing like Resident Evil. And I didn't know this, but like in Japanese, like Resident Evil is actually called Biohazard. So yeah, when I said Resident Evil, Mane-san was like, oh yeah, Biohazard is how they say it in Japanese. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. So yeah, like she played a lot of Biohazard and we kind of like talked about that. And I told her that like I felt like Biohazard 7 was the most scariest. And it was actually the first one that I played. And she was like, she kind of agreed with me. She was like, yeah, that was probably one of the scarier ones. Yeah. And then, you know, and then I, you know, just asked a lot of like very common questions. Like, oh, are you enjoying the food? At one point, there was like this lamb rack, I think is what you call it. And the lamb racks weren't cut. So like Hoshikawa senpai was doing her best like trying to cut the lamb. And you know, she was struggling because there was like a lot of bone in the way. So I was like, oh, she was like, oh, can you help me cut the lamb? And I was like, of course. And then I was cutting with her. And you know, because I'm very used to cutting lamb, because I did eat a lot of lamb when I was a kid, I cut it pretty fast. And I remember Hoshikawa senpai looking at it and being like, oh my god, how did you cut that so fast? And I was like, because I'm Canadian and I'm used to eating lamb. I don't know. I know that like in Japan they don't really have lamb too often in restaurants. So you know, I didn't really know how to respond to that in Japanese, so all I said was like, oh, because I'm Canadian. I don't know what that meant, but like, you know, the Canadian buff, yeah. So like, yeah, we you know, we cut the lamb for everybody at the table, and it was so good, guys. The lamb was incredible. Holy shit. Also, like, a lot of the other foods were really good too, and my god, it was just super. It was like a moment, you know. That's what I remember in my heart. And then I remember like Sister Claire, like, you know, sitting across from me, and she would just like occasionally like smile at me and ask me if I was enjoying the food, and just being a really good like senpai, you know. She was actually like she's so perfect. I don't know what else to say. Eventually I had to go to the bathroom, and then when I came back, you know, I had to kind of loop around the table to sit back to where my seat was. And when I came back to the table, Sister Claire suddenly just held her hands out. She didn't say anything. She just like, I passed her and she held her hands out. And I was very confused for a second, but I think she wanted me to hold them. So then I, you know, I touched her. We held hands. And she was like, Enna, I really, really like your singing. And like my entire heart just like, my entire world just froze. Like at that point, when she held my hands, every single person in the room disappeared. Okay? Nobody else was there but me and Sister Claire. And all I could see was like the galaxy stars above us and a beautiful ocean below us. And I have never washed my hands since then. And she was just like, yeah, I really love your singing. And I looked at her and was like, Sister Claire, I'm one of your biggest fans. And I didn't really want to say that because I don't want to sound creepy, but like I've known you since outside of Niji and I love you so much, you know. And she was like, oh, thank you so much. And you know, I never wanted to let go of her hands, but you know, we had to go back to eating. So I was just like, I'm never gonna wash my hands again. Sorry guys, like I haven't washed them since. I'm just like, every day I look at my hands, I'm just like, I've been blessed by goddess herself, like literally. I went back to my seat. You know, I look at Mane-san and I look at Mane-san like Mane-san's really proud. You know, Mane-san was really giving me their whole support and rooting for me, and they were just like, congrats. And I was like, Mane-san, this is the best day ever. Fuck Ian. Fuck that other table that makes me feel formal. Like, you all speak English there. Good for you. Fuck you. We're here trying to learn each other's cultures. Fuck all of you. So I was just like, you know, I think like probably you know, you would think that I would feel left out because I wasn't in the EN table, but I was like, you know what? Good for you guys. I don't care. Like, I'm having the time of my life. Damn, this was the best thing ever. So, yeah, guys, I will be graduating from EN, and also, like, I will be moving to the JP department because I have officially declared myself to be a part of the JP. Just kidding. They would never accept me. I'm too... It'd be like, oh my god, this is trouble, you know? she's gonna close down this entire branch and company. But like, yeah, I was really happy that both Hoshikawa Senpai and Sister Claire were just so nice. And obviously they were very like nervous too, and you know, there was a little bit of a language barrier, but we all tried our best to kind of like talk with each other. And I think like throughout the night, you know, we held pretty good conversations. I'm pretty like proud of myself for like doing my best speaking Japanese. And you know, I know that Hoshikawa Senpai has like this like she has like a kind of like a stream segment where she kind of gives like love advice. I don't really know if it's love advice. It's more like they talk about love. I think it's like a radio thing that she does. If anybody in the chat could kind of like help like summarize it a little bit better than me. But basically she does that on her stream. That's kind of like one of her contents, I guess. So I knew of that, and yeah, it's kind of like a podcast. So I remember I kind of mentioned to her, I was like, Hoshikawa Senpai, I know that you do like this sort of podcast called Love Lab. And I was wondering if you have any advice for somebody who wants to find like, you know, a lover. And then Hoshikawa Senpai kind of looks at me and she's like, Koishiteru, you know? Koishiteru means like, are you in love? And I just, you know, my brain was all over the place, so I didn't really process that correctly. I kind of said yes before she even finished her sentence because I was just really nervous. So she asked me if I was in love, and I didn't really process it properly, and I was like, yes. And then she got really surprised. She was like, honto? And I was like, wait, what? I was like, wait, she just asked me if I was in love. And I was like, no. I mean, like, so I was like, oh, I mean, like, I will be in love in the future. And she was like, oh, okay. And I was like, yeah, so I would like to ask if you have any advice on how I can, like, you know, get a significant other. And she looks at me and she's like, Enna, you're so cute, you're gonna be fine. And oh my god, that was the nicest compliment I've ever gotten. Like, oh my god, she's so good. You know, she's so good. She's like, she just knew exactly what to say. She was like, kawaii kara daijoubu. You know, I was just like, oh my god. I look over at Kyo, I'm looking at him like, bestie. Yo, I literally just got like, I got a confident booster, you know? So I translated that for Kyo to understand. I was like, oh my god, Hoshikawa Senpai just said that like, I'm cute, so like, I can literally like, I'm fine. And Kyo just starts laughing. I don't know why. Like, it's almost as if he doesn't believe her. But like, you know, I'm just like, yo, this is your JP Senpai. You gotta respect what she says. Like, if she says that I'm gonna find somebody because I'm cute, like, you know, why are you laughing? So yeah, I was just like, oh my god, Hoshikawa Senpai, thank you. You know, like I was really happy with even though that wasn't really advice or anything. So I was like, okay, cool. I mean, you know, now I'm like, I feel like I've upgraded to like a 52 out of 10, you know? But yeah, a lot of times I was talking just with the Mane-sans and the JP Senpais just about like a lot of things, just casual conversation. You know, and because like Kyo was also sitting next to, like not next to them, but like very close, Shu, Pomu, and Nina were kind of like on the other end of the table, and occasionally we would kind of join in on their conversation. But I guess like Kyo was more in the middle in between like that conversation and also like the JP side of the table, I guess you could say. So, you know, he also really did his best to communicate. He's really good at communicating, so even if he didn't know the language, he did a really good job like conversing. But a lot of times I would kind of like just poke fun of him. I'd be like, yeah, he doesn't like to eat vegetables, seafood, potatoes. And then, you know, the Mane-san would translate that. And, you know, Kyo would kind of be like, why are you slandering me in another language? And I was like, because this is the perfect opportunity to slander you without you knowing. You know? But like the thing is like every time I would say something in Japanese, the Mane-san would translate it. And so Mane-san was kind of just like, you know, Mane-san just wanted like chaos to happen, you know? I'd be like, Mane-san, don't translate that. And then they would translate it. I'd be like, no. So like at some point, the JP Senpais were like, who's like wholesome? Who's say so, you know? And, you know, Kyo with his very limited Nihongo, he points to himself. He's like, me? Yabai. Offline, yabai. Online, yabai. And then he points to like me and he's like, offline, yabai, online, yabai. And I'm like, no. I point to myself, I'm like, offline, say so, online, choto yabai. And you know, the JP senpais, they were laughing. And you know, even Mane-san were just like, are you sure about that? And I'm just like, why y'all calling me out? Like, I am super say so offline. I literally have been having the most casual, wholesome conversations. You know? Like, I was surprised that, like, yeah, I'm just surprised that everybody thinks I'm yabai. Like, I don't really say anything that bad. Yeah. And then I point to Kyo and I was like, kusogaki, which means like really bratty kid. And Kyo points at me and he's like, grandma. And I think they know what that means in English and they all like laugh. I look at him and I was like, you're so lucky we're with the JP senpai, so I'm really holding back, you know? Like, you know? But yeah, I was just like, low-key between the two of us. Yeah. I feel like he's a little bit more of a grandpa than I am of grandma. Because the way that he complained about his airport story all the time, I was just like, well, that's a very like elderly thing to do, you know? But yeah, it was a lot of bantering. It was really nice because, you know, like, I am very anxious as a person, so I'm really glad that at least Kyo was there. Because then I had like, because Nina was also there, but she was really far, which is like at the end of the table because she came like later on. So, you know, I also did try to converse with Nina, but she was so far. At one point, she was trying to tell me something, and I was just like, I don't know what you're saying, Mom. She would kind of like enunciate better so I could read her lips. But I still don't know what she was saying. So she was like, she held up her phone and she's like, I'm just gonna text you. And that was like, we were at the same table. It was just a very long table and she was at the end. So I was like, so I couldn't really like, you know, hear her or like know what she was saying. So we were kind of texting each other. Like, Mom would kind of be like, you okay? And so I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. And, you know, Mom was kind of like conversing with like Kyo, Pomu, Shu, mostly. And, you know, eventually she did come over to the JP side of the table and she was just like, Mom is so extroverted. She's just super good at like, she was just like, she you know, she doesn't really speak Japanese either, but she did a great job just asking like, hey, how's the food? How are you enjoying the drinks and everything? And, you know, she was just kind of like conversing a bit. And then she kind of kidnapped Sister Claire. She was like, there was an empty space at the end of the table on the other side. And eventually when it was empty, Mom was kind of just like, come here. And then they kidnapped Sister Claire, and then Sister Claire was just like at the other side of the table with the EN speakers. And she looked like she was really enjoying it. It was really nice to see that like we were all like opening up to each other. It was really, really sweet. Yeah, so that was really, you know, cute. And I was talking to the Mane-san a lot. You know, I was really low-key, I was just like, Mane-san, tell me all your secrets. And Mane-san just like, no. Mane-san. You got any some tea that you wanna like, who do you hate? And they're just like, Enna, I'm not saying anything. It was, you know, it was just a lot of fun, you know. And then, you know, sometimes I remember that they were my managers, so I'd be like, sumimasen. But yeah, yeah, it was, I'm really glad that like I had like at least like a couple of people to really, you know, be around so I could be like comfortable. Eventually also Shu came over to the JP side too, and he kind of like conversed in Japanese. And yeah, he was just kind of we were all just having like a casual conversation. So like eventually we all kind of like mingled within the table. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And then at the end of the dinner, I became the most parasocial fan I've ever been in my life. I went to Hoshikawa Senpai and Sister Claire and I was like, can I get an autograph?
They were like, of course, do you have anything to sign on? And I was like,
oh shit.
So then, you know, I really had to pee again. So I asked Yo, I was like, yo, can you help me ask like a waiter for like a really like nice clean piece of paper? So, you know, he was like, okay, sure. So while I was going to the bathroom, he asked, and when I came back, there was a nice clean piece of paper ready to be like signed on. But then like I think like Oh, but then like Millie dragged me over to the other table. She's like, Babu, let's take a Zomboid crew photo. Cause like me, Millie, Albin, Wilson, we're all there, and we were like, prior to this trip, we had been like, spending almost every week together playing Zomboid. The only person that was like really missing in that really like West Point. Well, I think, did we go to West Point? Yeah, I think it was specifically us 5 that like went to like another city to like get like a big loot. You know that one stream, guys? Yeah. So the only person missing was Sunny, and so we decided we would have somebody like have a picture of like Sunny on their phone, and we would just take a picture like that. Oh, there's also an image of this, like a fan art image. It was so cute. Let me show you guys. Boop. Like this. It was so cute. This one. So like, yeah, Wilson put up like a picture of Sunny on his phone, and then we all took a photo together. We called it the Zomboid crew. We're just like, let's go. We're trying to make Sunny feel very FOMO, and I think it worked. But you know what? That's our next goal. Like, our next goal is to have the entire Zomboid crew and be like, hey. So it was really cute. Yeah, it's the hardcore Zomboid stream. Yeah, and I'm really happy. Oh my god, I almost forgot to mention this. Okay, so I didn't notice this until I came home, okay? But after somebody took that photo, I think it was Reimu that took the photo. At the very back of the Zomboid photo, I think the photo was taken at the exact timing of when somebody was making Kill like laugh super hard. So there's this photo, right? So of all like 4 of us, and then if you zoom in on the back, right between like Millie and Albin's like head, like right in between, you see this really, really expressive face of Kill being like, I don't even know how to like. Okay, let me Google like. Kaneko surprised face. It was the most expressive face I've ever seen him make. I think in the photo I was trying to look a little closer as to what was happening, and I think he was probably talking to Nina, and Nina probably said something super unhinged or something for him to make that face. It was fucking hilarious. So right in between, you just see Kill's face, like full surprise but laughter. And I was like, I zoomed in, I screenshotted it, texted it to him, and I was like, this is the funniest shit ever. And he was like, oh my god, this is so funny. It was so funny, guys. Like, I sent it to everyone, and they were all laughing. It was so funny. Like, I didn't even notice this until I came back home, and I was like, looking at our pictures. I was like, oh, this Zomboid crew photo. And then I was like, wait, what's that? Like, what's happening in the background? I like zoomed in, and I just see him laughing his ass off. It's the most like, it's the big, like his mouth was wide open. I was like, what is happening back there? It was so funny. But yeah, so while we were taking the Zomboid crew photo, I don't know what happened, but like that piece of paper like disappeared. So when I came back, the piece of paper was gone. And so I had to ask the server for another one. I was like, do you have a piece of paper we could write on, like a really clean one for an autograph? And the servers were so nice. They were like, oh yeah, I'll get you a really nice piece of paper. So he got me one. And then, I finally got a piece of paper, and I was like, Hoshikawa-senpai, Sister Claire, onegaishimasu. Like, please sign for me and, on this piece of paper. Sister Claire wrote like, I love you, and I was like, I'll never let this piece of paper go. And like, even if I ever become homeless, I'm gonna never sell this. I'm going to like keep it in my heart, attached to me forever. I'm literally going to like put this in like a photo album. I'm not even joking. Like, it's a really scuffed piece of paper, and I don't really care. But I'm going to like keep it in a folder. I'm trying to find like a photo album that can like, be... I might have to cut the piece of paper just slightly, for it to fit the size. But like, I'm gonna laminate it and frame it. Yeah, I'm gonna do everything. my god, I was like, I have never felt like such a winner in my life. And then we kind of all said our goodbyes. And, you know, while we were saying our goodbyes, I think like the JP senpais, you know, because they didn't get a chance to kind of like talk too much with the other table, they kind of took their time going around. They're super kind and super polite. They were like going around to each member and being like, thank you so much for, you know, coming and supporting us, and, you know, for having dinner with us, and goodbye, you know. So yeah, they took their time greeting everybody off, like at the other table. And yeah, it was just such a nice moment, you know. I really think that, like, well, you know, when you meet somebody in real life, I think there's a little bit of a barrier that like kind of washes away just slightly, because, you know, when you see someone face to face, it's a lot different than just through like a computer screen. So it's really nice to see like everybody bonding, and, you know, even if there was like a language barrier, I think everybody had, you know, the desire to really get to know each other. You know, even for someone like me who is super anxious, I still somehow mustered up some sort of courage to kind of like, you know, talk with them. And my Japanese is really bad, guys. So like, low-key, I'm really proud of myself, you know. I'm really proud of Kyo too. He was like really conversing with them too, as best that he could. And Nina, who's just like a conversing machine. And then Shu, and then Pomo was also like interacting with them from across the table and just being really like senpai, you know. Pomo and Nina, they're really good at like talking with people, in my opinion. So it's never a boring conversation when you talk to them. Oh my god. Speaking of Pomo, I don't know if this happened on the same night or a different night, because it was a blur. But so I think Alira, Millie, and Pomo, they were doing some girl stuff. And I was like probably in the bathroom or something, but when I came, cause I heard them like giggling and stuff, so I came over and I was like, "What you guys doing?" You know? And Alira was just like, "We're kissing." Like, you know, well, she didn't say that. I think she was just like, "Oh, Pomo just kissed Millie, and me too." And I was like, "Aw, that's so sweet. I wanna kiss too." In my head, I was like, "Aw, they're all giving each other kisses like on the cheek, you know, or the forehead. It's a really like wholesome thing." And then I was like, "Oh, I want a kiss from Pomo too." Pomo stands up and she's like, "Yeah, I can give you a kiss too." And then I get kind of nervous, because that's just how I am. So I'm like, "Oh, I'm a little nervous now that you've stood up." You know? And Pomo's just like, "Well, you can close your eyes." And yeah, she just told me to close my eyes. So I closed my eyes. And I don't know why, but like I think I was really nervous because like Pomo Rain Puff is gonna kiss me. So I kind of prepare myself, and I, you know, hold my hands together as if I was praying for God or something. I was like, you know, I was very nervous for some reason, you know. More nervous than when Millie and Alira were gonna kiss me. And I was really like thinking that it was just like a peck on the cheek, you know. I was like, oh my god, like I was preparing, like mentally I was preparing my cheeks. I was like, oh my gosh, it's either gonna kiss my left cheek or my right cheek or maybe even my forehead, you know. Those were the three spots that like mentally like my brain cells were preparing for. I was like, it could be any one of those, you know. What I didn't know was that I won a gacha that night. Pomo leaned in and she kissed me on the lips, like a peck. I opened my eyes and I looked at her, and the first thing I was like, whoa, 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 whoa! I can't believe you just kissed me on the lips! Because like when Alira and Millie were mentioning they were kissing, they didn't specify like that they were kissing on the lips. They kind of just was like, oh yeah, we're kissing. So in my head I was like, aw, peck on the cheek, like what we did. What I didn't know was that Pomo literally kissed me on the lips, and I was like, oh my god, I didn't think you'd kiss me on the lips. And then Pomo starts freaking out because Pomo is probably a pretty anxious person deep down too, and she's like, oh, I'm so sorry, I kissed you on the lips. And I was like, no, it's okay, I liked it. So that happened, and ever since then I couldn't quite shake my head off of it, you know. I keep thinking about it. I'm just like, Pomu's lips are so soft and so small, and they're just so wonderful. So yes, everybody, Pomu Rain Puff has kissed me on the lips. So if I were to be cancelled, I would like that to be my next cancelled headliner. You know, Pomu Rain Puff. I keep saying rain cuff. I don't know why. Pomu Rain Puff kisses Enna Alouette on the lips. Yes, I would like that to be the header, because it is completely true. So that was a very special moment that I will never forget. So since then, I haven't washed my hands because of Sister Claire, and I haven't washed my lips because of Pomu Rain Puff. So I'm a very dirty person right now. I'm like, yeah, but I'm a very fulfilling dirty person. Yes. So yeah, you're living the dream. I really am. I didn't even know that I had this dream, but it happened. You know, none of these things were on my bucket list, and none of these things were things that I've ever expected to have experienced in my life, but it happened. And now, honestly, if I die tomorrow, I would probably be okay with that. I'd probably die and be like, well, at least I kissed Pomu and held Sister Claire's hands. Like, what more do I need in life? I don't need money. I don't need love. That's all I need. Beautiful women. And not even just that, like, beautiful women who, like, are respectful and kind. Eternal peace. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. I don't know why, but, like, I was very lucky this trip. Damn. Should have been us, not you. Who the fuck are you? Do I know you? Does she know you? Exactly. Makes sense that I would be the one, not you. I'm sorry. Not everybody in life can get their dreams come true. But I did, and that's the most important part. It was actually wonderful. I like, you know, when I came back home, Ethyria talked about it again. And I told Ethyria, I was like, I'm still processing what happened that night. And she laughed so hard. I was like, it happened so fast that my brain is still on that day. I can tell you guys, it happened like at like nighttime at 10:37 p.m. EST. It was wonderful. And I remember the day too. August 13th. 10:37 p.m. Pomu Rain Puff kissed me on the lips. I just woke up. Did you actually camp or was it fake camping? I think it was fake camping because we were at an Airbnb, but the Airbnb was so scuffed. Wait, I haven't gone to the camping trip stories, Uki. I'm literally still talking about me being kissed by Pomu Rain Puff. Oh yeah, the next thing I want to talk about was Uki's tarot cards, like Uki's reading for me. So, okay, since Uki is here. So Uki asked me what I would like to be read on. Like, you know, cause there's like love, there's like work or career, and then there's like life in general. So I wanted Uki to read about my life in general, cause I want to see if I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna. I wanted to see, like, will I, like, you know, still be alive in the near future. So, you know, it was a very intense moment. I think at that time a lot of people were continuing watching Harry Potter. So we went into another room. It was me and Uki. Kyo was there because he was waiting in line to also get his tarot cards read after me. So he was just kind of on the sofa waiting. So I sit down with Uki, and, you know, I get really nervous because, you know, I was I don't know if I was ready to get my cards read or something. So I told Uki, I was like, can I maybe go after Kyo instead? And then Kyo was like, oh, well, if I'm gonna go first, then let me go to the bathroom, because the kid has to pee like every 3 seconds, right? Uki didn't say anything, and I remember feeling like chills down my spine. Uki looked at me as if he was like looking into my soul, okay? And like the way that Uki was staring at me was as if he wasn't actually looking at me, but like looking into something deeper. I don't know how to explain it, but I was just like, Uki? Are you still Uki? I was like, are you Uki or are you someone else? And then, you know, in the softest, beautifulest voice possible, Uki was like, you're going first. And I was just like, Uki, please stop. I don't know if you're doing this on purpose, but you're freaking me out, you know? I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. Like, oh my god, goodbye. Let me text my father. I love him. You know, tell my baby brother that I'm sorry I couldn't grow up to see him be older. I was like, oh my god, all these people in my life I have to say goodbye to. You know, I was just like, what is happening? So then, you know, I went first. I sat down. It was very quiet. You know, again, like tarot card reading. They need a lot of like emotional, mental strength. So, you know, tried not to say too much, even though low-key I was panicking on the inside. I was like, oh my god, Uki's gonna tell me that I'm gonna die. I'm never gonna live again. Oh my god, I'll die alone, you know? So like, Uki starts laying out the cards, okay? And after he lays out the cards, he looks at it, and he takes a deep breath, and he's like, this is a lot. And I couldn't help but start laughing. I was like, I mean, low-key, that's not really a surprise for me. I mean, like, you know, I was the only one living through my entire life, you know? So, I mean, yeah, it is a lot. But if you can tell that just from, like, looking at cards, holy shit, you really are, like, a psychic. But, like, yeah, Uki takes a deep breath, looks at the cards, and they were like, yeah, this is a lot. And I was like, yeah, I expected this. But then Uki was saying how, like, you know, even... It's a little bit like of a surprise for them, because just seeing it all laid out is very like, I guess a little bit overwhelming sometimes. Well, you know, I probably don't understand because I've never had to read someone else's tarot cards. So I think like for Uki it was like, you know, sometimes probably when they read like other people's tarot cards, they get really like, what's the word, like maybe emotional or like very connected, I guess. So, Uki starts reading my cards. I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember every single card. But, the first few cards probably, like, talked about, like, present, past, and future. So, it was very, like... It was very interesting. It was, like, you can also just tell by the images of the cards whether they were, like, more or less negative or not. Like, you know, there were a lot of, like, dark images, and then there were also, like, lighter images. So, you can kind of get a... feel for like what might have been good or bad. Well, not good or bad, but just like, you know, just the overall presence of it. So, Uki kind of read my past card, and they were saying how like there was like a lot going on and not super good things. And low-key, I was just like, I mean, that is so true, bestie. I mean, mentally ill mom, mentally ill this person, that step grandmother passing away last year. Like, oh my god, yeah, yeah, that card better be fucking dark. Like, I mean, if it was a light card, I'd be like, I think you pulled out the wrong cards. But like, yeah, it was pretty accurate in that sense where it's like, yeah, a lot of things happened and it wasn't really super good things. And then the present was more like, I can't remember the present card, but it wasn't like too bad, I believe. And I think there was like this future card that's like the possibility of like feeling more at peace is definitely there. So that was actually a really good card. And, you know, I don't really know if I'm really there quite yet. But at the very least, like comparing this year to last year, I do feel like I'm a little bit more at peace. I'm sure you guys can tell by like my attitude. I know I still sound like I have a really grumpy attitude, but I'm sure like a lot of people who have spent a lot of time with me and watching my streams could probably tell to some extent that like overall I feel a little bit better. Yeah. So it was really nice to hear that, like, you know, at least in this option that Uki kind of like pulled out the path for, there was like definitely a possibility of feeling more at peace in the future, and that's always nice to hear, you know. And again, like for tarot cards, you kind of like take it. I don't think you should take it too like too hard. I think it's either a really good reminder of what you should probably try focusing on, or like, you know, something that kind of will make you realize like, oh yeah, I have been like this. So overall, I can't really remember specific cards, but overall, what the tarot card kind of taught me was that, you know, I know that I'm very self-deprecating and I make a lot of like, you know, concerning jokes, I guess you could say. Like probably in recent years, my jokes have gotten really dark. And you know, a part of it is really funny, but there's a little bit of truth to like the jokes, you know, just like slightly. So it's not like it's coming purely out of random. And I think Uki was telling me that, like, you know, there has to come to a point where the more you say something, the more you start to like feel that way or like believe it, you know. So for example, if I say that I'm like ugly every single day, I could probably start out not thinking that fully, but I think if you start to say it every day, it'll probably push you to believe it more. So it's kind of like stuff like that. And I totally agree with that. I always kind of knew that at the back of my mind, but it was really nice to have like a reminder and have it laid out in front of me, like, hey, you know, maybe cut down on stuff like that. Not for anyone else's sake, but for your own sake. Because I know that, like, you know, not just from this tarot card reading, but like a lot of my close friends have really told me that, like, you know, as much as I am really empathetic and kind to like the people around me and my loved ones, ironically, I don't really do that too much for myself. And, you know, I do realize it, but not as much as, like, when people call me out for it. Or, like, you know, during the tarot card reading, I was kind of like, oh, that is something that I tend to do. So, for example, like, if I don't do anything productive for a day, I'll tend to really beat myself up. For example, like, if I were to say, like, oh my god, I didn't do anything today and all I did was just, like, you know, sit around. Instead of being like, oh, it's okay, you know, because you work every day, so it's fine. Which is what I would usually say to, like, if my friend said that. But instead of saying that to myself, I would kind of be like, damn, you're so fucking lazy. You should do something. Like, you just wasted a whole day of your life. Congratulations. So, it's funny because, like, I would never say that to my friends. But it's just, like, it's one of the first reactions and first things I think about when it comes to myself. And, you know, I do realize that, but I don't think I realized it to the point where I really did anything about it. So it became kind of like a habit. I think a lot of people probably relate to this. But, yeah, I think, like, most of us probably have to be a little bit more, like, lenient towards ourselves. And I think, like, being nicer and kinder to yourself doesn't necessarily mean excusing yourself of everything. I think there is probably, like, an in-between. Because I know, like, it's sometimes like, oh, but if you excuse yourself too much, you tend to become more lazy. I think there definitely is a fine line between, like, understanding if you really are just being lazy versus if you're just burnt out. So, I definitely know that, like, I probably should be a little bit more nicer to myself, consciously and subconsciously. Which means that, like, the next time I, like, kind of get disappointed in not doing anything for a whole day, I should probably just think, like, well, you kind of did so much, like, this past month. So, I think having a day where you don't do anything is definitely fine. So yeah, that is a little bit of rewiring in the brain, personally, for me. Yeah, so that's what kind of, what the tarot cards and Uki taught me. And another card that Uki was kind of more like concerned about. There was this card where there was like I believe it was a tower, and this tower had like fire on it. And that was like one of the last cards to be flipped. I remember Uki kind of looking at this card and was like, I'm really afraid of this card. And I was like, don't say that. If you say that, I'm gonna like freak out. Yeah, actually, I got 2 readings from Uki. I got the life and the love one, and in both readings, that tower card came up. And that tower card is apparently not really a good card. I think it's just probably like what Uki kind of like told me how they inferred it is like a lot of self-sabotage. And I think Uki kind of said that like, I think sometimes, perhaps, like, even if good opportunities present themselves, perhaps I might feel a little bit more familiar to like negativity, so I tend to kind of like, again, like sabotage it in a way where it's like it would kind of ruin the opportunity, if that makes a lot of sense. So like it basically signifies, well, self-sabotage is just like destruction, right? So, you know, honestly, like as scary as it sounds, it's not something that I haven't really done before. And you know, if I really think about it, it does make sense, so it doesn't really like shock me or anything. Honestly, this tarot card reading was just an update. I was like, oh yeah, I kind of low-key already knew this, but like having somebody else tell me is kind of reminding me like I should probably work on it. But like basically, even if good things happen, I tend to think negatively about it, which is, you know, a form of self-sabotage. And because you already start yourself off with a negative mindset, you probably most likely will like either consciously or subconsciously like kind of, I don't want to say ruin the opportunity, but just like not make it as good as it seems. So that's a little bit like of something I probably do. And again, like I'm a person who grew up, unfortunately, in a lot of unfortunate circumstances. So, you know, I read a lot of psychology books, and it's not so much that I enjoy being in negative environments because nobody does, but it could be because I might feel a little bit more familiar in those situations. You know, familiarity isn't always like good. You know, like if you talk about like somebody who has grown up with like an alcoholic parent, they end up becoming an alcoholic too, most likely, or statistically I mean, because it's just something that they're used to seeing, and you know, stuff like that. So that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not super duper like surprised about that, but it was definitely very nice to see that it I think it was important that it probably popped up in my tarot card reading, because like it's definitely something I don't really work on too much because I don't really think about it too much. But I think like moving forward, I should probably practice being a little bit more mindful about like taking in what's actually good and seeing it as a good thing. Because I do know that like sometimes when really good things happen to me, I super duper doubt it, or like kind of like put a negative assumption on it, and in turn it kind of like just like, you know, it like destroys the opportunity a little bit. So I think that's something that I could definitely work on. I'm not too worried because, you know, I don't really worry too much even if there are bad cards that like pop up in my deck or whatever, because like I know that if I can like realize something, I can totally work on it. I've done it before, you know, like as soon as somebody kind of tells me like, hey, you have to be more conscious on this, like I can definitely work my way towards it. It might be a little bit hard, but I think that's one of the most confident things that I feel about myself, is that I probably can get through it. So yeah, you know, I wanted Uki to also read my love life because I was just curious, and I was like, oh my god, you know, Hoshikawa-senpai said, you know, I was like really cute, and like it just like, so Uki was just like, you know, Uki flipping all the cards for my love reading, and you know, that fucking tower thing comes back, and I'm just like, can you like fuck off, like seriously, You know, I'm just like, okay, I'm so tired of seeing this burning tower. Like, please, like, leave me alone. Okay. Anyway, besides that card, there were other cards that I was like, oh yeah, you know, you should probably like well, I think like the gist of it was maybe the timing right now isn't right. And honestly, deep down, I feel that way too. I think like, I think I really have been putting my focus on other things. I know I complain about being single every day, and I dream about my beautiful husband in the future, but the truth is, in the present moment, I'm really busy, so... Like, I have a lot of shit to do, I'm not gonna lie. Like, even after the stream, I still have, like, another stream, and I have to do some shit. So I'm like, low-key, if I had, like, a boyfriend, you know, I would not have time today to even hang out with them. Like, I'd probably be like, yeah, sorry, I'm busy, you know? So, yeah. It's a lot, like... I think it made a lot of sense. So that's kind of like the gist of that. And then... Yeah, that tower thing kept popping up. And I'm just like, I saw that card. I'm just like, why is that card popping up again? You know, like, what the fuck? You know, like, again, self-sabotage. Like, what? What do you mean self... It was, you know what? It was probably because, like, the first night I was there, we went to the Korean barbecue, okay? I was in the bathroom that didn't lock, okay? Thankfully, nobody came in while I was peeing. But while I was, like, washing my hands and tying up my hairs, this really, really cute boy came in. He came in, he was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. He was one of the cutest boys I've ever seen in my life. I'm not even exaggerating. He was really, really beautiful. Like, he was very handsome. You know, he had beautiful green eyes. I was like, oh my god, he's wonderful. And, you know, like, he came in on me while I was washing my hands, and he was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. He went back out. When I finished washing my hands, I, like, you know, I passed him because he was waiting in line. I was like, yeah, I'm sure you know, but, like, the bathroom on the inside, it doesn't lock at all, so just be very careful. And that was my only interaction with him. And I feel like the tower, you know, probably popped up in the tarot card reading. By the way, the tarot card reading was, like, after this, by the way. Okay, so, like, you know, at that time, I didn't even know. But, like, I definitely self-sabotaged myself at that point because I did not ask that boy for his number, you know? I was like, damn, I really do self-sabotage myself. When that card appeared in my love, you know, reading for tarot card readings, I was like, oh my god, I know what this card is trying to tell me to do. That card was telling me, like, bestie, you missed your chance, you idiot. Like, what's wrong with you? Damn it, that card was right. It was like, oh my god, you fucked up. You're burning. You were in the bath. Nobody else is going to come in on you while you're washing your hands, okay? What are the chances that a door for a bathroom will be super unlocked and for a beautiful man to go through it? Like, what are the chances? You've messed up, you'll never see him again, and now you don't even have, like, any, like, you don't even know the first digit of his number. Like, congratulations, you fumbled. I was like, damn, that tower card really telling me something. So I was like, oh, well, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. So, yeah, I don't know when my next opportunity is gonna be, but, like, I hope it's not gonna be in the bathroom. Because, like, low-key, I was really scared while I was peeing. And I was like, please, don't walk in on me while I'm peeing. I peed so fast. Yeah. So I was like, damn, that tower card was so right. When Uki, like, flipped that card, I was like, I know what that tower card is telling me exactly. So, you know what, guys? If you're very self-aware, I'm sure all of these cards probably are things that, like, you have thought about, but, like, it's really nice for somebody to tell you, like, oh yeah, I think, you know, this could be a thing, or, like, you know, maybe you need to work on this part. And, you know, I'm actually not too comfortable with, like, tarot card readings from anybody else but Uki, because I know that, like, Uki takes it really seriously. They do it in a very, like, gentle and calm way. Uki never makes the person feel uncomfortable, and, you know, if I had to have somebody else read my tarot card readings, I would honestly not really want them to. So, the only person who's ever really done my tarot card reading was Uki, and I'm glad that it has only ever been Uki, because, like, I think anyone else I would be really like, I don't really want to, like, you know, talk about feelings. You know, because Uki has a really good intuition, so I'm sure they know that, like, what some things could be talked about, and, you know, for other things it can just probably be more on, like, just, like, you can kind of just, like, not go too in depth. Like, they're really good at, like, understanding how somebody feels, even if they're not like really vocal about it. So I, as a person who doesn't like being too vocal about how they feel and stuff, because I'm always making jokes and then like masking it with like my wonderful God-given voice, It's very easy for me to mask it, but I think it's also at the same time really hard for me to like, first of all, take myself seriously and also make sure that I convey how I actually feel to other people, which usually I don't want to do because I'm just like that. So it's nice to have somebody just kind of see through that a little bit. So yeah. So, yeah, I gotta work on that. Okay, maybe next year I'll ask Uki for another tarot card reading and hopefully that tower thing doesn't appear again, Like, my goal is to make sure that tower card does not appear again. Or next year. So, let's all pray, okay? Let's all pray. Okay, so then the next person who got their tarot card reading was Kyo, and, because he was after me, so I felt like, since he was like kind of there for my tarot card reading, I would be there for his. And also I just wanted to see what would happen, I low-key was also like, bestie, are you gonna die soon? Like, I'm sorry, but I'm kind of low-key worried. Oh, I'm not even joking, guys. This was the most craziest thing ever. While Uki was flipping over the cards, the very last bottom right corner card that Uki flipped, I'm not even joking, it said death. I'm like, you guys can ask Uki and Kyo, like, literally, it said death. And the image of this card was terrifying. I couldn't even, like, make out what it was. But first of all, the overall color of the image was black. Okay? And then, I don't really know what was, like... I can't quite, like, describe what was, like... in this darkness. But I could kind of see something that kind of looked like a moose. Or maybe a deer. I think it had antlers. But anyways, this card is really scary looking. And of course, like, because I don't know anything about like the cards. So just looking it based off of the image and the title of the card, which was death, I looked at Kyo. Me and Kyo laughed so hard. First of all, we laughed so hard. And then there was like a part of me that like started overthinking. And I like low-key almost teared up. I was like, this is so fucking funny. But like, I don't know how to feel. Like, I felt really weird. It was like the weirdest mix of emotions I've ever felt. Which like, this happens. Sometimes when you feel really sad, you cry, right? But this was so weird. It was like, it was so fucking funny. But it was also like, this was before I knew what the card meant, which actually isn't even that bad at all. But like, I also was like, oh my god, like,
I might actually like get a little emotional. Like, I'm not really ready for Uki to say like, yeah, it doesn't really look like you'll be living long. I'm like, should I be here? Like, should I leave? I look at Kyo. I'm like, bestie, when Uki reads that last card, if you need me, like, I'm here. And then Kyo looked at me like, yeah, please stay here. And it turns out that this card is actually not even bad. Like, the tower card is way worse than this. Can you believe it? Like, my burning tower card is way worse than the card that says death. I'm just like, bro, how did you get a nice card and I didn't? Like, so basically, that card signifies, like, rebirth or something. So, like, it could be, like, the rebirth of, like, I don't quite remember what was being described, but I think it was more like, letting go of like certain things and then kind of like starting anew. So it's actually not super bad. Yeah, it depends on the context, but based off of like Kyo's overall tarot card reading, it was pretty good. I'm not gonna really go too much in depth because it's not my tarot card reading, so I want you guys to hear about it from Kyo. But I'm just gonna talk about that one death card scared the living shit out of me, and for like almost like 1/3 of the tarot card reading for Kyo, I couldn't stop laughing because I just thought it was so fucking funny. But also at the same time, I was like low-key kind of like tearing up a bit, but I was like, oh my god, what's happening? I was also like, a little tired and sleep deprived, so like maybe like I was all over the place too. But oh my god, I was like, it was just, can you believe this? It was just
Like, how? This is like, you can't even script this shit. Like, how? I just remember seeing it flipped and I reading it. I was just like, no fucking way. No fucking way. Oh my god, it was so funny, but it was like, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. Yeah. But yeah, it was like, it was definitely a moment. It was really, really fucking funny. I was like dying. So, yeah. But yeah, thank you, Uki, for reading our tarot cards. Honestly, like, props to Uki, because, like, not only did they read, like, my cards, but they also read, like, a lot of other people's cards. And, you know, I'm sure, like, they've done, like, tarot card reading streams before, and they've talked about how mentally exhausting it is. So it does take quite a bit out of Uki. So thanks so much for reading our tarot cards. It was definitely like pretty, like, for somebody who's pretty self-aware and stuff like that. I still feel like I learned something from it. I got something out of it. So my next step is just to be a little bit more mindful about myself. But I'm really happy to hear that, like, one of the cards that I got was like a really, really healthy, good support system. There was a very nice card that had the image of like a bunch of hands like reaching out towards a person. And yeah, I mean, like, I do have amazing friends around me. And I feel like that's probably why, like, I feel more at peace nowadays, is because they've really helped me out. So that card was pretty much really accurate in terms of like how I am feeling recently. So yeah, it was really nice. And Alu Peas. Yeah, sure, if you guys want to self-insert yourself, go ahead. Honestly, it could honestly be that reason too, but you know, I don't want to give you guys too much credit because then you guys all go crazy. I want to start something, you know. But yeah, like, it was a really fun experience. So that happened during the trip too. And then, you know, something else that happened was the Koshin watch along. And again, like, I tried to stay up, but I kind of just passed out eventually. I think Babu, Shu, like, they all tried to stay up a bit too. And Alira probably was the one that succeeded the most, because Alira just stays up very often. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. And you know, my team unfortunately did not win because, like, yeah, this game is rigged. But yeah, I was like, oh my god, Reimu and I were on the same Koshin team, VR West, and, you know, like, every time Reimu would, like, bat or something, and kind of, like, the RNG for Reimu's character wouldn't really do too well, I would, like, it was really fun to just look at Reimu, glare at her, and be like, come on, bitch, you can do better than that, bitch, like, what are you doing? And Reimu was just like, you know this is RNG, right? And I'm just like, yeah, but I just want to shit on you because you're, like, literally right in front of me, so I think it's really funny. So it's really funny that, like, yeah, it was really funny to just tease Reimu in real life, you know? I really enjoyed doing that, you know? You know, it's a little bit more fulfilling when you tease somebody in real life versus just over a computer screen, you know? Just seeing their expressions, I feed off of that, you know? So yeah, it was really fun. I had so much fun getting to know everybody and talking with everybody. And, you know, I also got to see Ike again as well, and that was really nice. Because I've met Ike before too, but it was just really nice to see him again too. Yeah, we hung out a little bit. Like, you know, there were a lot of people. So most of the time, a lot of us were kind of like mingling. And then like during like lunches and dinners, like we got kind of like segregated because there was just so many people. So we had to like sit at different tables. But yeah, I mean, we also had kind of like just like a slight mini karaoke in the Airbnb. You know, nothing too big, but there was just like some moments in the Airbnb where we were just like kind of singing and vibing, and it was really nice to like hear everybody sing and stuff like that. So yeah. Oh my god, I totally forgot to mention this, but for like one of the first dinners, there was a table where like well, everybody was kind of like mingling, and then eventually, like, I think Vox, Wilson, and I believe one of the Mane-sans were sitting at a table, and then a bunch of us were sitting at what used to be like okay, originally like me, Reimu, Millie, and Pomo were at this table, but then like, you know, people started mingling, and eventually like, oh no, and Rosemi was at that table too. Eventually, like, Albin and Kyo moved over to our table, and then Vox, Wilson, and Mane-san, they were having, like, their own conversation. And then, like, when the dessert came, like, they had, I think, like, Vox's table had more desserts than us, even though we had, like, more people. So then, I don't know what the fuck people were on that night, but everybody was super hyper. We started singing Happy Birthday really randomly for, like, Albin. I don't know how or who started it, but, like, it just kind of happened where all of us would just start saying happy birthday, and Albin would get kind of like flustered, like, okay guys, like, you know, I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. I think I was like pretty embarrassed too, like, oh my god, we were taking so much attention from the restaurant. I was like, okay guys, if we were to get doxxed, this would be it, like, literally. But like, was it Millie? I don't remember. You know what, if Millie started it, that makes the most sense. But like, eventually we like pressured Kyo into like stealing cake from the other table, and you know, for some reason we named him the advocate for women. So like, Kyo our woman is a thing now. And you know, especially Pomu was really hyped up about stealing cake from the other table. And you know, like, again, like Wilson, Vox, and Mane-san, they were kind of just having like a very casual conversation. So then when Kyo kind of like did a war cry and stole their... we all know that Kyo's war cry is not really like a war cry where it's like, ah! Like, his war cry is, ah! So he did that, went over, stole the cake. We as barbaric women start like doing like a fucking, like, I don't know, like chant, like, after he gets the cake to our table, we're just like, but yes, woman, you know, empowerment. And I was just like, what is going on? And then like, Pomu also wanted to steal another cake later on. And Pomu has a really strong war cry, okay? Pomu, like, when she screams, like, it's literally like a very, very... it's a scream. Like, it's not like some pussy ass, like, kills, you know? It's like a legit... So Pomu goes over, she goes like, this is our cake now! She, like, takes the cake. Vox, Wilson are just like, what the fuck is going on? Vox was even like, if you guys want to take the cake, you can just ask. I'd be happy to share it. I'm just like, I don't think they just want to, like, you know, ask. I think they wanted to make a statement, you know? So, like, Pomu literally destroyed that table while taking the cake. Took it back, and, you know, we do the barbaric woman chant again, like, boom, boom. You know, I have no idea what was happening. Everybody was so loud. Then we started singing Happy Birthday again. I have no idea what the fuck it was happening, but it was such a fun time. Everybody was high on something. I don't know what, but they definitely didn't share. I'm just joking, by the way. But like, holy shit, like, they were just so hyper. Like, it was so much fun. And I have no idea what's happening, you know? Like, now we have like representation for women. So people who are like representing women at that table were me, Pomu, Albin, Kyo, Millie, Reimu, and Rosemi. Like, we were like the advocates for, like, you know, I don't know, but like, oh, anyway, by the way, guys, there were other like people at this restaurant too. Like, you know, you could tell that they weren't like anime fans because they were like middle-aged. There was like this one woman who had like a bird nest hair, and it was pretty crazy. It was like really tall looking. She looked like she was from the fucking like Victorian era or something. But anyways, you could just honestly tell that none of these people knew Niji, thank God. But like, still, there was like a couple more people. While like, this was towards the end of the night, so like there were less people in the restaurant, but there were like, you know, middle-aged couples kind of sitting there, and they must have thought like, oh my god, these kids need to die. Like, they probably hated us so much. We were so loud. And I was just like, I'm so sorry. You know what? At the end of the day, even though I am unhinged, I feel like when other people get hyper, that's when I start realizing like, I'm not really as hyper as everybody thinks, you know? I say some crazy shit, but then like, No, oh my god, it was so loud, everyone. Like, I was like, low-key, like, oh my god, are we gonna get in
Trouble? Like, please, everybody, calm down.
But it's okay, we were more like, we were kind of more segregated, so we were at least private, so I think it's fine, but we were pretty loud. You know it's bad when Enna's the voice of reason. I just want you guys to know I'm usually the voice of reason. You know? So yeah. Did y'all tip well? Yeah, I did. I paid for my table because I was having such a fun time. Also, like, I felt like because, like, you know, Canada is my home. So for people that were, like, coming into Canada, I felt like it made sense for me to at least, like, pay for the table. Because, like, you know, it's my home. So it's kind of like welcome to my home, sort of. Even though, like, I didn't live specifically in the city. But you know, I think it's mostly like, this is something I do in my family. So, like, in my family, we're kind of taught to, like, so for example, if my friends visit Japan, which is also my home too, or if, like, my friends visit Canada, it makes sense that, like, you know, you would kind of pay for their meal for the first dinner meal, I guess. So, you know, I
looked at the bill and I was like, oh shit.
I looked at it, I'm like, oh, I feel like,
yeah, so I'm not going out for the rest of this month or September. Like, yeah. But yeah, don't worry guys. I made sure like the tip was good because, like, you know, we were very loud. And I felt kind of bad and I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Suddenly cake isn't empowering. Oh my god. Yeah, I was like, damn, good thing we stole some cake because that was technically free. So yeah.
But it was a lot of fun. Honestly though, I really enjoyed it. And I really had a great time with everybody. So, yeah. It was really nice to see everyone have fun. And yeah, I really think that, like, I'm really lucky this year to meet so many people. Like, it's crazy that, like, I met so many EN people, you know, during the summer of this year. But also, like, I met quite a bit of people, like, when I was in Japan earlier this year in March and April. Like, I can't believe I met Petra for the first time. And, you know, Malako and Kotoka-chan. And I also got to see, like, Reimu for the first time. And yeah, I just met so many people this year. Like, it's crazy. Like, it doesn't even feel like it's all in the same year. But it has been this entire year. So yeah, I had a lot of fun. And it was, you know, really lovely meeting everybody. Yeah, 2023 was wild, but in a good way. I feel like, compared to last year, it's a lot more fun. So yeah. Okay, guys. Can I go to the bathroom? Because low-key I gotta pee. So when I come back, we can talk about camping stories. I think that's all I wanted to mention. I don't... Like, that's all I kind of wrote for jot notes. Oh, yeah, and I also wanted to say that, like, I don't know why, but, like, when I met up with Rosemi this month, like, I felt like... You know, I have met Rosemi a couple times before, but... Because I think there were so many other new people, I felt like Rosemi became one of the people that I could, like, you know, cling onto a lot. So a lot of the times when I was feeling a little bit anxious because we were just like around a lot of fucking people, I would just kind of like hook onto Rosemi's arms and she would let me, and it was just a really nice way of just like her showing me that she was comfortable with that, and me also kind of like having an anchor friend. So it was really nice. I feel like I really got much more comfortable with Rosemi because we're both shy, right? So it takes some time, but especially this time because there were so many people, she really became
One of the people that like emotionally supported me. I was like,
Rosemi-chan, I'm so anxious. And then she'll kind of be like, don't worry, we can be anxious together, you know, something like that. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, the hand holding. I totally forgot about that. I can't remember, like, very small stories. I think it was so funny because there's so much fan art of, like, Shu, Millie, and I holding hands. Okay, guys, your minions, before you cancel us for going, like, for holding your Kami Oshi's hand, just hear us out, okay? So, I think we were, like, interrogating Shu on, like... Also, Nina was there, by the way, okay? So we were interrogating Shu because Shu is just so wholesome and we like to, like, interrogate, like, wholesome people. So, okay, I'm gonna tell you guys the seating arrangement. So Shu was sitting on a chair. And Millie and I were on, you know, his left and right side, sitting on the ground. And across from Shu was Nina sitting on the sofa. Okay? So Nina was kind of like, so, Shu, have you ever, like, held hands with anybody? And she was just like, no, I've never held hands with anybody ever. And this is probably where, like, Babu synergy comes in. Babu and I, like, not even, like, less than a millisecond, Babu and I both in complete perfect sync held out our hands. And I just want you guys to know that Shu had his arms crossed the whole time, you know, while he was sitting. Babu and I pulled out our hands. And we waited for Shu to, like, hold our hands. And then Nina kind of, like, joined in afterwards. She, like, got off the sofa, went on the ground, and, you know, she was, like, in front of Shu, and she was like, oh, me too, me too. Shu at that moment seemed very... Like he was like, he wasn't sure how he could hold all of our hands since he only had 2 hands. So because Millie and I were both at his left and right side, he held our hands. But it was really funny because you know how his arms were crossed? He didn't think to uncross them. He just held them like crossed. So basically his left hand was holding me on the right. And then his right hand was holding Millie on the left. So it was really funny. And Nina sees this. And she's like, I can't believe you just rejected me. And she was like, I don't know. I only have 2 hands. What am I supposed to do? Hold your hand with my feet? And I was just like, honestly, if you did that, I'm talking about this on stream. So he didn't end up doing that, obviously. But it was just really funny, and Nina being, you know, Nina, very dramatic mother, was just like, I can't believe you held their hands and not mine. Like, this is discrimination because I'm older or whatever. You know, you don't hold hands with hags. And I'm just like, oh my god. But yeah, Millie and I have officially become the first, ever persons to hold Shu Yamino's hand. And honestly... yeah, I'm just gonna say that right now. I love how I actually saw Shu talk about this on stream, and he did it in the most casual way. And then I loved how right afterwards he was like, but don't worry, my rice purity score didn't decrease. And I'm just like, that's what you're worried about? Really? That's what, like, I, like, immediately after he talked about that story, he just went on to say, don't worry, my rice purity score is still the same. I was just like, okay, well... Damn. Like, he got to hold hands with the 2 sexiest women of NIJISANJI EN. And the first thing he thinks about is his reputation in the rice purity score. At this point, I think he's trying to, like, set a record or something. I know. I was just like, what the fuck? But anyways, it's okay, yeah, minions. It was purely platonic, okay? Because after we held hands, I washed my hands because I had to go pee. Which I have to do right now, so I'm gonna be back. I need to go pee. Oh my god, you know, like, adding on to the holding hands with Shu thing, the thing that I was most surprised about is that the minions are actually so, like, they're so chill and so, like, cute. Like, I think after that story was told on somebody's stream, I'd probably, like, Shu and Millie's, like, there was like an abundance of fan art of, like, Millie and I holding Shu's hands. Like, you know, in a very, like, cute platonic way, you know? There were so many cute fan art of it, and I was just like, oh my god, like, what a wholesome community. It was so cute. There were so many. Wait, I want to see if I can show you guys one. Hold on. Like, there's already one right here. Like, I already see it. This one was posted just like a couple minutes ago. It's crazy. So like this one, for example. Yeah. So thank you guys for all the wonderful fan art. Not just for like this specific story, but like a lot of other ones too. Like this one is so cute. Aww. It was wonderful. Oh yeah, and then, okay, before I forget, there was this other story. This happened on one of the earlier nights, I believe. But like, Nina took us to karaoke. And Nina drank so much, okay? Nina has a very, very high alcohol tolerance. So you guys know that, like, when Nina is drunk, that means she has probably drank so much that, like, nobody else could keep track of it. So Nina took us to a karaoke, and, you know, karaoke's, like, we usually do it at nighttime. But, like, this karaoke was the longest karaoke I've ever been to, okay? And as it got towards the end of the night, Mom just got more and more hyper. So Mom was, like, sitting beside Shu, and, you know, poor Shu, because, like, he was kind of, like, against the corner. But, like, Mom was just kind of like, oh my god, Shu, please duet this with me! Like, let's sing this together! And, you know, Shu was not in any way uncomfortable, you know, because, you know, we also asked him, and he was kind of just, like, chilling, so he was having a lot of fun, too. And surprisingly, like, Shu, when he was singing, he was, like, going all out, too. Like, I've never heard Shu so loud in my life. Like, he was, like, growling and singing, and I was just like, what the fuck? Where is this energy, you know? Like, you don't even have this energy in Valorant. Like, what's happening? I even, like, after he sung songs, I'd be like, Shu, are you an angry person? And then he just, like, laughed, and he's like, no, I just really like singing. And I was like, why don't you sing like this? Why don't you do, like, karaoke and sing like this? And he's like, oh, well, I don't really feel the need to do that. And I'm just like, what does that mean? But he was incredible. But, like, Nina was also, because, you know, Nina was slightly drunk at the time, so she, like, her reactions were like, you know how Nina's very extroverted, so her default reactions are pretty, like, expressive, but when she's even more drunk, she's even more expressive. So Nina, and I was sitting next to Nina, okay? So she was in the corner, Nina was beside him, and I was beside Nina. And so, like, Nina kept looking at me like, Shu is an amazing singer! I can't believe he's a way better singer than me! Oh my god, I can't sing anymore. After Shu sings, I can't sing. But she kept saying that, but then every time Shu sung, she would put in a song for herself. And I was like, I thought you said you were gonna sing after Shu sings. And she's like, yeah, but you know, I love karaoke. It was so funny. And then, like, as the night went on, around like 1 or 2 a.m., Nina just got more and more hyper. Every single person besides Nina was low-key dying, except for, like, Nina. And Shu was actually, like, he was probably one of the more, like, you know, he wasn't, like, he didn't really look that tired, but he wasn't, like, super duper hyper. But, you know, he was just kind of like Shu. He was, like, the normal Shu that he was. So, but, like, Reimu was about to fucking pass out. Millie and I were, like, on the fucking, you know, karaoke couch, kind of, like, about to, like, pass out too. Wilson and Vox, they were, like, dying too, you know. Occasionally they would sing, but then, you know, we were all tired, okay? We were all so fucking tired. And Nina just got crazier. It was almost as if Nina took the living soul out of each and every single person in that karaoke room, and she was just going Super Saiyan. It was so funny. You know, as the night went on, we hit 2 a.m. and that's when, you know, our time was up. So the karaoke staff came in. They're like, oh, it's 2 a.m. so your time is up. And we were all like, oh my god, we can go home. And then Nina stands up, takes out her wallet, and she's like,
another hour.
I look at Babu, I look at Reimu, I look at Kyo, I'm like,
Oh my god, somebody has to stop this woman. Right?
so Nina wanted to sing for another hour, and we're all like, oh my god, how is she able to function? Like, we were all like dead, you know? And she honestly, like, Nina was singing really well. Like, she was telling me how she really wanted to show me her improvement in singing, and that she was really like she was kind of, I guess she wanted to do a better job, but she couldn't because she was drinking so much. So she told me that the next day, I believe. But I was telling Nina, like, you know what? Like, even if you think that it wasn't your best, it was still really good. And I can definitely tell the improvement. So even if you were drunk and super hyper off of our souls or whatever, you did a great job, you know? But she was like, next time I'm gonna do even better. And I'm just like, just make sure next time we don't sing until 3 a.m., okay? Next time, don't drink too much. So, like, Nina was super into this karaoke. And then it got to a point where, like, she wouldn't sit down anymore. Like, every single time she sung, even if it was a duet with Shu, she would stand up. She would stand up, and she would, like, arch her back backwards like it was the fucking, like, tunnel of, like, an alleyway. Like, her back was arched back so far, I thought she was gonna fall over. She arched her back so far while she was singing. I don't know what kind of song she was singing. Like, it started off as English songs and then a little bit of Japanese songs, and then she just got into like Russian songs, and I'm just like, okay, like now we're just going into like territory that like nobody can, because you know when we're singing like English songs, as at least like some people kind of know it and we kind of sing together, and then you know the same thing for Japanese songs, and then she just like started singing Russian songs and nobody could sing with her because like how the fuck, like we don't know anything. It's so funny. It was so fucking funny. She was so into it. Honestly, like, we started this karaoke at like 10 p.m. but by fucking 2 a.m. it wasn't a karaoke anymore. It was a fucking Kosaka concert. Like, I was like, let's go, mom. Like, I was so tired, but you know, I was really impressed by like how much energy she had. And then we were noticing that like Nina was really like, she was losing it. She was not herself anymore. At some point, she would just start screaming. She'll be like, ah! Like it wasn't even part of the song anymore. She'd just be like screaming. She was like, I don't know what she was on, guys, but it was crazy, okay? I'm so glad I left after 1 hour. Oh yeah, Uki was in the karaoke, but Uki left early because, you know, they were probably really tired from the convention. And they had to prepare for it too. So Uki, you're so lucky you left after an hour. I mean, not to say that it wasn't fun or anything, but it definitely like was very long. And so at some point, like Babu and I look at each other, we're like, oh, we have to like, you know, because when you're too hyper in the night, you tend to like feel very like restless afterwards, especially because like, you know, everybody was gonna go home and sleep. So Babu and I were like looking like, oh my god, let's put in a song, let's sing songs that are like very like quiet and very like smooth, okay? So just kind of like bring the energy back down, you know? It wasn't even like, the energy wasn't even like dead or anything, it was just way too high, you know? It was like going beyond the roof of the karaoke, and Millie and I were just like, okay, let's put in songs that are like really, you know, like quiet and calm. So me and Babu put in Taylor Swift, Safe and Sound. I don't know if you guys know that song. It's like, it'll be alright, sun is setting soon. You know, it was so funny because like Nina would finish a fucking rock song like, and then afterwards Babu and I would be like, okay, let's sing like a quiet, like energy conserving song. So, you know, it was almost like, I think it was really funny because the song that we picked, and this wasn't intentional, but the song that we picked was almost like a cry for help. It was just like, it was called Safe and Sound. And I just thought it was really funny that we sung that after she sung. And then, you know, we would bring the energy a little bit down, but then Nina would just like bring it back up again. The next one would be like, oh, I have a song I want to put in. And it would be like Russian. And then like me and Baba were just like, oh my God. Like it was like definitely like, you know, an up and down energy thing. And, you know, Nina was arching her back so much that, like, Kyo was dying. Kyo was trying not to laugh because, you know, again, like, Nina was a little bit drunk. So we didn't want her to, like, think that we were laughing at her singing. It was more of her, like, her actions that she was doing some crazy shit. I'm not gonna lie. So like Kyo didn't want to laugh because he didn't want her to misunderstand that he was laughing at like the back arching was insane, guys. Like I'm so surprised she's that flexible. But so Kyo was trying to like hold in his laughter, and he like put his sweater on top of his face, but like there was like a little bit of a peek, like he peeked through it at some point, and I just saw tears running down this boy's face. I was like, are you okay? I've never seen him laugh so hard to the point where he starts crying. Like it was like, I think it was because he was trying to contain it, because we all know that like when Kyo laughs it's really loud, right? But he was trying not to laugh super loudly, because we didn't want to interrupt her singing as well. But so that's why he was like super duper trying to contain his laughter, and the result of that was just like a bunch of tears running down his face. And I've just like, I was looking at him, laughing at him, and Babu was looking at him and laughing at him too. Reimu was just dead. Reimu was just like, get me out of here. It was so funny. And I was just like, this was honestly, I think this might have been like the first night that we were all like gathered, or maybe like the second night, but it was pretty like early on. So, we were all kind of like jet lagged and stuff like that. Tired from like traveling. I mean, not traveling, like tired from transportation. So, it was just incredible that like out of everyone, Nina was just the only one standing. And then it finally hit 3 a.m. and everybody just like left as quickly as like, as quickly as my mom left me. So, it was like, it was so funny. Yeah, it was such a fun time. And then, surprisingly, the next day, Nina completely died. Nina's the type of person to like go all out and then just die the next day. The next day, she could barely get out of bed. She was just like, yeah, I don't feel so good. So, yeah, it was so funny. And don't worry, she like eventually felt a lot better. But I just thought it was like so funny that like, she was so happy, and I was really happy seeing her happy too.
I miss Nina so much.
She was so happy. Man. And I was really happy too. But you know what? Maybe next time we could not end at 3 a.m. Because it was like... Because then we, again, like I always have to shower before I sleep. So I ended up sleeping at like 4 or 5. So... That was like... fun. But yeah, I think... Okay, now I think I've talked about everything I wanted to talk about. It was so much fun. She used up her battery. Okay, no. You know how like most people have social batteries? Nina does not have a social battery. She is like the motherboard of all batteries, okay? So you know how like you need to charge your social battery? So you would charge your social battery with a motherboard, okay? She is like a fucking... She's like a fucking like a power plant. Like actually, like there's just running energy all the time. Like she is the mineral that provides every single type of energy that is needed for the earth to move and for people to live and breathe air. Like that is how much energy that Nina Kosaka has. It's insane. Like she's not something that you find on Earth. You have to like go into like another galaxy, travel light years to a planet to find like her species. And I think there's only one of her. It was crazy. And I loved every single second. It was so funny. Like it's insane. Every time I think that I have like, better stamina, I just look at Nina and I'm like, never mind. I am finite? No, yeah, finite. Like limited. I'm limited. So it was so... It was just so I loved it. You know, I really like hanging out with everyone. Okay, and now the camping story. So like I just came back from camping yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, the day before that. Sorry, yesterday I had a day off because I was tired. And Babu came back, you know, with me off obviously. So the camping trip was with like my in real life friends. I know, right? I have friends, but like these friends I don't really see that often. We probably see them like once or twice every year. And one of them is about to like leave to another country soon, so we thought we would, you know, spend a little bit more time with each other. Yeah, these friends are like friends we made like from our old workplaces. And you know, like I say camping, but it wasn't like, I think Babu was calling it glamping or like glorified camping, cause like, you know, we weren't like camping in a tent or anything. We had an Airbnb. And the Airbnb, like we were in a very countryside place, you know. This was, you know, obviously in Canada, but like we went to like the rural, and you know, the rural, there is no Asian food, guys. Like there's no Uber Eats, there's no Ubers. There's only Western food, okay? The nearest grocery shop was like a 20-minute drive or something, or something like that. So like honestly, it was like the most countryside experience that you can have. So first of all, this Airbnb, it wasn't too bad, you know. The Airbnb itself was pretty okay. It was more like a cabin style. You know, I shared a bed with Babu, so that was very nice. You see any bears or mooses? No, I never saw any bears or mooses, but okay, so this was one of the stories, okay? So, one of the nights, only a couple of us stayed up till like 6 a.m. talking about our feelings, you know? Because we were really catching up with our individual personal lives, and there was a lot. Like, a lot of us were talking about like what happened, you know, the past year, and you know, it was just like a very like intimate conversation, very emotional. Not everybody was awake for it, you know. Eventually, like, people kind of went off to bed because they couldn't stay up as long anymore. But I was actually one of the few that like stayed up to the very end, surprisingly. But you know, because I slept at like 6 a.m. thinking that, you know, I'd be able to wake up at like 10 or 11. Because that was the plan, was to kind of go to the beach at around like noon. So if we just had to wake up before then would be fine. The thing that I didn't expect was that when I went to bed at 6 a.m., 2 hours later at 8 a.m., you know, 8:30 a.m., a stranger knocks on our door. And I'm telling you guys, we're in the middle of nowhere, okay? Our closest neighbor was like a 10-minute drive. Like, we were like in the middle of nowhere and there was absolutely nobody else around us, okay? A stranger knocks on our door, and this stranger knocks on the door so loud. I cannot believe that nobody else in this Airbnb heard this knock, because as soon as they knocked, I heard it. I heard it from the very first knock. And you know, me being an introvert and very anxious and not liking people, I kind of usually, when I hear a knock, I kind of just ignore it and wait for them to go away. But this guy was knocking at our Airbnb door. Like, he did it like at least 8 times, so he was very adamant. So after the 3rd or 4th knock, I finally get up and I go to like... So the knock was literally like this. It was like... It was so loud. It was very aggressive. It was very loud. It was very scary. Okay, so I ignore that, right? And then he goes, and then he knocks again. He's like... I think after the 2nd or 3rd knock, like, it wakes Babu up, and Babu's just like, what's that sound? And then he knocks again. And I'm just like, I don't know, but I'm waiting for somebody to kind of like, you know, pick up the door, and you know, that somebody's not gonna be me. And then, you know, nobody wakes up to it. It just keeps fucking knocking. I'm just like, okay, like, if nobody's gonna go answer the door, I guess I'll be the first sacrifice. So he knocks again. I open the door, and I see this like man in a what's it called? The light vest. What's it called? You know that orange vest that people wear, you know, for construction? What's that thing called? I don't know. Like a... Get a weapon? Well, you know, my weapon was my words, so it's fine. You know, I was like, low-key, I wanted to die anyway, so this is a good Oh yeah, reflective vest. So he was wearing that. Okay? I open the door. Okay? I open the door. I'm like, good morning. Okay, but first of all, before I open the door, I did sneak a peek in the window to make sure that he didn't have a weird weapon. He was just a man standing there, you know, he didn't have anything on him. So I did make sure that, you know, he wasn't holding something weird. So I did like peek through the window just to see. So I opened the door, looked at him, and I was like, good morning, sir. And you know, I am a person that doesn't usually use sir unless I'm terrified. You know, usually I just be like, hey, good morning. But you know, we're in the middle of nowhere. This man just pops up, knocking at a door like fucking 8 times at the decibel volume of like 152. And I'm just like, alright, I think I have to be as polite as possible so this man doesn't fucking shoot my brains out, you know? So I'm like, okay, like if I die, then today's the day. Let's open the door. I open the door. I'm like, hello, good morning, sir. And I just want you guys to know I did not put my glasses on because I was too, like, you know, everything happened so fast. I totally forgot to put my glasses on. So, like, you know, I couldn't see this guy very clearly. I was just like, I knew that he was, like, old. But, like, I couldn't quite see the features. And I'm like, damn, I'm such an idiot. Like, if he did something, like, really bad, then I wouldn't be able... I wouldn't even be able to describe how this man looks like because I didn't have my glasses on. So, like, I'm standing in front of the door kind of like, good morning? You know, I'm squinting because I can't see him. And the guy leans up against the door and he's like, do you live here? And I'm like, yes. You know, I didn't want to say that we were here for an Airbnb trick. I just wanted to give as less information as possible, you know? And when he asked me if I lived here, I was just gonna say yes because obviously I was already in this Airbnb, so there's no point saying like, no, we're just a couple of folks at an Airbnb. I just wanted to not answer him, give him super duper vague answers, okay? So he was like, do you live here? And I'm like, yes, sir. And he's like, do you see that over there? He points behind him, and he pointed behind him, and he's like, do you see that? Do you see what happened over there? And again, like, I don't have my glasses, okay? I cannot see shit, okay? But, you know, judging the situation, he is wearing, like, the orange vest, so he must have some sort of concern, like, environmentally, because, you know, in the countryside, like, people are a little bit more, like, mindful of the environment. So the only other thing I could think about was like, oh shit, is there a bear nearby, you know? Because, you know, there were some signs saying that, like, there could be possible bears roaming around. So he pointed to, like, the back. And he was like, do you see over there what happened? And I'm like, I fucking can't see shit. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I could not see shit. It was blurry as fuck. It was really far away. He pointed over there. I don't know what he was pointing to, but I just know that it was very, very fucking blurry. I was like, what the fuck? I squinted so hard and I still couldn't see, so I just kind of like assumed. I was like, is that a bear? I was like, is that a bear? It was like, no, it's not a bear. It's garbage. And I was like, oh, you scared me. Goodbye, sir. You know, who cares? Like, garbage? Oh, ooh, that's so scary. Ooh. I was like, oh. You know, I literally could not see. I was like, is that a bear, sir? He was like, no, it's garbage. He thought I was being sassy, but low-key, I wasn't. I was just, like, blind as fuck. I couldn't see anything. I was super duper blind. I was like, what is he pointing to? He pointed to, like, this trash bin, but like, because I couldn't see it, I thought it was, like, a bear because it was, like, really big. It was like brown, and I was just like, oh my god, is that a bear? But that bear isn't even moving, you know? So I was just like, okay, I guess it is a bear. And then he was just like, no, it's garbage. And I'm just like, in my head, I'm like, oh shit, pollution. What shall I ever do? So I didn't say anything. I was just like a little confused as to why he was like really aggressive and mad. And he was like, the garbage over the trash bin over there wasn't latched properly. So last night a bear came in and rummaged through the garbage, and that's why there's garbage all over the roads and all over your property and into the forest. And you know what happens when you have garbage leaving out like that? He was so fucking angry. He was like, you know what happens when there's garbage all over the roads
and the forest. And I was just like, no sir, what happens, you know? I know what happens. It starts to smell really bad, and especially in the summertime. I was like, but I didn't want to be sassy, you know? I didn't want to like cause trouble. So I was just like, no sir, I don't know what happened. And also, sir, I just had like 2 hours of sleep, sir. And I low-key can't process everything that you're saying. I just know that there's no bear and you're just pointing at garbage. So at least there's like, you know, at least we're safe, sir. You know, I didn't say all of that, but in my head I was saying that. I was just like, bro, I can't process anything you're saying right now. I'm really fucking tired. I'm like, you woke me up like 2 hours into my REM sleep, and now I'm low-key, like, I was shaking. Not because I was like scared of him, but I was shaking because I didn't have enough sleep. I was so sleep deprived. So he was like, when we have garbage all over the roads and the forest, that will attract other bears. And that could be really dangerous, because if other people see these bears roaming around, they could shoot them, and that's really bad for the bears. We do not want to decrease the population of bears. So basically, this guy was a bear simp, okay? So I was talking to not a fucking psychopath, not a criminal, but a bear simp. And I was like, damn, this guy really liked bears. And I totally understand. Like, I am all for like protecting bears, but this man was very aggressive. And you know, again, like, this was an Airbnb, so like there was no notice in the bears. I'm sorry, not the bears. There was no notice in the fucking books, or you know, any rules written down prior saying that like we had the responsibility of latching the trash bin. I think this was probably the responsibility of the Airbnb host, but they probably didn't do it properly. And because they didn't do it properly, like, that's what happened. So he was really mad because he was thinking that, like, you know, to be fair, I didn't tell him that we were Airbnb, you know, people. So he probably thought that we lived here. And then he got a little bit sort of like, I don't know what to call it, but he got a little weird. He told me all of that, and I was like, I understand, sir. I'm sorry that happened. What can we do to like, what can I say? I told him, I was like, oh, I'm sorry. You know, I apologize for it, even though it wasn't, you know, our fault at all. But you know, again, like, you don't want trouble to happen. Also, I was so fucking tired, chat. I was like, I just want this man to go away so I can go back to sleep. So I was like, yeah, I'm really sorry. What can we do to help, you know? No, just take away this situation. He was like, and then I don't know why, but you know, I understood the situation and I feel like I responded quite correctly. But then he was like, he was talking a little bit more, and I was kind of low-key disassociating because I was so tired. One of my other friends kind of like finally like kind of went around. This was one of my in real life friends. She came around and she, you know, came at the door. And then the guy saw that, you know, she came around, and he was like re-lecturing. He's like, so, you know, my friend was like, oh, what happened? And then the guy took it as another opportunity to explain the situation. He was like, there's garbage all over the roads, and when there's garbage all over the roads in the forest, it attracts bears. And when you attract bears onto the roads, people will see them and they'll kill them. So you're killing bears. He literally was like, so you are murdering bears. And I was just like, the last thing I want to do is murder a bear, sir. Like, really, I don't care to ever touch or see a bear. In fact, I would like preferably not to see one ever in my life. He was very angry, yes. So, and then, like, you know, we didn't really say anything because, you know, I had already said prior, like, okay, like, what can we do to help? He didn't say anything. I was like, what should we do then? You know, he didn't answer my question, and he kind of just, like, went on and on about it and was like, you're murdering bears. And I'm just like, can you please give me a solution? Like, you know, we can quickly resolve this if you just tell me. But then for some reason, he looks at both of us, me and my friend. He looks at both of us, and specifically, he looks at me. And this motherfucker goes like, do you know what a bear is? My friend obviously gets really pissed off, but you know, my friend is smart, so she didn't say anything. Because, you know, again, you really don't want trouble. If you don't have to, like, bring trouble to the table, the smartest way is just to not, you know, trigger or, you know, cause a domino effect of, like, any more tension that there already is.
the fucking man looks at me specifically. He's like, you know what a bear is? And I, in the most like sarcastic tone that I have delivered at 8 a.m. in the morning is, yes sir, I know what a bear is. That's it. I'm like, you fucking looking at me like I'm a fucking like Asian girl like who has never seen a bear. Should I show you my Canadian passport, you motherfucker? Should I show you my citizenship? Like, I am probably more Canadian than you, bitch. Like, please, just because you're walking around with this like orange vest and you know like with your very like Canadian accent, whatever this accent is, you're probably not even Canadian. It wasn't really a Canadian accent. You sound like you're from fucking Texas or something. I was just like, bro, I'm the most Canadian you'll ever meet, you know? I fucking eat maple syrup and bathe in it, you know? Like, shut the fuck up. Like, I looked at him and I was like, yes sir, I know what a bear is, you know? And then that was the most attitude that I could give him. You fake Canadian. He's like, you know what a bear is? And I'm just like, you know? My friend, I could tell that she wanted to like, you know, say something, but thankfully she didn't, and I didn't really say much anyways. So I just really wanted to go back to sleep. So basically he told us that we had to clean it up, which again isn't our responsibility, but you know, like something that he mentioned that was absolutely correct was that you don't really want garbage laying around like that. I know it's like broad daylight, but it was still very possible that it could attract like bears, and you don't really want that, you know, for safety reasons and stuff like that. So I personally really wanted to just like, you know, clean it up really quickly. Me, my friend, Babu, because we were the three that were like awake. Everybody else was fucking snoring in their beds. I don't know how the fuck they did not hear that knock, you know? They were like, what? Somebody knocked? It was so loud. So we went to clean up for a bit. While we were cleaning, my friend was trying to contact the Airbnb host, and she was like really rude for some reason. She was like, please stop calling me. I'm on the phone. I'm in another line, so please stop calling me. I will respond back in 10 minutes. And in the end, like, you know, we were just like, okay, this is your house. What if it was like an even worse emergency? What if like the house was on fire? What if there was a bear that was like, you know, attacking the house? Like, what if all of these, because these things were very, very likely to be happening in the middle of nowhere. So I feel like the Airbnb host was very like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the word is, but they were kind of rude about it, in my opinion. And yeah, like, she didn't even end up calling back. We called her like 10 times, and she didn't even pick up once. And then when she finally responded, she responded through text, and she was like, we're gonna send somebody to clean the garbage up. You guys don't have to do it. And they eventually cleaned it up, which was good. But you know, this is kind of like to be expected, because you don't really let your like Airbnb, like, you don't let people who pay to stay at your Airbnb like do stuff like that. And you know, if it was a part of like the rules, like, oh hey guys, just make sure that the garbage is lashed and something like that, then yeah, of course we would have done it. But like, there was no indication of ever doing stuff like that, because you know, that should have been kind of like done before like the host of the home left. So you were bearing yourself with dignity. Yeah, so like we did clean up a little bit, but then because they told us that they were gonna send people, we stopped, because you know, it really isn't our responsibility. But you know, at the very least I was making sure that like there wasn't garbage on the roads, because you know, even though we were in the middle of nowhere, it's very possible that like other cars would like drive on this road, and I didn't want like, you know, the garbage to be stuck on their wheels or tires, I mean. And I didn't want like, you know, the garbage on the road to like kind of be of inconvenience to like other people. So at the very least I just cleaned up like the garbage on the road. But yeah, there was like there was so much garbage. There was like garbage like in the forest, and then, you know. But yeah, this man was so like aggressive. And I mean, I don't know why he was so cranky, because I was the one with like 2 hours of sleep. But I feel like I did my best handling it, you know. And you know, my friends kind of like, not lectured me, but they were just like, next time, if you open the door, please get one of us to open it with you for safety reasons.
And I was just like, low-key, I was just oh my god, I almost choked my food. I was just like, I was ready to die. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, I'm low-key not too afraid to open doors. I just don't want to because I have to talk to people. But also, like, I did check if he had, like, weapons or anything, and he didn't, so I was like, yeah, it should be fine. He's probably just, like, complaining about, like, something, which I was right about. And, I'm gonna be honest, like, if people couldn't hear that knock, which was super duper loud, like, I don't think they would have woken up to, like, me, like, shaking them. Like, there were, like, a couple of friends I knew were, like, almost impossible to wake up. I, like, tried waking up one of my friends, like, in one of the earlier years that I've known of them, and I just remember like shaking them and they still wouldn't wake up. So it was honestly like, even if I tried to wake people up, I'm sure like I'm sure they would have not woken up anyways because they were all dead, which is fine. So yeah, I just thought it was so funny that this man was so rude, and I thought the funniest thing was like me thinking that there was a bear at the back because I couldn't see it, and like responding like, is that a bear? he probably got more pissed off because he probably thought I was just like trying to like aggravate him, but the truth was that I really could not see. Like, I really, like, everything was so blurry, and I was just like, I don't really know what you're pointing to. Yeah, I was like, I low-key almost laughed at myself when he was like, it's garbage. I was like, oh shit, he must think I'm like fucking trolling him or something. Maybe that's why he asked you if you know what a bear is. Well, the thing is like he asked me that like way later on, I don't know what a bear is, but I couldn't bear to know. I know, I should have made bear puns. No, but honestly though, it's good that we didn't do anything like sassy. Because number one, I was so tired, okay? I was so tired, sleep deprived. After that whole ordeal, I went back to bed. Everybody else woke up eventually, but I was the last one to wake up because I was technically the first one to wake up. So I was just like, I really needed sleep. And then, when I woke up, there was like a dog on the porch. And, I was like, what the fuck? That's the bear? I was like, is that the bear that rummaged through the garbage? That's a really cute bear. This dog was huge. But again, like, I didn't have my glasses, so I looked at it, I was like, oh my god! There's a baby bear on our porch! And then one of my friends was like, no, it's a dog, we found them! They were walking around and I think they were lost, so we called the owner. So thankfully the dog had, like, the owner's number on its, his name tag. So, I get super excited. I go back to the room, get my glasses, and then I come out on the porch, and literally as I'm about to touch this dog, and I hold out my hand so that the dog can sniff me and get to know me. And literally, while I was about to like pet this dog, the owner comes. The owner's like, "Oh my god! Thank you so much for fighting my dog!" And then everybody starts releasing the dog. And I'm just like, wait, I woke up last, so I didn't get a chance to like pet him. The dog like is super old, so it's like limping. And it just like starts going back into the owner's car. And I'm just like, wait, I didn't get a chance to pet him. And then, as this was happening, like the owner and some of my friends were having conversations like, oh yeah, he tends to like walk away by himself, and he's deaf in one ear, so he was really old and he was deaf in one ear, so like him getting lost is not really like uncommon, it seems. They were talking about all that, so I couldn't really just interrupt and be like, oh my god, can I pet your dog? By the time they were finished their conversation, the dog had already like gone back to his owner, and I was just like, I hate all of you.
not only did I sacrifice myself to open the door first, but I didn't even get a chance to pet the dog. Not only did I suffer, I didn't even get a reward. All of you suck. You know? I low-key really thought it was a bear because I couldn't see it at first. Oh my god, I was just like, why do I think every single thing is a bear? But anyways, my friends made like French toast, so everything was good again. It was really nice. It was delicious. Oh yeah, and they made curry for dinner, and I was like, oh my god. It was so nice to have other people cook for you, you know? So on the last day, which I think was like the day before yesterday, we went to a beach. Here are some images. I have some pictures of the beaches. Okay, so Babo and I went to a beach with our friends. Oh shit, why is it not like... Okay, one second guys, let me like download. I think that the files are corrupted for some reason. Yeah, so Baba and I went to a beach. And okay, so this Airbnb host really sucks. You know why? Because our check-in time was like 5 p.m. What kind of check-in is 5 p.m? That's like half the day, you know? So our check-in time was 5 p.m, but our check-out time was 10 a.m. So basically, we stayed in that Airbnb for like a day. Like, what the fuck? So we had to be out by 10 a.m. I know, I was just like, why? And you didn't even lash the garbage, so like, you're not really doing anything anyways. So like, you know, everybody had, like, on our last day, everybody had to like, wake up quite early. Or that's what they said, you know? And also, like, I was the person to cook, like, lunch or brunch early that morning. I don't know why. Okay, everybody else got, like, a nicer time slot. For me, I had to, like, wake up early to cook. Which, honestly, I don't really mind. I already lost a lot of sleep anyways. But, like, yeah, so everybody's like, okay, we have to get out of this Airbnb by 10 a.m. And so I was like, okay, that means I have to... you know, wake up at like 8:30 to prep food. So I was gonna make like omoraisu, but I wanted to make like the fried rice first. So I had to wake up a little bit earlier than everyone else to prepare the food. Like you have to chop up a lot of things. So I chopped up like basically all the leftovers that were in the fridge. So like I chopped up some tomatoes, a zucchini, green onions. I chopped up the ham. And there's some, onions and stuff like that. So it's all like all very, just leftovers, whatever was leftovers. I think leftovers are really good for omoraisu because you can just put everything in the rice. Babu doesn't like bell peppers, so I made sure to include bell peppers. And at first she wasn't gonna eat it because she thought the tomatoes were bell peppers, and I was like, no! It's tomato, not bell pepper. And then she ate it, so I thought that was really funny. But like, yeah, I like woke up really early to prep everything. And you know, I kind of thought that like people would start waking up at like 9 a.m, like an hour before we had to leave. But then like nobody woke up at 9 a.m, so I was like getting really scared. I was like, did they forget that we had to leave the place before 10 a.m? And then last minute at like 9:30, everybody woke up and they just like rushed packing. And then I'm just like, oh my god, like, so basically like, yeah, while I was still cooking, everybody around me was like rushing and packing and just making sure that they weren't forgetting everything. It was so funny. Like, it was so quiet in the morning because it was just me. Babu woke up first afterwards. So I woke up at like 8:30. No, actually, no. I woke up at like 8 because I wanted to make sure I had time. I woke up at 8. Eventually, Babu woke up at around 9, and she helped me like clean up because you know, there were like the kitchen. There was like quite a bit of like dishes in it, and so she really helped me like clean up everything. And then after that, like everybody else kind of like woke up. And it was just so chaotic. It was so funny because in the morning it was really quiet. It was like really peaceful. And then people started waking up and it was just like so chaotic. Like, oh my god, like, oh, whose is this? Like, don't forget this. And we were all like, I had already packed like the night before because I knew I had to wake up early to like prepare for the food. So I was basically all pretty much packed. But it was just really funny seeing everybody like scurrying around like, oh my god, we gotta go. And then somebody was like, 10 minutes, guys, 10 minutes. And I was just like cooking fried rice. I was like, yep. Oh my god, another thing. Okay, so while I was cooking the fried rice, the Airbnb host had like this huge rack of spices, okay? They had every type of spice that you could think of. They had like cinnamon, they had like rosemary, they had like everything, like cayenne, you know? They had everything. The only thing that they did not have anywhere in this kitchen, and I spent a good 10 minutes searching the entire kitchen, even in the fridge. The only thing that they did not have was salt. It was crazy. They had pepper. They had like white pepper and they had black pepper, but they did not have any salt. I was like, how the fuck am I going to season fried rice with no salt? I looked everywhere. I was like, I found one soy sauce packet, but I was making like fried rice for like a portion for like a lot of people, okay? So like I was like, it was not just for like one or two, it's like a lot of people. So like just having this tiny travel size soy sauce pack was definitely not enough to flavor the entire fried rice. I was looking everywhere for salt. I was like, no fucking way, there's no salt. Like I was looking in the cabinets, I fucking looked like under the sink. I was like, how do you have all these spices but not salt? They even had pepper. I was just like, that's like how can you have pepper but not salt? Like I think if you didn't have any spices in general, that would make more sense. But like to have pepper but not have salt is like having like, it's as if you have like dinner but without utensils, you know? Like it just didn't make sense to me. It was really weird. So then I was like, shit, my fried rice is gonna taste really bland, you know? I tasted it, and you know, it did have like the ham to help flavor up the fried rice a little bit, but it wasn't enough that it would be like flavorful enough. So I looked at the ramen packet that like somebody brought. I looked at it and I was like, I really don't like doing this because low-key it's kind of cheating. But in this case, if I didn't add like the ramen MSG packet into the fried rice, it really wouldn't have tasted, you know, flavorful. So I opened up the ramen packet, and I used the soup base powder thingy. I just used one and I like put it all over the fried rice and it was perfect. You know like those ramen soup base packets are very, very, very salty. But you know, it actually like worked out with the ratio of the fried rice because I made a lot. So it was like 5 cups of fried rice, guys. Just saying. Oh, sorry, 5 cups of rice is what I mean. So, like, yeah, that one entire ramen soup base packet, like, successfully seasoned the entire fried rice. And I was like, and then I tasted it and it was really fucking good. I was like, oh my god, like low-key, I was getting really hungry. I kind of wanted to like eat a bowl before everyone else, but I was like, yeah, I'm gonna wait. So our plan was to actually like make the egg at the beach because somebody had like a what's it called, like a portable stove or whatever. So our plan was to make the egg part at the beach. But then when we arrived at the beach, it was super windy, and then there were like a set of rules that were at the beach saying that like, oh, you're not allowed to grill, you're not allowed to cook, and blah blah blah. So in the end, we just ended up eating fried rice without the egg. If I knew that would have happened, I would have like, you know, made the egg prior. But unfortunately, that was not going to happen. Sorry, I'm downloading the photos right now. I don't know why it's taking so long. They're like really long. I don't know why they're so like... Is it because they're in a different format? Oh shit! They are in a different format. Okay, 1 second, chat. So yeah, yeah, you know, in the end, the fried rice was a success. Even though there was no egg, unfortunately. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to convert the images. What the fuck? Okay. Sorry, chat. 1 second. I'm trying to like convert these images. Can I like just add all of these? Can I just do all of this? Open. Oh, I can! Okay, I can convert them all at once. Okay. Okay, so this was one of the, I think this was a lake, I believe, but it was really pretty. La 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 la. Okay. So, this one was the lake. Okay, it was really beautiful. Ta-da! It's so pretty, like the color of the lake was so. It was honestly like if you have to be there to kind of like see the whole thing. It was so pretty. Yeah, this is like super clear water and the sky was perfect. You know, the water was really cold even though like the day itself was pretty hot. So it was kind of nice. I know, it really looks calm. It's beautiful. So that was one of the lakes that we visited. It was quite far from like, you know, we lived in the middle of nowhere, but like, you know, with the car we kind of like could go to like places that were like, you know, sort of nearby. Not really nearby, but like it was near enough that we could go. But yeah, that's a really beautiful picture. And then another picture that I thought was really funny. So basically, you know how I said that like there was like this so everybody in this like rural community, they have to properly latch their garbage bins so that like bears and other natural, you know, animals that live in the forest don't like rummage through them. So like I don't know why, but I saw somebody's garbage can, or sorry, somebody's garbage what's it called? Garbage tin? They like latched it, but they also put a sign on it as if they think that like bears could read English. There was just like this garbage tin that said no. I was like, yeah, this was definitely the fucking solution for bears not to rummage through your garbage. Like not to like lock it up, but to like put a sign and write no. It was so funny. Like nothing else was on this garbage can except no. That's it. That's all. No context whatsoever. It's not even like, oh, don't open this lid, don't unlock it. It was just no. It was so funny. It was hilarious. And then oh, sorry. I need to figure out because all of these photos are like fucking not labeled. Oh my god, yeah. And then like when we were on the beach, Babu and I were drawing on the beach in the sand. It has been like, well, I've played in sand before, you know, on like playgrounds and stuff, but actually this was one of the first time. I think this is my first time going to a beach. I'm pretty sure. Like my first time ever going to a beach. And it was a lot of fun. I kind of thought I would shy away from, you know, touching sand and swimming, because I don't know how to swim. But the water was shallow enough so that I could like stand in it, which was really good. So Babu and I brought our swimsuits and we like went to the water, and the water was so fucking cold, guys. Oh my god. And the weird thing was like the day was fine, like it was a really nice sunny day, but the water was so cold. Like, oh my god, it was like almost like ice water. Babu and I had to like mentally prepare ourselves to like really get in. Like we would walk in, kind of get our feet adjusted, then we would go back onto the sand, wait for a little bit, and then we would kind of go back into the water again, and kind of this time it would go up to like our legs, and then we would go back to the sand, you know, and so we had to like kind of go back and forth to like kind of build up into like going into the water. But like two of our girlfriends, like they probably go to the beach really often, but they just like went in. They wore their swimsuits. They just like dived in. You know, they were just like, oh, the water's so nice, and they're like, yeah, it's a little bit cold. But then I'm just like, how the fuck? And then we blinked, and they were already like fucking 3 meters into the water. I'm just like, hello? Like, how is this pot? Like, how they are so strong when it comes to like being able to handle the coldness of the water. Like, oh my god, I could not believe that they went in so fast. So yeah, like, I guess something that surprised me was, like, I didn't think that I was really gonna be too interested in getting to the water, but the water was really fun, especially because I didn't really have to, like, swim. I could just, like, kind of stand up on my tippy toes, and I could still, like, you know, be above water, at least my head. So, like, I went into the water, and eventually, like, you know, my body temperature warmed up, sort of. It was still fucking cold, by the way, but I got used to it. Babu also eventually got used to it, but like Babu, when she was getting into the water, it was so cold that Babu had to start screaming to cope with it. She would be like, ah, ah! Like everybody, there were some other people at the waters, in the water too, and everybody was just looking at us because they were just like, why is this girl screaming so loud? And you just see Babu going into the water and screaming, be like, oh my god, ah, ah, ah. And then, you know what, I got adjusted to the water first. Surprisingly, you know, I think it's weird because I only ever drink hot water, so I thought I would like kind of take a little bit more time adjusting to the coldness, but I got adjusted eventually and a little bit before Babu, so I felt like really mean. So I started splashing Babu with like the cold water, and then like the cold water splashing on her like made her scream even more, and then I would kind of like chase her in the water and like splash her even more, and she was just like running away. It was so funny. And then like a lot of other like people who were in the water that were like strangers, they were just kind of like watching us because we were like content to them. So I know, it was so fun. And then eventually like she got used to water, and we were like, you know, we played ball with our friends. And then one of my friends had goggles on. And so they're like, oh, do you want to try like dunking your head underwater? And I was like, yeah, I do. You know, so I put their goggles on and I dunked my head underwater. It was so fucking cold. Oh my god. Like, you really need to like be somewhat mentally strong. Like, it was so cold, Chatty. You don't understand like how cold it was. Like, honestly, like ice water. So I put on the goggles, and I totally forgot to like fucking plug my ears, but I just kind of dunked out of water. And you know, when I came back up, my friend was like, what did you see? And then I was like, oh, I forgot I had the goggles on and I closed my eyes. And then my friend was like, oh my god, why did you close your eyes? You have the goggles on for that reason. So then they were like, put your goggles, put the goggles back on, and then go underneath, and then like we're gonna like all of us are gonna like show you a number with our hands, and you have to count what number we're holding. So I went underwater, and you know, it was a little bit blurry because water, you know. So, you know, a lot of people were flipping me off with the middle finger. So I was just like, okay, so 1 is from you, 2 is from you, and then, you know, 9 is from you. And I'm just like, okay, guys, thanks. Like, what the fuck? It was a lot of fun. So, like, I ended up even, like, going underwater, like, my whole head. So I really enjoyed that. And, yeah, I was, like, not really swimming, but I was, like, pretty much full body in the water on my tippy toes. And it was really, really fun. I had a lot of fun, like, in the water. And the sand was really nice. Like, the sand would be very, very warm. So, like, after you go into the cold water, like, the sand would kind of, like, warm you up. And then one of my friends, like, kind of buried my legs underneath the sand and, like, drew, like, a mermaid fin. So, you know, I was, like, the little mermaid for, like, about 20 minutes, you know. It was really fun. The sand was, like, a nice blanket, and it really warmed up my legs. But actually, like, after I got buried, I realized that the sand was really heavy. I was like, damn, And then while she was burying me, I was like, can you just make sure that the sand doesn't go into my coochie? Because like that was the thing I was the most afraid of. I was like, you know, I don't mind being buried and stuff, but like I just don't want sand in my coochie, you know, like that would be very uncomfortable. And then, you know, like thankfully it didn't get into my coochie, so that was nice. So thank you, God, sand gods. But yeah, I got buried and then I started to sing like the Little Mermaid song. No, actually, the first song I started singing, thinking that it was from the Little Mermaid, was Reflection. I was like, look at me, na 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 na. And then people were like, why are you singing Mulan? And I was like, oh shit, sorry, wrong Disney movie. I was like, a part of your world, you know? I was like a mermaid and all these like strangers around us were like, what's wrong with these like Asian kids? Like, I swear to God. So, yeah, that was funny. Oh, and this is what me and Babu drew on the sand. Don't worry, while we were drawing this, everybody else was in the water. So there was nobody around us, and then after we drew these, we quickly erased it. Ta-da! Babu drew this. Babu drew both of this. It's the cat that represents Millie, and the bird that represents me. It's so cute. It's really, really good at drawing. I'm so bad at drawing. And then Babu and I drew the Alu peeps, but you can tell that like one of us really sucks at art. So it was this one. And the one on the right is Babu. And the one on the left is mine. And mine is so scuffed. I'm sorry, Alu peeps. I don't know how to draw you guys, even though I made you guys. It was so funny. But yeah, it was so cute. And then I'm trying to find this other one. Babu's really fucking good at drawing. I think her drawings are pretty underrated. But she's actually really good at drawing. And then I wanted to show you guys like a video, you know, but I'm trying to like figure out how to like get this on. Hold on, 1 second, chat. Let me try to. Wait, okay, I think it's this one. The water was so nice. I filmed like the water at the beach and it was very clear. Okay, I want to show you guys this one. Okay, so oh god, it's so loud. There you go. This was like how clear the water was. I'll try to loop it, hold on. It was so pretty! Ta-da! Yeah, the water was so nice. It was so beautiful. Okay, and then another thing we did at the beach was okay, I don't know how to explain this, like, but Babu wanted to do this thing where, like, you know, like those TikTok photos where you dig a hole in the, you dig like a heart hole in the sand, and then you have your friends kind of like, you kind of have your friends like around the heart, and then you put your camera down at the very bottom of the hole, so then it's like, I don't know. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Hold on. I don't even know what it's called. TikTok beach heart photo. Okay, yeah, so I'll give you guys an example. So I'm gonna link this. Kind of something like... kind of something like this, okay? Yeah, okay, so if you click on this TikTok, it's kind of similar to that. That's what Babu wanted to do, okay? I didn't even know that this was a thing. But like, you know, I think it was a really cute thing.
Hold on, I'm trying to convert as we speak. It's really hard. Hold on. Okay.
So yeah, so Babu wanted to do this, so then we like made a heart-shaped hole. It was not successful, okay? I don't think we dig deep enough because like well, we dig deep, but it wasn't so deep that like when we put the camera at the very bottom of the of the hole that it would show the shape of the heart. I don't think it was that deep. But like basically but we dig deep enough that water started appearing at the bottom, so then we were like, oh shit, there's water at the bottom. So like, you know, I think we had to stop because, you know, it was literally like, I'm gonna show you guys a picture. It was like, it was really filling up the hole. The water in at the bottom of the hole was like quite prominent. So, oh my god, why is this image not showing up? 7640. Hello? Oh no, I converted the wrong one. Okay, 1 second. Wow, this is so difficult. Why do they have to like... Why do I have to convert this? 660, okay. Sorry, I have to convert this because it's like... I don't know, it's iPhone, so it didn't really like... I didn't think like OBS couldn't read this file type. Now I'm just like, what the fuck? Okay, there we go. Okay, so this was the hole that we made. Ta-da! So, you know, you can see at the very bottom, there was like water, and I think maybe like the hole was too big. I think we really needed to like make a smaller hole so then like the heart could be seen when the phone was at the bottom. So yeah, unfortunately, it was kind of like scuffed. Yo, but this took so long, guys, okay? I even stole a kid's shovel so I could like fucking dig this. Okay, no, I didn't steal their shovel. This little kid, he was like 2 years old. He was playing around, and I think he probably like left one of the shovels like at the beach, and then when we turned around, you know, the kid was gone, but the shovel was still there. So then I was like, oh my god, let's just take the shovel because like digging with your hands is impossible. We started off with digging with our hands and a stick, and it was just so hard, and then we saw this kid's shovel that they left behind and we just used it. So yeah, so we ended up digging like a heart. I feel like it's a pretty cute heart, you know. But unfortunately, when we put the phone at the very bottom of the hole, it didn't end up looking like, it literally looked like the phone was just on the floor. So it was unsuccessful, but it's okay. Next time we'll learn how to do it a little bit better. But yeah, unfortunately, that did not work out. But you know, it was fun. It was still a lot of fun. I think the most surprising thing is like, you know, I don't really like getting my hands dirty and stuff like that. So I'm kind of surprised that I would even like, you know, play with sand. I really felt like I was a kid again. I played with sand before, you know, because we had that on our playgrounds and stuff. But like, I don't know. I feel like when you play with sand and you get kind of like down and dirty as an adult, you don't really find it as appealing. But, you know, I had so much fun, you know, playing with the sand, being in the water. I felt like I was like 10 years old again. I really liked it, you know. I would honestly do it again. Like I had like, my hands were like full of sand, but it was so easy to wash off because then you just go into the water and you just like kind of rinse it off there. And then that's it. And then your hands are like clean. And the water, I don't know if it's like placebo or something, but the water really made me feel like the water seemed really clean to the point where I felt like when I put my hand in the water, I feel like my skin was like smoother or something. Maybe it was because it was really cold too. But yeah, it was really nice. Also afterwards, Babu and I like, you know, we were at like a McDonald's, I believe, and then we were just kind of drawing. And Babu like drew an image of both of us, and we both signed it, you know, for ourselves. Like Babu drew us, We both signed it, and then we kept it for ourselves because we're our biggest fans. So yeah, I'm just like, okay, cool.
But yeah, it was so cute. It was so much fun. The beach was really nice. The highlight of that was honestly the beach, and we ate the fried rice on the beach. Oh my god, I totally forgot this because I blocked this out of my memory. But like one of our friends, while they were eating the fried rice, they dropped a little bit of the fried rice onto the floor. Okay, onto the sand, okay? And we all know what kind of nasty, terrible creatures come when you fucking drop food, especially on the beaches, okay? Holy shit. Seagulls, they weren't aggressive, but they were like very, very observant, okay? Like we were eating and it was fine. And then my stupid dumbass friend dropped a couple grains of fried rice onto the sand, and then it began like it starts with one seagull, this one seagull was literally like just hovering around us, and then there was this other seagull that was just like standing beside where we were sitting. I am so afraid of birds. It's not even a joke. I feel like people don't take this seriously, but I have a bird phobia. I don't know when it developed. I don't care. I just know that when I see a bird within like a meter or less, I just need to like get the fuck out, So like this bird was on us. They knew that there was food underneath our fucking legs, and it was ready to come in and swoop. Yeah, swoop. So I was terrified. I put myself in between all of my friends, in the middle, so I could like, not be near them. And I was like really squeezing in. I was just, like terrified. The birds would come closer and closer, and then I'd like scream at like somebody to like shoo them away. I'd be like, please shoo them away, like do something, So, and my friends who are not afraid of birds will kind of just be like, oh, go away, But like more and more seagulls came, and then our neighboring beach neighbors, they had like a bunch of fries, and they were like they were like a family, so they had like a lot of kids. I just saw a bunch of seagulls swoop in on them, stealing their fries while they were still eating it. And they had more people than us. They had like a bunch of children. They had like their mom, their dad, their like aunties and uncles. Like it was a big family, and these seagulls just like swooped in, grabbed their french fries, and all the kids were screaming. The kids were a lot more braver than me. The kids were just like, no, go away. And then like the kids were like throwing their shovels at them. But oh my god, I just couldn't believe I saw like the seagulls like swooping in on them while they were still eating. And I'm just like, oh my god, that's gonna be us. Like I think they recognize that they can eat french fries. Thank god they don't know what the fuck fried rice is, because I'm sure like the seagulls saw and they're just like, I don't know what that is, maybe like it's not good. But when they saw french fries, they were like, wah, wah. And then like a lot of the seagulls that like were hovering around us, they would do some sort of weird war cry every time. Every time I looked at them, I'd be like, go away, you motherfucker. I swear to god, like they responded with like a war cry or something. They'd be like, quack, quack, quack. I'd be like, shut the fuck up, you bitch. Like, oh my god, it was so intense. Like, they were like calling for like reinforcements. I was just like, you are not getting this fried rice. I woke up at 8 a.m. to make this fried rice for my friends, and you're not getting any of this, you fucking bitch. I will like literally chop you up and put you in my next fried rice if you don't stop harassing me. All my friends were just like chilling and eating fried rice, but I was just like, I could not even like enjoy my own fried rice because I was too anxious about all these birds hovering around us. Holy shit. And then they were like, and then there's, oh my god, and there was like this alpha seagull. Okay, this alpha seagull I knew because this alpha seagull had like a lot of like dirt on it, and you can tell that it went through like hell and came back. This seagull literally was probably the most like aggressive seagull I've ever seen. Like I don't know, like Babu was looking at the seagulls like, yeah, but they're not even that aggressive. But I was like, no, these seagulls are plenty aggressive. Not you describing birds like they're a damn combat unit. Okay, you have no idea. If you were there, you'd agree. Like these seagulls, like they came to this beach specifically because they knew that they could get food, and they were honestly like a fucking military. Like I'm not even joking. These seagulls were not normal seagulls. They were like military strategic. Like I'm not joking, chat. Like these seagulls were like hovering, okay?
hovering over. Like, you know how seagulls fly? No, these seagulls were like hovering over our heads. Like a good half meter away from our head. Like, I was just like, holy shit, they know what they're doing. They have their own like bird fucking Morse code, being like, coordinates 727 x 792 y. Okay, there's like a little bit of fried rice on the ground. Yes, I will be swooping in on, you know, coordinate yx. You know, I don't know, but anyways, there was like this alpha seagull, and I could tell that it was an alpha because it was so like, it just looked different. The demeanor of the seagull was like different, and the wings and the feathers of the seagull were like slightly more dirtier than the other seagulls. You can tell that this seagull has went to hell on the 9th level, came back, and has realized its own power. This seagull, I saw this seagull like hovering over other people's like, you know, beach areas. Like, other people had like their tarps out, and so like this seagull would be hovering over them, you know, walking around them and like trying to get like their food. And then it started coming closer to our tarp. I didn't even fucking waste time. I'm not gonna fucking sit there and like wait for the seagull to come near me. I went into the water. Yo, one of the only reasons that would push me to go into the water by myself is a fucking seagull. I sat up, you know, honestly, I dumped my fried rice onto my friend's plate. I was like, here you go, I don't want to eat anymore. I low-key can't, I'm too anxious. Stood up, went to the water, and I just stayed there, you know? It was great. I love that. I don't even care. You know, like, the only thing I would not stick around for content is me being like bombarded by like fucking alpha military seagulls. Like, fuck that shit. Everything was great up until the fucking seagulls came. Like, we were all chilling, like, oh my god, let's all try Enna's fried rice on the beach, hee hee hoo hoo. And then these fucking seagulls just came. My stupid friend who just like, you know, poured all of my hard work onto the floor. I was like, how dare you spill my fried rice? And then after that, it was just terrible. It was terrible, terrible, terrible. Oh my lord. These seagulls, like, their war cry was terrible. You know, like, you know how I said that Nina arched her back when she was like, you know, in her zone singing karaoke? These seagulls did something very similar. They arched their back and did like a war cry. Every time I talked to them, I'd be like, you fucking stay away from us. Stop harassing us. You know, I hope all of you die. You know, I said shit like that in public. You know, all the kids were around us, probably listening and taking after my wonderful example. And these seagulls just like arched their back. They put their head up and they're like, wah, wah, wah. I'm just like, what the fuck, you fucking sicko? Like, ugh, what's wrong with them? It's so nasty. I hate it when they did that. I have like PTSD, low-key. I saw it and I told my friends, I'm like, oh my god, he's laughing at us. He knows that he's gonna get what he wants. So you know what I did? I used this big ass stone and I like fucking covered the fried rice that was on the floor. I like buried the fried rice in the sand. I was like, you fucker, if you want to eat this fried rice, you're gonna have to eat it with sand, you bitch. So I covered it and I put like a bunch of stones and pebbles on top, and I was just like, try finding it now, alpha bitch. And then I ran into the fucking water and I was like, fuck, I hate seagulls so much. They're so nasty and ugly. I hated it. It was terrible. Yeah, so then it's like, that was kind of it. And then, you know, once we finished the food, they stopped coming, which was really nice. But I did see them like scouting like other tarps, and like, they were really, really like hovering above our heads. Like, it was crazy. I've never seen seagulls like glide above people's heads. And it was terrifying, you know? One of my other friends was super afraid of wasps. But even the wasps didn't even like bother me that much, you know? My friend was like, oh my god, wasps! And then I was like, fuck the wasps! Look, the seagulls! They're right there! So me and my friend, we were both afraid, but for different reasons, and a wasp can sting you. I don't care if I get stung by a wasp! I don't want my eye getting poked out by a fucking seagull, you know? Nasty. Like, I don't like wasps either, but like, seagulls are even worse. I think they just like... I think they suck. But yeah, oh my god, and seagulls are just, they look scary. They look like they're about to like take your fucking life, you know? That alpha seagull was terrifying. At one point I even started like knowing what seagull was what. Like, there was like George, you know, the harasser. Then there was fucking Stephanie. the Stealer, I don't know, and then there was the Alpha Ed. You know, Alpha Ed is what I called him. Nasty. He was like the one controlling. He was like, okay, you take that tarp over there and you take this tarp. This one seems like it's weak. They're probably gonna be going into the water soon, so you guys can swoop in on my command. I swear to God, that's what the Alpha fucking Ed Seagull was saying. I'm pretty sure. It was so scary. I have hornets the size of my hands that I've been around. This is not about you and your hornets, Kyo. This is about me and my battle with the military seagulls, okay? Fuck the hornet's nest. You can just like spray some dish soap and they'll all die. But seagulls? My God. Seagulls, you could like take off one of their wings and they still like, you know, try to fight you. I'm just saying wasps can be bad too. Yeah, they can be bad, but not as bad as seagulls and birds in general, you know? Birds are like walking animals with like a knife on their face. If you think about it. Their beaks are like a knife that are like attached to their face. So like if they get really aggressive and they just like, you know, want to attack you, you basically will be getting stabbed. You know, it is the equivalent of getting stabbed. You know? And it's not like seagulls, it's not like birds only stab you like one time. You know, they don't understand like, oh, you will take a lot of damage from getting stabbed once. They'll do it over and over. They'll be like, so not only will you be stabbed, but you will be stabbed multiple times. Like, who knows? You know how there's, like, stabbings that are like, oh my God, this person got stabbed, like, 3 times? No. You know, like, fucking Neji Hyuga from Naruto, where they go, like, 27 palms? So apply that technique to seagulls and birds in general, but with a knife and in a stabbing, you know? With a stabbing sort of format. So it's basically, like, 24 or 27 palms, but, like, stabbing. So, I just want you guys to know how evil birds are. That's hella terrifying. I know! Hey, don't spoil Naruto, guys, please. They were like Byakuganing my ass. They Byakugan my entire beach tarp and was like, there's fried rice on the floor. And I'm like, stop looking at us. I swear to God, I'm not even joking. Like the whole time we were eating, they were just like circling around. It was insane. I hated it when they were behind me because then I can't see. So every time I would like look behind and they would be like looking at me and I'd be like, you motherfucker, I know what you're trying to do. You are not gonna have a taste of this beautiful, deliciously fried rice that I made this morning for my beautiful friends. Like, I will make sure that you do not have any of this. You know, I was like, low-key, I was about to throw a stone at them, but then, you know, I still have morals. You know, I don't throw things at animals, you know. But you know what? If there is one animal I would throw stones at, it would be birds, okay? I would not feel bad, but I would not do that because I don't want other kids to see that and take after that bad example. But if I had to choose and I had to throw things at one species of animals, it would be birds, okay? Fuck birds, man. I hate this. But yeah. The fucking kids were actually a lot more braver than I was. Like, a lot of the kids that, like, were eating french fries. And when I say kids, I mean, like, low-key toddlers. They were, like, 5 years old, okay? Like, a lot of the seagulls would kind of, like, try to get their food. But the fucking kids were so aggressive. They were like, get away! And they use their shovel as... They would use their shovels as if they were swords. And they'd kind of be like, go away! Don't take my food! And I'm just like, let's go! You know, I was really rooting for these children. I was like, thank you so much. Because, like... Those kids that would do that, like when they shooed away the seagulls, they would also help shoot the other seagulls that were like, you know, surrounding our tarp because we were very close to those kids, you know, and that family. So every time they like threw like a bucket or like a shovel at them, like, you know, it would really help me. And I was just like clapping, you know, I was like, let's go, you know, Timothy. I don't know what your real name is, but you know. But yeah, oh my God, those kids were so brave, guys, so brave. Like, they were so brave. I'm so proud of them. At one point, like, some of the kids would start chasing the seagulls, like, and, you know, just, like, being kids. I don't know why. Probably because they were having fun. But, like, that really helped me out, you know? I saw a kid, like, chasing away a seagull that was, like, right behind me. And the kid was just like, ha, 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 ha. I'm just like, yes, let's go. Let's go. Woo, let's go, Amanda. Yeah. Damn, this was, like, literally the biggest battlefield I've ever been on. It was... insane. I was very stressed To the point where at some point I just had to like dump all my rice on somebody's plate and just leave, you know? I was like, goodbye. I cannot. I fucking hate seagulls. Like, one of the most scariest birds of all time are pigeons, seagulls, and Canadian geese. If you've ever encountered a Canadian geese, they are one of the most aggressive birds that you'll ever, like, encounter in your life. Canadian geese are actually no joke. Like, if you want to, like, challenge them, they will win, okay? They know that they will win. So, like, that's why they poop on our sidewalks and just, like, you know, make sure that they know that, like, you are below them. You know? They are actually super duper aggressive. And we're not allowed to, you know, do anything about it. Like, we can't, like, obviously we're not a country that promotes hurting animals, I assume, you know? So they're always like, oh, please don't throw things at the geese or whatever. But man, these geese can do whatever the fuck they want. They have no fucking rules. Like, if they want to fucking chase you down a street, they will. And they're really big, you know? And, you know, they're really, really scary. They're really fast. They fly very quickly. I hate them so much. Every time I see Canadian geese, I go out of my way to, like, take a detour. Because that's how much they, like, fucking control me in my life. You know? Oh. Yeah. I hate that. Have you ever seen a shoebill stork? I go out of my way not to, like, meet as much bird species as possible. So, I don't really want to ever meet a shoebill stork or like a flamingo or like a dove. I don't care. As long as it has a beak, I cannot look at it in the eye, you know? I was already so brave on the beach. I looked at all the seagulls. I looked at Alpha Ed and I was like, go away. And that was the most brave thing I've ever done in my life, you know? Braver than the time I had to tell my mom that she was mentally ill. Like, that was nothing. This took every inch of my soul. So, yeah. Yeah, this was bad. This was way worse than anything I've ever experienced in my life. I hated it. But, you know, besides that, the beach was great. Yeah, the beach was really amazing. I loved it. I didn't think that I would like the beach, but, I really liked the beach. Yeah, it was great. Ah, Loki, after that sequel talk, I'm tired. I think I put all my energy into that last story. I'm not gonna lie. Now I can't think about anything else. So yeah, I had a very fun vacation. Thanks so much, guys, for you know, waiting for all of us to come back. You know, we took quite a few days of break, so thanks for being really supportive about that. I had a really nice time, and now I'm back to, like, you know, my 9 to 5 doing everything I can to finish all my work every single day. But yeah, I'm really, 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 really happy with, you know, my recent vacations. It's so fun, you know. I love how I got to spend time with, like, Niji people, but also, bro, why did Kyo just literally send a picture of, like, a fucking, what is this, like a seagull on you? Why? 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 Okay, so the next, what is he afraid of? Like fucking spiders? So the next time I see a fucking spider, I'm just gonna, like, tag you, man. Like, what is Kyo afraid of? You know what? I know what he's not. You know what? You know what I know you're afraid of? Next time, I'm gonna, like, Google, I'm gonna Photoshop, like, really bad YouTube analytics, put your name underneath, and be like, here you go. I know what you're afraid of. You're afraid of, like, not having good content. And you're afraid of, like, very low, like, analytics. And, you know, I'm gonna take advantage of that, and I'm gonna tag you and be like, oh, LMAO, this is you on a Monday morning, bitch. Stop! Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm gonna probably, like, ask all your Kilmies to not show up in chat one day and just be like, yeah, it's over, dude. So, you gotta be careful, okay? Don't send me fucking photos of birds hitting him hard. That's just a deep cut. Exactly. You know? 3 views 10 days ago. Oh my god, that's such a scary photo. I hate birds so much. Oh! Picture of bird does not equal threatening my livelihood. Honestly though, if you ever see me in a situation where birds are like surrounding me, I will legit go into a panic attack. Like, I don't know why, but birds really make me uncomfortable. And especially like, you know, the recent experience with the seagulls on the beach, like holy shit, I was like low-key about to like cry. I was like, I think like nobody really took me too seriously because again, every time I get stressed, I kind of just make a joke out of it. But low-key, like I really don't like being around birds. I will low-key like just, if I ever get trapped in a cage and there's only like 1,000 birds surrounding me, I'm not gonna lie, chat, I'ma just off myself. I'll be like, goodbye guys, it is not worth it. Goodbye everybody. That is the end. I know it sounds a little pathetic, but that is it. That is it. That is the push. That is my pushing. That is my limit. That is the reason why I will leave. I'm like, nope, this life is terrible and I don't want to anymore. So I really hate birds so much. So much. Oh my god, you know what other bird is scary? Crows. Oh my god, I feel like crows are really smart and they know that you're really afraid. And they just like start following you. Like every time I bump into a crow in Japan, they just start following me. They know that I am really afraid of them and I don't know why, but they probably want to make me feel uncomfortable and they just start following me. I remember I had this one crow follow me from one city to another, you know? Granted, like, you know, in Japan, you know, Japan cities, they're pretty condensed, so you could walk from one city to another, but like, damn, that crow was on me like for a good hour. It was crazy. I fucking hated it. I really just wanted to like throw a fire extinguisher at it, you know? Just, you can smell fear, I know. I remember you told that story. Yeah, I know. Like, I think I've told you guys so many bird trauma stories. I hated it. It was Vanta before coming to Niji. Fuck Vanta. I'm sorry, Vanta. I love you and, you know, I barely know you, but you're my kohai. But if you're a crow, I'm sorry. I will never speak to you again. My god. I'm not even joking though, I hate birds so much. Like, really. A group of crows are called a murder for a reason? Really? I didn't know that. Group of crows. Oh my god, it really is! You say a murder of crows. A group of crows is called a murder. Why? That's terrible! Okay, so I'm not even just like exaggerating. Like the fact that they're literally called a murder of crows just really indicates that like, oh my god, like this makes everything 10 times worse. Holy shit. Okay guys, so I'm never going outside again. It's expensive. I waste a lot of time being traumatized, and I think I'm just gonna be on the internet for the rest of my life. You know, as expected. Yeah. This is so bad. I didn't even know that was a thing. It's because of literary culture. No, it's because there's a culture where like we all get harassed by birds and it's usually crows. Glad to hear you had a ton of fun on your break, Enna. Welcome back. Thanks. Thanks, Alex. I appreciate that. Yeah, goodbye. What a birthday gift today, your hatred for birds. Happy birthday! I hope you never get harassed by a bird ever in your life. Happy birthday, Remiko. But yeah, I had a lot of fun, so... yeah. Trying to think if I missed anything else. If I do, I'll probably talk about it in another ZATSUDAN. But yeah, today I actually have another collab. I'm playing Outlast. Oh my god, I can't stop playing this game. I'm playing Outlast with Rosemi, Pomu, and Babu, and that's gonna be at like I think 8 p.m. So I don't know. Like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't stop playing this game. It's really fun. And then we'll probably do another one with like the Outlast group that we played before we went on vacation. So I think it was like Alban, Kyo, Reimu. So yeah, that's gonna happen. And then tomorrow I'm playing Pokemon Sword, and then on Thursday I'm gonna be doing basically a Project Zomboid marathon, sort of. Yeah. So I'm back to my, you know, usual religion, which is Project Zomboid. Yep. Yeah, I'm so glad I'm home. Sorry. I mean, I had a lot of fun on my vacation, but then after thinking about that seagull story, I'm just like, honestly, I love my computer so much. I hate myself. I hate myself so much, but I'm so glad I'm here. I hate birds so much, guys. I think birds are, honestly, they really have outlived so many things. It's about time you all just get extinct. Like, there's other things to eat. It's okay. I honestly would gladly sacrifice chicken. You know, it could be one less thing that, that we need is a bird. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, like, I'm less afraid of bears than I am with birds. Now, with the bear, I was just like, oh my god, is that a bear? Okay, let's just, like, get away from it. But, like, a bird? Okay, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be back. Ay. Okay, chat, I think that will probably be the end of the storytelling. What do you guys think? Like, overall, I felt like all of my stories were pretty positive, I know the very last one was not the most positive one, but overall, I did have a lot of fun during on my vacation, I mean. So, yeah. I love how somebody just said, love this community. Traumatized Asian girl and bird harassment. I love this community. Like, you're sick, you sicko. Yeah. Traumatized by your own race? No, a bird is not a race. Birds are not a race, okay? Birds are a disgrace. That's what it is. Quote me on that. Enna Alouette 2023. Birds are not a race. They are a disgrace. Let's all say it together, okay, guys? I hate birds so much. As I have said the past 15 minutes. Does that mean you're a disgrace? I am not a bird, okay? I am a normal Asian human girl. Okay? Let's not do this fucking immersion ship, okay? I'm tired of it. I am a normal human being with feelings and fear and a lot of spite. You've been lying to us this whole time? I have a question. When you guys get lied to, do you guys actually freak out? Like, think about like a friend or an acquaintance or a colleague or a family member. I guess it also depends on like the context. But like when people lie to you, well, okay, let's just say it's not really like a big lie. But do you guys like freak out and be like, oh, you lied to me this whole time? How could you? Cause low-key, I expect people to lie to me. This could be another thing of self-sabotage, I'm not gonna lie. But like, You know, I never expect people to be fully truthful with like certain things, you know? Yeah, not like with a... No, if it's like a small one, then it's fine. I think usually the bigger ones are more like, okay, what the fuck, you know? You munching on something? Yeah, I'm eating chips. I'm hungry. Because I spent all of my energy ranting about birds. Have I ever lied? Of course I've lied. Of course I've lied. Sometimes I even lied to myself. Sometimes I'll gaslight myself into thinking something's okay, and I'm just like, actually, I don't think I'm okay with it. Like 5 days later, I'll be like, yeah, I think that was okay. And then 5 days later, 5 days later, I'll be like, actually, I think it bothered me a lot more than I thought. You know? So, that's something I do. The pre-chat guy was right. Yeah, guys, the pre-chat people are always right. Everything that they say is always the truth, you know? They know everything. They're like, psychics. Like, free psychics that nobody asked for. What is your favorite chip flavor? I don't know. I love all of them because I love stress eating. Honestly, I think my favorite chip flavor is probably... I know this is gonna sound very vanilla, but I really like salt and pepper. I don't know, it just tastes so good. I really like just salt and pepper. Like... Did somebody just say yuck? Did you just do you understand that like the basis of all like savory stuff, like most savory stuff is just like salt and usually accompanied by pepper? You know? Like if something is really good, all you need to put is salt and pepper. That's it. That's about it. So good. How do you feel about sour cream and onion? Yeah, I like it too. I mean, like, I'm usually okay with any flavor. As long as it's chips, then I'll just eat it, you know? Don't yuck someone else's yum. I mean, low-key, I do that too. Oh my god, you know, speaking of food, like, Reimu is surprisingly really picky in real life. I didn't know that she would, like... I mean, she's not as picky as Kyo, but, like... A lot of the times, Reimu would try something, she'd be like, I don't like that. And I'll be like, god damn, these fucking kids, I swear to god. Like, me and Baba would be like, okay, then we'll eat it. You know, it was so funny. Like, sometimes Reimu would kind of like, be like, oh, that doesn't really look that good, but I'll try it. And then she'll try and be like, yeah, no, that's not good. And I'm just like, really? It's so good, though. Yeah, and then like at some point, like Reimu and Kyo would bond over the fact that they don't like something. They'd be like, oh my god, like I don't like this. Like, oh my god, I don't like this either. And I'm just like, oh my god, you guys need to go to like, you know, discipline school or something. I don't know. You know, everybody else would just kind of be like eating their foods and be like, oh my god. And then they'll be like, oh my god, this is so bad, right? Like, I know. I'm just like, guys, the chef is right over there. Maybe shut the fuck up, you know, just... keep it to yourselves. The server's like right over there, you know. I don't know, like maybe just like, you know, shh. It was so funny. No, but the thing that's good about them is they always try everything. So even if they don't like, even if they know that they might not like it, they always give it a chance. So that's good.
Oh my god, I gotta stop eating. I'm like so hungry. I feel like I've been eating the whole stream. My god. I think I have been. I don't know what's happening to me.
You have any crazy adventures with Awiwa? Well, Awiwa... Well, you know, during dinners and stuff... I think it's because, like... Me, Babu, and Awiwa, we hang out a lot. In general. Because we're, like, around each other all the time. So during this time, we were kind of more split off. You know, besides, like, the Ethyria... adventures, I guess. But, like, there was this very sweet moment with Ethyria that I had. You know, Ethyria and I were just, like, sitting on the couch. And people were talking, but I think we were just a little bit tired or sleep deprived. You know, it was really nice to just, like, have Ethyria there. It was very comforting to have her present. And then, like, I don't really know what prompted her to do this, but she just, like, kissed me on the cheek. And then I was like, aw, that was so sweet. And then, like, Rosemi was beside us too, and she was like, I want to kiss too. So me and Ethyria kissed Rosemi on the cheeks. And we squished her. And it was a really nice moment. So, that was fun. Yeah. I think it's just like... I don't know. Do I do this with other girls? No, but... Like, you know, they're like my closest friends, so it's not really like weird or anything. I know, it was so wholesome. And it was honestly just like, you know, I didn't even like think about it until somebody asked, but yeah, it was just very like nice, you know. I'm really, really happy that like Babu, Elira, Nina, and, you know, Rosemi, because I've met them before. I'm really happy. And Kyo2 and Reimu, you know, they are all... I consider them all, like, pretty close friends. So, them being there really helped me, like, navigate the couple days I was with, like, you know, the entirety of EN. So, I feel like without any of them, I would probably feel a little more overwhelmed. So, yeah. It was a lot of fun! The chat, what did you guys do while we were gone? Did anything happen? Let's see what you guys have done.
My car broke down, I played soccer. Worked and played a lot of Zomboid. That's great.
Uni started back up. Oh no. Oh, you passed your nursing exam! Congratulations! Went to my grandma's birthday, aww. Wait, why do you guys sound like you actually do have a life? The fuck? I low-key thought you guys were gonna be like, oh, we were waiting for you to come back, and we were waiting for our Oshis to come back, and we watched other VTubers while you guys were gone. Oh my god, you guys actually do things outside of this community? That's crazy! Oh my god, congratulations!
We're lying, we just sat in front of our computer waiting.
You know, I would not be surprised either. Half of the people watching right now are probably at work.
Chat, you work? Oh my god. such a bitch. I'm like, chat, you work, and I'm like munching on chips. Like, oh my god, how does it feel like to work?
No, but actually though, I do actually have a lot of offline work, and I feel almost like when I came back, thinking, like remembering how much fucking work I have, I started getting really overwhelmed again. I'm like, shit. Like, why is everything always due on the same week? Like, you know, people will be like, oh, by the way, this is due on Friday, and also this is due on Thursday, and this is due on Wednesday. I'll be like, okay, so I don't even know what to do sometimes. I'm like, should I just like have a mental breakdown and then just get back up again? I don't know. Like, holy shit, there's just so much things to. And I even like finished so much things before I went on vacation. So I was like, how is there still much? Like, how is there still so much work? Like, what is happening? Not that I like don't want to do it or anything. I just kind of wish like everything would kind of be more spread out. You know, time passes so fast. I feel like it doesn't give you room to breathe sometimes. Why did they make you do so much work? Okay, I'm gonna be that person who actually puts some sense. I want you guys to know that when I complain about things and work, I am in no way pointing my finger at like, you know, Mane-san or like the company, okay? Because a big part of why I think me and a lot of other people can't seem to like catch up on work is because procrastination, okay? Let's not lie to ourselves. If we were really on top of our game, it would probably be a little bit more spread out. But you know, like, you know, we do have the excuse of streaming every day and everything, and you know, it is a lot of work and we do probably feel burnout. At the same time, we choose to also stream like pretty much 6 days a week. We don't have to do that. We can probably stream like 3 days a week and then have like the rest of the days like off for like offline work. But like, you know, I really want everyone to understand that like, you know, when people complain about things, it doesn't mean that we're always pointing our finger at someone or something. It's mostly just to complain, to vent. Because I don't want you guys being like, why are they giving you so much work? Like, like, that's disgraceful. I'm just like, it's not like that at all. You know? So, yeah.
Thank you for being honest. I mean, it is the truth.
You can't really blame other things besides yourself sometimes, you know? As much as I want to. I do know that I work very hard and I do work. But I probably could manage my time better, and also, you know, a part of it is because I do choose to stream almost every day, so it takes away a lot of my time and energy of like putting work into offline work. So, you know, I'm still trying to find a balance between that. Then you do a 5-hour stream. Okay, but like this one, we all knew that it was gonna be long because I wanted to tell you guys everything that happened the past 2 weeks, okay? So, I was really containing myself the past couple days and week when I came back momentarily because I wanted you guys to hear all the stories in one go, you know? So, yeah. Damn, she's still on. I know, I'm sorry. I'll leave soon, okay? I thought you guys missed me. But it seems that I must be away a little bit longer. Okay, I gotta stop eating. Oh my god, I can't stop eating. Okay. Alright guys, I'm probably gonna read some super chats. So you guys can go to bed now. Or go about your day. Okay, we all know that the super chats section of the ZATSUDAN is usually when we all go unhinged. But I'll try not to go on tangents. Because I have another stream later. Okay. Oh. But yeah, yeah, something that I'm really happy about is that recently in NIJISANJI, like a lot of music has been like, I love how I'm like, I'm not gonna go on tangent anyways. Something that, like, you know, I uploaded my original finally after like a year of working on it, and then Ren also had his original after, which you should stream. It's called Casket. Oh my god, I can't believe we all heard Ren Zoto swear. Naughty, naughty. He's really changed. I can't believe he's been so toxic. I've seen his banter on Twitter with Kyo, and he's getting really sassy. I'm not gonna lie, I'm like, damn, what happened? You know it's happening, guys. I knew this day would come. And then Marilyn did like a cover of one of my originals, Ethyria. So that was super duper sweet of her, and you know, I'm really happy that anybody would ever be interested in like singing one of like an original of mine. So yeah, I'm really happy about that. And she even went on her way to like include all of Ethyria too, like even Nina. So that was really, really sweet of her. So please make sure you check her cover of that too. But yeah, it's been really nice, like music-wise lately, and I'm very happy because I love music. And yeah, really, really, it's been a good time. See, guys, I don't need Nijisanji's not that bad. You know, come on. I mean, like, see, we're going back up. Don't worry about it. No, that is life. I told you guys, that is life. We go down, then we go back up, and then probably go back down again, and then we go back up. And then that is life, you know. It's like a wave, like the beach that I was on. Yeah. Yeah, it was very nice. And honestly, like, a lot of people have been joining Zomboid recently, so it's kind of become kind of like a weekly big EN collab thing, which I'm really happy about too. So I'm really excited to play this Thursday. I'm not gonna lie, me and Babu would often kind of like refer a lot of in real life stuff to Zomboid. We'll be like, oh my god, this is just like Zomboid. Babu recently, unfortunately, like, we were running in the rain and she tripped and she really hurt herself. And while I was like bandaging up her knee, Babu was just like, this is just like Zomboid. Does anybody have bourbon? And I was laughing my ass off. I was like, we have a problem. Like, imagine tripping, getting hurt, and then all you think about is bourbon because you need bourbon to disinfect when in fact you could just use alcohol because we're in real life. So it's so funny. Yeah, she's okay. She's okay. But yeah, like a lot of the times we would refer to a lot of things that we were encountering during our trips and like relating it to Zomboid. So I thought it was really funny. Hi, Mumu. Thanks for the raid. Oh my god. Hi, Fantomos. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna be reading the super chat, so you guys are just in time for the boring part of the stream. Woo! Hello, hello. Okay, super chat, let's go. Let's not waste any time, because I need to rest in between the stream. Okay, Chiliax! You are not the first super, sorry, Keelish! Thank you so much for this first super of today, let's go! Alu Peep, thank you so much for the super, thank you. Chiliax, thank you so much for the super, thank you. I was scrolling down and I saw his name, I was like, oh yeah, this is probably first, but then I scrolled down even more, I'm like, oh my god, it isn't first, what's happening? You're falling! Shadow Demon Lord, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back, part 2. Thank you. Voitan, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back. And the Alley Peeps did fine in your absence. It's not like we missed you over a simple weekend break or anything. Nope, no stir, crazy clippers or fans at all. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm proud of you guys. I'm glad that I didn't see anything sussy coming from, you know, you guys, and it sounded like, for the most part, you guys were touching a lot of grass while I was touching grass too. So, yeah. Good job. Good job, everyone. Kuwu, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back. Thank you. Childek, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back again, Bird. Thank you. Don't worry this time. I'll be staying until next month, and then I'm gonna leave you all again. Just kidding. Nicola, thank you so much for Suba. Welcome back, and I missed you, Makami Oshi. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm back. Touching grass is for normies. Yeah, guys, I'm fully I'm fully a normie now. I have converted. You know, I knew this day would come. I knew that my soul belonged on the beach, which I would never have thought that would be. But yes, I am a normie. She's converted. Yes. Okay, but low-key though, a lot of my reactions in real life were not normie reactions, you know. So I still struggle. How could you betray us like this? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jackie B. It's because you guys don't fulfill me. And all I want is fulfillment. You traitor. I'm sorry. I am a traitor. I left you all.
No, she has no personality.
Okay, not all normies have no personalities. Actually, a lot of people who are not normies also don't have personalities. So that is just a stigma. How much does fulfillment cost? I don't know. I don't understand. Boyfriend arc incoming? Well, the tarot cards didn't really say that, so
I don't know if that's gonna be true.
oh, they have personalities. I just don't like him. Okay, I mean, like, you know, some normies are fine. Like, a lot of my normie friends are really chill. I like them. They're super nice to be around, so. Yeah. We need another bathroom boyfriend? Oh my god, are we calling that guy the bathroom boyfriend? That's so funny. That's such a... I will forever remember him in my heart, you know? I will be 80 and I'll be like, I once had the opportunity of being with... I love how I immediately think that, you know, I would be with him without his consent, you know? But anyways, back to my 80-year-old, you know, story. I once had the opportunity of being with a beautiful man, but I missed it because I was too pussy. Bathroom boyfriend sounds so sassy, true. But you know what? It's fine. Where am I? Tian Tanya, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back, and I miss you so much. Thank you! I'm back! Pinkerton, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back, Anna. Thank you! How I did not meet your father. Oh my god, that is so true. That would be the title of the show. Tiamat, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back. Anna Honey, thank you guys. Thank you so much for the warm welcome backs. It's so nice of you guys. I really did miss streaming, and I was so excited. Like, every single bad thing that happened to me and good thing that happened to me, the first thing I would think of was like, oh my god, I can't wait to tell my Alu peeps if I survive this. Especially the bear. You know, the bear guy who was just like, you know what a bear is? You know, I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. I can't wait to tell my Alu peeps. I like, you know, this guy, like, you know, this guy, like, you know, I'm messed up in that way. I'm like, everything that happens, I'll be like, I low-key probably subconsciously opened the door so that I could tell you guys the content, you know? Oh yeah. You were pointing at a pile of garbage and calling it a bear? No. I was not pointing at the garbage. The man was pointing at the garbage and saying that that was what he was concerned about, and he asked me what I saw, and because I couldn't see it because I was blind, I thought it was a bear. So I was not the one pointing. I was being very polite, and I was calling him sir, and I was the most Canadian I've ever been, you know. I never ever go to people and be like, hi sir, hi ma'am, you know, but I felt the need to be extra polite that day, and it worked. Oh my god, stop being so obsessed with us. Oh my god, you're so right. Time to take another vacay. Bye, besties. Tiamat, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back, Anna Honey. I've been looping mushrooms since the premiere and still loving it so much. Can't make it to the stream because of work again. Just want to tell you that I love you as always, platonically. Makami Oshi. Aw, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you guys so much for all the love and support for Mushroom. You know, I talked about it with Keiki afterwards, and Keiki was also very touched that you guys were really, well, like, very supportive of the whole cause, and then like a lot of people were like even going out of their way to dissect the song, which we really love when people do that because everybody has their own interpretation of the song. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Like, it really means a lot to us. It really doesn't matter if like the song is like quote unquote a success or whatever, because to us just putting it out and having it kind of like raise awareness for something that I have always wanted to like kind of bring awareness to other people is really makes me really happy. So yeah, thank you so much, chat. And again, like you know, I'm not really finished with the whole document, but it's pinned onto the chat. So I'll be retweeting the thread on Twitter if you guys want to keep recommending other organizations that I can kind of put into the Google Doc. So yeah. Maxwell, thank you so much for the soup. Welcome back, Enna. Mushroom is great, and you are too. Thank you so much. Thank you. Cha-ching, thank you so much for the Aka soup. Oh my gosh. Welcome back, Enna. I missed you so much. Mushroom is really great. Thank you. I can really relate to it. Hope you and Millie have a good time and rest in the seaside camping. By the way, today is Chinese Valentine's Day. Oh my god, it is? I didn't even know. Wish you a happy holiday. Consider me.
Just kidding. Love you platonically forever.
Oh my god, really? I didn't even know they had a Valentine's Day. I'm not gonna lie. Happy Valentine's Day! I wonder why it's this day. I also don't really know why Valentine's Day in Canada is like February 14th. But yeah, happy Valentine's Day! Aww, that's so sweet! But what do people usually do? Like, do they also... I kind of doubt that they would give chocolate. Do they give like other types of food? There's a different calendar for it? Oh, I see.
We eat mooncakes, we throw oranges? Why? So imagine you having a crush on someone and you show it by throwing them an orange. Like, I don't like you. And then they get like a concussion from it. That'd be really funny, honestly. I mean, not the concussion part, but the throwing the oranges part. Yeah. I don't really know what they do.
But yeah, make sure if you like somebody, you should let them know. And then, you know, you should tell me so then I can talk about it for... You know, for on stream. Yeah. Honestly, maybe one day I should do a stream where you guys tell me about your love stories and I just talk about it on stream. Cause low-key, I'm running out. I'm like, damn, I've talked about everything.
I don't have much, that's why. But yeah, maybe you guys can like share your stories of why you're all single, right? We're all single, right? Yeah?
Okay. Yeah? Right? Nobody's here married, right? Come on. I feel like if you're married, you should be like doing couple stuff like, I don't know, baking
Together? I don't even know what couples do.
They just like bake or something. I low-key just think that like couples just bake and then they take walks and then they, I don't know, get McDonald's or something. That's what I think they do. Would you guys ever rent, like, you know, like in Japan they have like rent a girlfriend, rent a boyfriend, you know, like you can, and even like renting a friend. Would you guys ever do that? No? Oh my god, really? I thought some people would. Renting a, yeah, like renting a girlfriend or a boyfriend or just a friend in general. No, guys. I'm not talking about anything sussy. Like, in Japan, you can literally rent, for example, a girlfriend. And they'll just spend the whole day with you. Like, you know, they'll have lunch with you. And then you guys can, like, I don't know, go to an aquarium. It's really wholesome. And they don't do anything, like, beyond that. I don't even think that you are allowed to really like touch them or anything. Like, so you wouldn't be able to hold hands with them. It's purely just like, you know. Yeah. I'll be honest, I might do it for content. Be like, a lot of the times though, people rent them just to kind of like as a social image, and then also because they want to go somewhere but maybe not alone. So for example, I know this person, I think it was like talked about in a documentary or something. They were like, oh yeah, sometimes I get really anxious going to a place by myself and I really want to go and none of my friends want to go, so I'll just rent somebody to go with me. So in that kind of context, you know what? I think like that's pretty cool. Like, I think it's really convenient. You're still trusting a stranger? Well, you know, number one, it's Japan, so it's a little bit more safe in my opinion. And number two, it's like, because they're under like an organization, you have a little bit more like assurance knowing that like they're part of something, because you're not the only person using this service. So it's usually like pretty safe. It's not like you're just asking some random. It's not like, it's really not like you know, having a random app and having like a stranger like, oh yeah, it's like from a real agency. You gotta sign documents and you get to choose like, you know, what kind of person. It's a lot more like complex than you think. It's still weird renting someone to pretend to be close with. Well, actually, you don't even have to pretend. A lot of people kind of just like use it as an opportunity to just kind of get to know like a stranger. Like, a lot of the times they'll be like, oh, what do you like to do? And they wouldn't really lie about what they do because they don't really need to. It's just like, oh yeah, on my off time I do this. So, you know what? It's a lot more like wholesome than you think. But of course, like, I'm sure there probably are some people who do kind of like pretend that they are like their actual girlfriend or whatever, so. And I feel like that's fine. I personally do also think that that would be a little bit like, I'm not really familiar with that concept, so when I like first heard about it, I was like, oh my god. But yeah, actually it's more like wholesome than you think. Yeah, but honestly, like, if I ever live in Japan for like a long time again, I might try it out, you know, for content. I mean, I wouldn't try it out if I didn't have the opportunity to tell you guys. But I would definitely do it for like a day and then I'd be like, hey, Alu peeps, guess what? I just rented out a girlfriend. Probably would like, and then, you know, I'd probably just be like, oh my god, now we're actually friends. Stop trying to gaslight us into thinking it's normal. Well, what is normal, you know? Normal is just like things that happen more frequently and then we get used to it. So, who knows? This could be the future norm. You never know. That's kind of how all normal things have come to be. It's like a free trial. You'll be shy and awkward even on a fake date. I would be so awkward, but imagine the content. I'm so content driven, it's almost like concerning. I was like, damn, I'll do so much things for content, but as soon as you take that away, I'm just like, there's no point doing it. Like, I can't share this story with anyone. I mean, I could share with my friends, but it's just not the same, you know? Yeah, shy girl. Oh my god, please. Guys, don't bring up my PTSD! I'm not shy girl! I'm Enna Alouette! Don't call me shy girl! Ah! Oh my god, I'm getting flashbacks. Okay, let's continue super chat. Miguel, thank you so much for the super. Hi, Anna, I didn't miss you at all. Okay, why is my community like this? Hope you had a nice camping trip. What were some things you liked about camping and some you didn't like very much? I like going to the beach. I like that we had to cook because there was no restaurant anywhere. I really didn't like the bathroom because the bathroom looked like there was piss in it all the time, but it was just the water. The water smelled a little bit funny, but it was called well water or something, and apparently well water is really good or something, but it's just like, it was something I'm not used to. So I low-key didn't really enjoy the water. Yeah. I know, like, you know, it was the countryside, so yeah. And then, you know, there were a lot of bugs and mosquitoes. I'm not afraid of spiders, but like mosquitoes, I was just like, oh my god, every day I would like cover myself in insect repellent. But yeah. I used a porta potty and that was traumatizing. I hated that. That was disgusting. I hate porta potties with a burning passion. It's almost like comparable with like birds. It's a true Canadian experience. I love camping. It wasn't even like actual camping, but it was still like, you know, the water was so funny smelling. Tantanya, thank you so much for the supers. Thank you so much to everyone who made the wonderful mushroom song. I love this song so much. I'm so glad that you love this song. Thank you so much for listening to it. And I think your little front teeth are so cute and they can heal my emotional problems. I go. I hope all of your depression leaves your body today at this very moment because of my front buck tooth. And could you take a close-up of your little front teeth? Oh yeah, okay, hold on. Put this away. Let's just put this like little Alouette plushie away. How close can I get? Okay, this is the closest I can get. Wait, actually no, it's not true. Okay, I think this... Okay. I'm just gonna talk like this the rest of the stream. One day I'll have more emotions. You know, one day I'll also get the brush up for the expressions I believe. And one day I will also be able to have expressions besides my default expression. I'm waiting for that day forever. One day, I will have more. I will have more expressions. Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much. Udon Mian, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back again, my not gay Oshi. What the fuck? You know? It doesn't matter, guys. It really doesn't matter. It's not important. What's important is that you are loved and I am loved. And that's it. Voitan, thank you so much for the super. As I'm sure most of us are, I'll be sneaking in every now and then while you stream as I work. Welcome back, Pooh Bird. Thank you, Pootan. Thank you. Song of Dusky Woods, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back, Anna. Thank you so much. Kanade Fong, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back, and I hope you had a great time and rested all up. Looking forward to seeing and hearing more about your vacation. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stories. I'm sorry if I seem like my energy's a little bit low, because I think I did kind of get like a slight cold. Because my sinuses are kind of like blocked just slightly. And I think I'm a little bit tired from all the traveling, because like it's really catching up to me physically. But you know, I think a couple days of rest is probably gonna be okay. But I think after this, I'm gonna have to rest before my next stream. Notorious, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back, Anna. How was the vacation with Babu? Yes, Anna, we all missed you. Love your original song, Mushroom. Thank you so much. The vacation was really nice. I'm really glad I got to spend so much time with Babu. Because on both trips, I was with Babu. So, yeah, it was really nice. A lot of times, like, Babu and I would just, like, talk and, you know, walk together. We're very slow walkers, so all of our friends would walk in front of us, and then Babu and I are just, like, behind, and we're just, like, taking our time. Really just thinking about life and stuff, so that was really nice. I'm glad I got to spend, like, my summer vacation with my best friend. Usagi, thank you so much for the soup. I miss you, Enna. I actually did sorta almost miss you guys too. You know, it was like a tiny bit, I guess. It was only like a week, so it's fine. Ciao ciao, thank you so much for the soup. Hi Enna, welcome back. It's late at night here, so I can't watch the live stream. Looking forward to catching up on your amazing content tomorrow when I wake up. Hope you and Alu peeps enjoy the streaming. Aini, thank you so much. I hope,
Yeah, good luck. It's gonna be more than 5 hours, so yeah, maybe bring a meal.
thank you so much. Thank you for dropping by before you sleep. You, thank you so much for the soup. Crayons on paper under starlight turns glittery, ever so lovely, enduring for a week. But now she's back. Night turns a day as we watch her play. Aww. Guys, how long was I away for? I think like in total it was just like maybe 2 weeks, maybe? Like my vacation days added up to like just about 2 weeks, maybe? So, yeah, it wasn't too long. Like 10 days? Okay, so a little bit less than 2 weeks.
A million years.
It wasn't too bad, Chan. I've gone on longer vacations.
It felt long.
Well... Well, I guess... I don't know what to say, Chan. Like... Well, I mean, I'm back, so...
Plus you had a month and a half off for your suspension. What are you, my fucking manager? Are you okay? The fuck?
Actually, guys, I have a confession to make. I wasn't actually on vacation. I was just like... I couldn't stream. Yeah. I was just being a naughty pants, and that's why I was gone. For like... 1.5. You know those pictures of the beach? Yeah, I asked my normie friends to take them. So then, I could pretend that it was me on the beach. Like the amount of effort that I put into lying, it's a lot of work, guys. I hope you guys can praise me for that. Stock photo beach images. Honestly, like a lot of the scene, like a lot of the nature scenes that I saw were so like, honestly, like when you see like very beautiful nature and you try to take a picture of it, it really does end up looking like a stock image because it's just so unreal that how it's so beautiful, you know? But like you really, really have to be there in real life to see like the actual beauty of it. Like, because like, you know, I don't really see like too much nature because I live in the city. But when I do, like, oh my god. It's so beautiful. It really is. Yeah. Like, you really can't capture it through a photo. You know, and I have... Like, my photos are pretty clear, right? Like, it's not too, like, blurry or anything, so... Like, honestly, like... You know, a lot of things that are really, really beautiful, like, you should really go there and see it for yourself. Because it's a completely different, like, feeling. Yeah, and if you try to capture it through a photo, it'll still look pretty, but it does end up low-key kind of looking like a stock image photo because it's just so, like... It's so unreal! You know? Yeah. But man, I feel like I like nature a lot more than I thought, you know? I didn't think I would actually get into the water. And plus, I was in the water, like, it was in the cold water. It was so cold. And I feel like when I got out of the water, like, I feel like my body felt better. Like, I kind of had, like, some back pain, but then when I came out of the water, I felt like my back wasn't in pain anymore. It was really nice. So if you guys ever get the chance to, like, actually see, like, you know, nature and actually, like, for example, go to a beach or, like, a forest or something, like, you know, in a forest, please just make sure you don't get lost. But, like, yeah, you should really go and, you know, you'd be surprised how much we really do like nature. I mean, like, you know, we're probably, like, innately comforted by nature, so once you kind of get back into it, it's really meditating, in my opinion. Like, it's very therapeutic. Yeah. Bacon Slayer, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back, Enna. Thank you so much. Kiwich, thank you so much for the super. And Mushroom Strong turned out great, missed you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Let me translate this because it's in Hanzi and I have not worked on any type of Hanzi reading while I was away on my vacation. Or maybe this is Japanese. Yuriko, thank you so much for the super. Megane Family, thank you so much for the super. Oh, you're back. Welcome back, I guess. I didn't miss you or anything. Oh, yeah, it's not like I missed you too. Yeah, I hope you are probably asleep so that you don't see your super chat being read. Disgusting. Honeysuckle, thank you so much for the super. So glad you had a good trip. And a few days ago was my friend Ellie's birthday. Could you give her a blessing? Yeah! Happy belated birthday, Ellie! I hope you had a wonderful birthday with loved ones around you and good food. And I hope you many, many more birthdays to come. You have a very good friend for giving you a shout out too. Max Maxwell, thank you so much for the super. Reimu said you were stylish as fuck. Really? Did she say that? Aww. I didn't know she thought that about me. Well, you know, I did learn a couple things from retail, you know, in the 5 years that I was there. And, you know, like, I must have learned a little bit of something. I mean, she was pretty stylish too, you know. She had a really nice, like, booty. I wasn't gonna really mention that on stream, but, you know, now that we're on this topic. Yeah, like, yeah. I mean, we had a lot of needy spirit bird moments, not gonna lie. Reimu and I, like, you know, talked quite a bit, you know. At one point, we were even talking in a closet. It was so fucking humid, but it was hot as fuck. But no, we were just, like, talking, you know, like, getting very comfortable. And yeah, it was really nice, like... like, we had a lot of, like... Oh, yeah, oh my god, at one point, like, okay, I think it was, like... I don't remember who held hands with it, but at one point we were all walking, and then, like, I think, like, Millie was holding hands with, like, maybe Rosemi, I believe? I might be getting it wrong, because I don't remember. So everybody was, like, holding hands with each other, and then, like, maybe Alir with, like, Nina, for example. I can't remember. But, like, they were holding hands, and then, you know, we had gotten some stuff, like, snacks from the grocery, and I was holding, like, a bag of groceries, so my hands were low-key kind of occupied. Me and Reimu were kind of walking behind everybody, and we were like... Damn. Everybody's holding hands except us. And then Reimu kind of like held out her hand. But because I was like holding a bag of groceries, I like really struggled to like hold her hand. But you know, I did my best. I put my hand in her hand and I was like low-key about to drop the groceries. And she was laughing so hard. And then I was like, honestly, any other time would have been great. You know, hashtag Needy Spirit Bird. I just, you know. I was kind of busy. And maybe like, you know, help. You know, somebody could help me with the groceries, you know. Like, yeah, yeah, guys, you know, like, because groceries nowadays, they don't really give plastic bags, so they give you, like, a paper bag, so there's nothing to hold it, so you literally have to, like, hug it. So, you know, it was, quite difficult. But yeah, I held hands with Reimu at some point, and, yeah, it was great. Raimi Online Warrior, thank you so much for the super. From shy to a fun, unhinged VTuber, you've grown a lot. Yeah, I felt like this shy girl thing is probably gonna stick for a little while, so low-key I regret saying it, but yeah. To Eve the stripper and her kohai, thank you for giving me your first lap dance or whatever it was. Yeah, I will probably never come back, but I support women and I love female energy. Let's go. I love that, everybody. They have my full support just from outside of the strip club. Okay, Lynn, thank you so much for the super. Hi, Anna. Happy. Oh, how do you say that? How do you say this like correctly? It's like Valentine's Day and how do you say this? I need to learn. Le. Qixing? That's okay, that's the Hanzi for 7. 七夕快乐. Oh, that's like the Valentine's Day, right? 七夕快乐. Drink more water, take care of yourself, love you. Thank you so much. 大家今天七夕 Oh my god, I can't say it. I haven't spoken Chinese in so long. 七夕快乐. Please send all your love to your loved ones and your friends and tell your loved ones that you love them. Yeah. I didn't even know this was a thing. I should probably say it to my dad too. Be like, hi dad. 七夕快乐. And my dad would be like, how the fuck do you know what that is? I'd be like, my chat taught me. My dad, by the way, speaking of that, my dad has been really happy that like a lot of people have been like conversing with me in Chinese. He's like, it's a really good learning opportunity. So he wants you guys to know that he really appreciates it because he's always shitting on how shitty my Mandarin is. So yeah. And we always have that one weirdo in chat that every time we speak any sort of Mandarin or Chinese, they'll be like, bing jingling. I'll be like, okay guys, like, damn. You know, there's other memes too, okay? There's other memes too. Please. Okay, Matcha Dani, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back. I wanted to say you helped me during a dark time. I usually just lurk, but I hope after this I come out of my shell. I just wanted to thank you and the Alu peeps. Love you platonically. Have a good stream. Honestly, you need to give yourself more credit because, like, you know, as much as I super love hearing that you're coming out of your shell a little bit, I think the fact that you want to come out of your shell and that you have been is a really good sign that you can definitely do it. And yeah, I'm really glad to hear that. I hope that you feel even more comfortable coming out of your shell in the future. Thank you so much for writing that. That was so sweet. Licorice, thank you so much for the super. Story time on my birthday. Let's go. Happy birthday, Licorice! Thank you for coming and dropping by on your birthday. Max Maxwell, thank you so much for the super. Enna-chan kawaii, I'm so sorry. What, did you fucking lose a bet or something? What's happening? Nicola, thank you so much for the super. Oh my god, it's Enna-chan Kami Oshi. Oh, it's because I introduced myself as Enna-chan to the JP Livers. Okay, fuck you guys. Fuck all of you, man. I hate all of you. Little Ink Dots, thank you so much for the super. Wait, Ita, there is an all-girl strip club? You mean girl on girl? I think like all-girl strip club just means like the strippers are all girls. But like both like, you know, anybody can go in, but like the strippers were only girls. And I'm sure there's like an all-guys strip club where all the strippers were like guys, but you know, the one that we went to was only girls. Cause you know, imagine going to a guy strip club. Holy shit, I'd like faint because I'd be like, oh my god, help me. I am a sinner. Oh yeah. Boop 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 boop. Oita, thank you so much for the super. Nina being count Boobala. What does that mean? Oh yeah, she was counting the amount of titties that I was seeing. I think in the end I saw probably like 10 pairs of titties. Oh my god. It was a lot, guys. It was a lot for one day. I had to really process that day. Go to a male stripper club for content. I'm gonna be honest, I think that will be out of my comfort zone, like quite a bit. So probably not. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it out there. I don't think I'm comfortable with that. And you know, again, like I feel that I am quite open-minded, but like I have boundaries too. ETRDZ, thank you so much for the super. Thank you. Hey, 你好吗？我不想是缘，但祝你直播愉快。Yo, okay, I can't read this. Oh my god, hold on. Time to bring out the Google Translator, guys. Oh, it's okay. I think I know what they're saying now.
Hi, Enna Alouette, 你好吗？我不擅长许愿，但祝你直播愉快。再见。
I'm not gonna win making wishes, but I hope you a happy stream. Thank you so much, 谢谢. Thank you so much. I gotta really work on my Chinese again. I haven't been speaking Chinese to anybody. I haven't called my dad for like 2 weeks. So like, you know, I need to work on that a bit. I should probably catch him up too. Be like, hi dad,
A lot happened.
Blu-ray Radio, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back. Really missed you. Your kindness and openness will always touch my heart. I quite appreciate your support and patience, no matter how this anime girl's yelling or cursing. Thank you, Alu peeps. Thank you so much. What do you mean cursing or yelling? Who's doing that? Is it me? Is that me? I feel like I really stopped cursing that much. No? You guys think I still swear a lot? I feel like I've really taken it down. You think I swear a lot still? I feel like I'm a lot better now. Not as much recently. Yeah. I feel like compared to like last year, I really don't swear too much. Yeah. A bit less. Kinda miss it. Well, too bad. I gotta change too. I wanna change for the better too. So, you know, for those of you sickos who find enjoyment in other people being like more terrible than you, that's right. I'm improving. And if that bothers you, then, that means you're fucking messed up. And low-key, that's kinda true. So, yeah. You've toned it down a lot over the years? You say it as if I've been here for 5 years. This is my 2nd year, girl. Oh, you've really toned it down over the years, Enna. Has only debuted like a year ago. Time flies, I know! Why are you still eating? Because I'm so hungry, chat. I'm so hungry. I think when I get really tired, I get incredibly hungry. It's like insane the amount of things I've been eating. Damn! How big is that bag of chips? Kinda big. I don't know. Don't make fun of me. It's a family size, but it's only for me. I'm sorry. I promise that after this bag I won't eat like chips for 2 weeks, okay? So I'm my own family, exactly. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be honest though, I can get away with it because I low-key don't gain weight. And I take advantage of that every turn. I'm sorry. I'm telling you guys the truth. I kinda abuse, you know, that part of myself. But yeah, I should be eating healthier. Tonight, I'm gonna be eating vegetables. I promise. Okay. All that salt, yeah, honestly, I low-key can feel it because I feel like my face is puffing up from like the salt. No. But I'm just gonna drink a lot of water. No, like I think I'm still like low-key in vacation mode, so I've been eating a lot of junk food. I'm sorry guys, it's really hard to like get out of it sometimes. Okay, I promise after this bag, I'm done. And then, no more for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And I'll try to keep it up, okay? Less junk food. But I have been eating meals, okay? It's not like I'm just snacking. Okay, a non-viewer, thank you so much for the super. Thanks for the club story. Now I don't have to go myself to experience it. But everybody will have their own different experiences, so... You know, but of course, if it doesn't make you comfortable, do not go. Pinkerton, thank you so much for the super. Thank you for your sacrifice. We appreciate the content. Honestly, I didn't really think I would be the one to really react so shockingly. Yeah, I just didn't know that we were gonna be danced on. But again, like, you know, improvise, adapt, and overcome. I don't know if I really did improvise or adapt, but I did overcome it, so yeah. Thank you, Eve. Pen 2 Crayon, thank you so much for the super. Cotton Cat, thank you so much for the super. Enna with the Riz. I don't know why I have so much Riz with women, but not so much Riz with men. Like, I don't know what's happening. Quantum Twin Spark, thank you so much for the super. I was legit expecting the story to end with, then the stripper placed a frozen strawberry in my mouth and said, hard to chew, eh? And I woke up. That would be fucking terrifying. That would honestly, like, if that ever happened, I would just, like, fucking cry, you know? I don't know if you guys understand the reference, but in another stream, there was this old lady who saw that I was buying frozen strawberries, and she was kind of making fun of me because I bought the cut up ones and she didn't, and so she looked over at me and she was like, hard to chew, eh? And that was just really, like, this old lady literally would just harass me in the grocery store. I'm just like being harassed everywhere I go, you know? I am a target for anyone. So, if I ever saw her in my dreams, I would cry. Neon, thank you so much for the super. Hi, shy girl Enna. Hi. Nicola, thank you so much for the super. And here's a fun for not getting cancelled. Oh my god, if only we had funds for not being cancelled. Then I could be free. Voitan, thank you so much for the super. Phone dying. We'll catch the VOD when I get home. I'm so happy to see you back. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Good luck at work. Onion Lusty, thank you so much for the super. I know you're so cute. You're going to be fine. Thanks. I will always put Hoshikawa Senpai's words to my heart. I will be fine. Dark Catcher, thank you so much for the super. My Oshi's holding hands. I am winning too. Yeah. You know, I felt like everybody who was already pretty close prior to this trip became closer after this trip. So it was really nice. I enjoyed it. Dirt Tracks Alouette. Did they still not, like, fix the YouTube chat freezing? Oh my god, it's been like a week and a half. Did they not fix it yet? My chat just died. Again. Dirt Tracks Alouette, thank you so much for the super. At this point, you have kissed half of EN girls and you haven't even noticed that. That's an achievement right there. Wait, really? Oh my god, you're so right. Oh my god. Why did I not even notice that? You were so right. Kissed Pomu, Alira, Petra, Rosemi, Reimu, Babu. Nina has kissed me, but like on the cheek. But I still count that. No, unfortunately I have not kissed anybody in Aluna. Or any of the girls in XOA. Oh my god, I should have kissed Meliko and Kotaka when I met them. But then, you know, I wasn't really close with them, so it was kind of weird to initiate that. But maybe once we have, like, a bigger group and more peer pressure, maybe then I can sneak a kiss from, like, Meliko and Kotaka-chan. Yeah. Oh my god, I don't know if I'm ready for that. I'm not gonna lie. Usually, I'm not even the one to initiate that sort of thing. I'm kind of just, like, the victim, you know? I want to be kissed by Scarlet though. I feel like it will be a very fulfilling kiss. Like, she's really good with like, you know, like she's really good at like that very cute kissy sound. That'd be really nice. Why y'all kissing? I have no idea. Low key, sometimes I'm also like, why are we always kissing each other? But like, you know, it's they want to do it, and you know, I don't want to be left out. I have FOMO, guys. Enna's mission kiss every EN girl. Hey, 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 that's not what I said. You know, that was not, you know, I'll kiss whoever is comfortable with it, okay? Because that's the boundary. Kissing the homies, yeah. I just low-key feel, I just hope that nobody's sick when they're kissing, so, you know, that'd be nice. So far they haven't been, so. Don Cosmic, thank you so much for the super. Uki being Dr. Phil. Uki is so much better than Dr. Phil, okay? Maybe hot take, but yeah. And Uki is way more humble than Dr. Phil, too. ETRDZ, thank you so much for the super. It's okay, Enna Alouette. Just be you. Don't think too much about it. It is okay. Don't think too much about it. Thank you. I will not think too much about it. Thank you very much. Raymond D, thank you so much for the super. Once my friend's mom read my cards. It was nothing but blessing and good karma. Turns out to be one of the worst years of my life. I would recommend not taking it too seriously. You know what? Everybody has their own experience with tarot cards. You can believe it fully if you want to. You can take it as a grain of salt, I mean. No, it's always gonna be different because, everybody kind of like... The tarot card readers might be like... people who are reading tarot cards, they're gonna be read by like different tarot card readers. So you'll always have a different experience. But overall, I think it's just mostly for fun and, you don't like... take it too hard. Yeah, but it's a lot of fun and maybe like a lot of things you already kind of know at the back of your head, but it's just like a really good reminder. There's this dude in chat who just has not stopped like being a weirdo. Like, my god, like, you tired of your hobby or what's happening? Oh, Lord. Thea, thank you so much for the super. Today is Chishi Valentine's Day and it's also my lunar birthday. Oh my god! Congratulations! You get to celebrate your lunar birthday on Valentine's Day. Although I just broke up. Oh shit! I'm so sorry. I didn't read that part. That was a really good like comedic timing on your part, so that was really funny. I know you didn't intend it to be that way, but oh my god, that was... I don't mean to laugh at this, but that was really, really good comedic timing. That was pretty fucking good, yeah. Yeah. Although I just broke up, but it's worth it. Happy single, happy Valentine's Day. Honestly, girls and boys and, everybody... Just know that you do not need... My voice just cracked, sorry. That you do not need somebody else to make you happy. You can be happy on your own. I'm pretty happy on my own, I know I have all these like... I have like Babu and everything, but I mean like... Romantically, you don't need to be with someone to feel fulfillment. A lot of the times, it's actually quite the opposite. I think you feel more fulfilled when you're by yourself. Because you have to be by yourself. And you focus on yourself. And you're like... you're like focusing on yourself. So, yeah. You only need the homies. It is so true. Homies before bronies. I don't know. What was the saying again? Like bros before hoes or something? Whatever. Same thing, like friends before anything else. You gotta learn how to be a good friend to yourself and to other people in order to advance further. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. But yeah, like, honestly... At this point, I think, like, most people are single anyways. And the divorce rates are, like, going up, Yeah. But yeah, boyfriend is temporary, Babu is forever. Loki... That might be true. As sad as it sounds, but I think at one point Babu was talking to like our in real life friends, and she was like, yeah, so like at this point Babu and I are probably just gonna have each other, and she said it in such a sad way. I looked at her and I was like, why are you so sad about that? And she was like, yeah, like we have a lot of trouble finding people, and I feel like at this point it's really just gonna be like Babu and I, and I was just like, bro, what's wrong with that, huh? Yeah. Was so funny, and everybody was laughing, but it's like, well, what's wrong with that? You have your Babu. Sorry, I started eating again, even though I said I wouldn't. The hat stays on during hand holding. No. The hat goes off because that's the way that I want it. Too bad, families. That's right. do you feel about that? Are you allowed to tell us which chips you are eating? No. So something that you guys probably don't know is that like part of the NDA, part of my contract says that I absolutely positively cannot tell you what brand of chips that I am eating. If I even tell you or hint or allude to it, I could get into really, really big trouble. Yeah. Like, I could get into so much trouble that like I might have to take another like week and a half off. So just letting you guys know. Yeah. It's like I can't. I'm sorry. Can't you make up the brand? Yeah, so like, you know, they don't allow us to make it the brand because we might accidentally make a brand that could potentially exist. So, yeah. Can you tell us if they're good or not? Yeah, I can't give any opinion on that either because you know, that would be, you know, opinion from us could potentially like destroy, you know, the entire community because opinions are supposed to be kept to ourselves and not like outwardly shared amongst people because you know, we can't trust that people on the internet cannot take our opinions lightly. Yeah. Can you even confirm that you are eating chips? No, I actually am not allowed to confirm that I am eating chips. So that was one of the rules that I just broke earlier. And I was hoping you guys wouldn't realize that, but yeah. I probably won't show up tomorrow. Can you confirm you're even eating? No, I can't. So part of being a VTuber and a streamer is that we cannot tell you exactly what we are doing at this moment of time because that could lead to doxing. So, yeah.
Goodbye, I will be in your graduation stream.
It's anti-babu chips? What's that? What does that even mean? I can't tell if you're serious or not. Well, I can't believe that you would even ask that because I am 100% serious. Like, I don't know how else you guys can, like... I'm baffled that some of you guys even think that I'm joking. This is like 100% like, I'm being very real with you guys. I cannot tell you guys any of the information that you have just asked me. You know? So I really apologize. Yeah. You sound so convincing, like almost half of chat believed you. I'm so confused why you would say that. I'm telling the truth. Like, if you guys don't believe me, then I don't know what else I can say. I can't tell you that I'm eating Loud Rapper and Clinky. Hey man! I'm hungry! I can decode the brand from the crunches. Honestly, that would be incredible. I'll probably hire you for like mixing or something. I just joined. What are we not believing? I'm just joking, chat. I think sometimes your questions are really funny, so I like to answer them very, very seriously and with 1000% truth. Okay. No, where did I end up? Dark Catcher, thank you so much for the super. Oh no, I read this. Oh, I read this too. Pinkerton, the bomb. My name is Chicken Datoru. Edin, ETRDZ, thank you guys so much for the flesh supers. And Nicola, thank you so much for the P tax. Once again, thank you very much. I'm so confused, man. Okay, for anybody who was just confused about what I was saying, I want you guys to spell this for you. Okay, so I want everybody to type this in chat, okay? So, everybody please type the letter S Okay? And after that, please type the letter A. Okay? And then the next letter I want you to type is R. Okay? That's good. Good job, chat. You're doing great. Okay? And then I want you to type in a C. Okay? And then after the C, I want you to type in an A. Again, yes, this is our second A. And then I want you to type in an S. Again, yes. So there's 2 A's and 2 S's. And then the last letter I want you to type in is M. Okay, so everybody, I want you to type that all together and form the word. What does that say? Let's all say it together. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Sarcasm! Woo! Let's go! Okay, so that's what was happening. It's called sarcasm. Let's go! Alright, okay. Now ingrain it into your heads. Let's go. That's right. How do you feel, chat? I'm back. I'm bitchier than ever. That's right. Is that the chip brand? Yes, it was. It is totally the chip brand. That's a pretty unique brand of chips, yeah. Really gives me a lot of personality, you know, these chips. God, the taste is very sarcastic too. Unnecessary, but to the point, I guess. That's how you know that, like, we've successfully, like, low-key annoyed some people. I love it when people in my chat low-key get annoyed. I'm like, that was so unnecessary, but like, I got it. You're welcome, guys. Sarcasm? Seriously, a real conversation about serious matters.
Yeah.
Can we have the leftover chips after you graduate? I don't know if there's gonna be leftovers, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I look like I'm about to finish it like in about an hour. Okay, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. I'm gonna make sure to like go through the entire gifted memberships and then thank everybody through the viewer activity. Okay, let's continue. Let's see. Italy7, thank you so much for the super. I don't know what a bear is, but I couldn't bear to know. Oh my god, here comes the bear puns, everybody. Get ready. Miguel, thank you so much for the super. That man had to bear with your sassiness. Okay, but I wasn't even being sassy. I was being very polite, you know? Lotus, thank you so much for the super. I forced my coworkers to listen to Mushroom and they liked it. Yippee! Aw, thank you. But also, you don't have to force people to listen. Thank you very much, though. That's really nice of you. Lenpai Senpai, thank you so much for the super. Down in Australia, we have guard dogs in some outdoor restaurants to scare away seagulls from swooping at dinners. That is so smart. That is so smart. I wish we did that here. That is something that should be like a law. I really like that. Aww. That means they must have had a lot of like seagulls swooping at diners for people to actually hire dogs to like, you know, shoo them away. That's crazy. ETRDZ, thank you so much for the super. Thank you. Naruhodo, thank you so much for the super. Screw seagulls, they're like the child of a bird and rat, but the child was, oh my god, you should probably not say that, you know? Like, you know what? I do agree with like seagulls kind of being like a bird. Oh, well, seagulls are a bird, but then also kind of like a sky rat, you know? Because, you know, they always say that like birds are kind of like sky rats in a way, because rats kind of like... Rats basically like come whenever you have like food laying around, and, you know, they kind of travel fast. And then like birds are very like much similar, but they're in the sky. So I've heard some people call birds sky rats. But the thing is like, I actually think rats are really cute. Oh, speaking of rat, yesterday I was walking to the grocery store near where I live, and there was a dead rat on the the sidewalk, and I saw it, and it gave me like a heart attack. I was like, oh my god, it was so sad. It was really, I think it got run over by like a car, but it was really, really scary. Yeah, I felt so bad for it. I thought it was sleeping because the way it was lying down was really like, kind of looked really like in peace, but I realized it was dead. Yeah, no, it was really sad. And I think somebody probably like moved it to like the grass area. But yeah, I was very, but I actually do like, I think mice are really cute and rats are cute too. So yeah, I do think that birds are like way worse than rats. Okay, Don Cosmic, thank you so much for the soup, but not Enna calling seagulls UK roadman? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. What's a UK roadman? Oh, okay, like a person who like causes trouble on the streets. I see. I mean, seagulls are... Okay, like when people see seagulls roaming around them, you know, trying to pick at their food, like nobody thinks that they're like not annoying, you know? What is happening in this chat today? My god. This is how you guys greet me when I come back? Probably going on another vacation for like 2 weeks. Alright. God, I just want to read my super chats. Oh lord, come on, keep your fan fictions to yourself, everybody, please. God, nasty. At least write a nice story or something. It's probably because I just came back, so everybody's a little bit excited and being like, oh my god! Here we go, our new target! It's okay. Nobody's gonna be scarier than that bear guy, you know? Like, I already opened the door. I had to confront this dude who, like, low-key thought I didn't know who a bear was. So honestly, anything less than that is not really, like, anything that bothers me. You know? Yeah. It's so funny how many crazy people there are in this world. It's crazy. Okay. Dingus, thank you so much for the super. Dinosaurs ruled the earth once. The birds remember this and resent our current dominance. Oh yeah, I do remember reading about the fact that like birds have been living alongside dinosaurs for the longest time. I can't believe they've lived that for that long. That's terrifying. Do you know how terrifying that is? Like, realizing that birds have been around that long, like they'll never die. Like, I can't believe birds are going to probably outlive us. Like that's, I can't. They're so evil. I don't know why. Why? Maybe that's why like some people are afraid of birds. Maybe it's because they like resemble dinosaurs in a way. So I don't really know. They don't really look like dinosaurs, but like maybe that's like, I don't know, like a scientific reasoning as to why a lot of people are afraid of birds, maybe? They are direct descendants of dinosaurs? Yeah. But I also think that like dinosaurs are a lot cuter than birds. They don't really look similar. You should look up chicken with teeth. No, I will not do that. I think I've seen a picture of that before, and no, I will not. Sorry, that's scarier to me than fucking Outlast. I type in this. Sorry, I have to translate this because I don't know what. Shen Hao? How do you say this? Wait, I've never had to say this word in Chinese. Shen Hao? Oysters? Ooh! Thank you so much for the super. Hi Anna, this is my first time watching your stream. I watched a clip before. Just want to tell you, I swear to God, I love your stream so much. And your singing is really amazing. Thank you for being so much fun. Aw, thank you so much! I'm really glad that you enjoy my streams and my singing. Thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Oh, raw oysters. Shin. Oh, yeah, okay. I will remember that. Dektilon. Thank you so much for the super. Sorry you had a bad bird experience, but it's funny how your lyrical storytelling spikes when something really annoys you. Okay, yeah, I have to admit, when I talk about things that are traumatizing and like terrible, I do get a sudden burst of energy. It's because I'm really like traumatized, you know, so that's probably why. I don't know why either, but I do think that like for positive stories, I put in quite a bit of effort too. I just, you know, like, because when I think about good things, I'm more at peace, right? So I kind of like reminiscence in my mind, like, that happened and I had a really nice, fun time. And then when I think about something that really like bothers me, I'll be like, oh my god, I can't. Like, oh, you know, I feel like it makes sense that your reaction is a little bit more like, louder when you're negative. That's why negative people are louder on the internet. It makes so much sense. You know, positive people are more at peace. So they don't feel the need to really like yell into the world, you know? They don't feel the need to like tell everyone because they already feel fulfillment. But then like negative people, they're like, oh my fucking god! You know, low key. You know? It makes a lot of sense. Amichar, thank you so much for the super. Thanks for the stories. They're always fun to listen to. Thank you for listening to my stories. Bacon Slayer, thank you so much for the super. Group of crows are... Oh yeah, I read this earlier. Thank you for the information that I really wish I didn't learn. ETRDZ, thanks so much for the super. This is a name, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back, Enna Makami Oshi. I love the way you tell your stories. They're always very fun to listen to. Glad you had a lot of fun. Thank you! Yeah, I actually had so much to tell you guys this time that I had to actually write it down. So I hope I... Well, even if I did miss something, I'll probably tell you guys in another stream. So yeah. TV Table Tray, thank you so much for the super! Wave 1951, thank you so much for the super! First Enna stream. Good luck. Thank you! Ashley Alouette, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back and thank you for the stream. I had so much fun and laughed from all the stories. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the good and the bad stories. It was mostly good anyways. But yeah, thank you. Nicola, thank you so much for the water tax. And ETRDZ, thank you so much for the super again. Don Cosmic, thank you so much for the super. I'm working right now. I have you on Chromecast in the warehouse. What is Chromecast? Is that like Zoom? Wait, what's Chromecast? Is that like a big TV? Oh. How are you able to watch me on a TV at work? I wish I could watch things when I work. Imagine if I'm streaming and I'm also watching someone else stream. I'll be like Streamception. And then that person's watching someone else stream, and then that person's watching someone else stream. It'll be like a streaming marathon of just like watching each other's streams, and then we don't end our stream until the person that we're watching ends their stream. So then if you think about it, if we're watching each other's streams and nobody is ending their stream, we just be in like a streaming limbo of like, oh my god, that's terrible. I don't know what is happening, but like that is actually a nightmare. This is getting a little bit like morbid. That'd be terrifying. Infinite content though. Honestly, would it be? When we run out of things to talk about? Let's not think about that. I think I just scared myself. Okay. Salty Zero, thank you so much for the super. Glad you had a fun trip. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much. Guan Liu, thank you so much for the super. Just want to tell you I love the song so much. You and your team are awesome. Also, thanks for raising awareness of mental health. I took so much comfort from it. Love you platonically. No, thank you guys so much for the support. I know, like, you know, some of you guys have, like, opinions on certain organizations and stuff like that. But I think, like, overall, the point is to kind of just bring awareness, in general. And then also, that's why I also want to provide like a document of like other organizations, so you guys can also choose to, you know, support the one that you feel comfortable supporting. So yeah, I'm gonna make sure that this document is more like polished before I post it on Twitter and the community forums. But yeah, thank you guys so much for your patience. I've had a lot on my plate, so I haven't had a lot of time to like organize everything. But yeah, I just really appreciate everybody's patience. The Kuwusti, thank you so much for the super. Welcome back and thanks for the stories. My dad overheard me playing Mushroom and he loved it too, even though he didn't understand the lyrics. Oh, that's so nice. I'm really happy. Thank you. Thank you so much to you and your father. Baba Booey, nice username. Thanks so much for the super. Thank you for being amazing. Thank you. JB Hut, thank you so much for the super. I don't think that's wholesome, Enna. Our society has made people so lonely that an industry has popped up to capitalize off of that loneliness. I mean, like, you can say the same about a lot of things, but you know, even though, in my opinion, even if things are like capitalized by like, an industry, the people working, they probably have a little bit more of a humanly perspective to give, in my opinion. So like, I wouldn't really lump workers. You know, everybody's just trying to make a living, but at the same time, you can definitely make a living and also kind of like, you know, give a good experience and wholesome memory to somebody. Even if it is, you know, something that's quote-unquote like capitalized and stuff like that. But, you know, for example, you could say the same thing about us, right? Because it's like, we're from a company, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think I personally don't really think like most of us really put out things for the sake of just putting things out. We do want you guys to enjoy our content. We do have a lot of fun talking and, you know, hanging with you guys. So that part, I would like to kind of like put out that, you know, there is a little bit of like humanly wholesome truth and a lot of dark matters, you know? So, you know, don't see things too negatively. I know this is coming from me and Alouette, you know, but you know, I do think it's a lot more complex than just that. But yeah. Nala, thank you so much for the super. Dozed during stream and woke up to Enna talking about renting GFs, then becoming big? Welcome back, and I'm glad you had fun. I've been having fun in my own personal life too. Recently looking forward to more Pokemon. Honestly, me too. One of the games that I've been very looking forward to is Pokemon Sword. So I will be playing that tomorrow, and I'm really excited. Neon, thank you so much for the super. How comfortable did you kiss? What do you mean? Who did I kiss? I just want to know. I just want you guys to know I didn't initiate any kissing. Everybody was kissing me, and I was not aware of where I was being kissed. But from all the people who have kissed me, I have like very much so enjoyed it. So there's no problem on my part, you know. I just thought it was really funny that like Pomu freaked out when I freaked out. Like we were like freaking each other out. Like, oh my god, you kissed me on the lips. Oh my god, I'm so sorry I kissed you on the lips. I'd be like, it's okay. I really liked it. I was like, okay. You know, it was so funny. Baba Booey, thank you so much for the super. My Alouette keychain is finally on its way from Japan. Oh my god, I can't wait for you to get it. I'm still waiting for mine.
It's okay. One day.
Kinky Cadaver, thank you so much for the super. I forgot to say earlier that it's funny that you tried well water for the first time. I've literally drilled the wells that the water comes out of. Not in Canada, though. Yeah, I mean, I think I might have tried it before. Like, maybe when I was, like, on a field trip in elementary school. But it's been a while since I've had well water. And, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not used to the very, like, earthy nature smell. It kind of smells stinky. I don't know if it's supposed to smell like that, but yeah. Anyways, at least we didn't like get food poisoning or like water poisoning or anything, so that's good. Leo Tsunas, thank you so much for the super. Here's the £5 for bus fee after the graduation.
What are you like? What, are you deporting me? Well, like, what's happened? Here's the bus fee for afterwards. Please leave. Thank you.
This is a name. Thank you so much for the super. Guys, she almost ate an entire bag. Obviously, they are terrible. I hate these chips so much. Ugh. Disgusting. Big and Anime, thank you so much for the super. Man, chat won't let you do anything. What do you guys want me to do? Like, literally, you guys have not asked me to do anything. You know? What do you guys want me to do, chat? Okay, chat, tell me. What do you guys want me to do? Please, tell me the answer. What do you want me to do? I just want you guys to answer so I can eat some chips. Go on another vacation, be happy, eat your chips, eat more chips, kiss chat like the old days. Get a boyfriend, roll that dough, be happy someday brackets. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Get married, go to therapy. Low key, honestly, that is something I should do. Or play Zomboid. Yeah, thank you. Some of you guys are so wholesome, like, please take care of yourself. I hope you are happy and drink water. And then some of you guys are just so nasty, like, I want you to, like, kiss chat again like we used to. Like that, only from that one stream where I tried to please everybody and I decided that I hated myself after that. You know. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Where did I leave off? Pekshan, thank you so much for the super. I remember Enna's reviewing Potechi snack stream. Guess things have changed since then. Oh yeah, I did do that. That was a while ago. Oh my gosh, I barely remember that stream. Nick Vo, thank you so much for the super. Can we have the leftover chips after you graduate? No, I'm gonna finish it all. I'm not even gonna leave a crumb for you guys. Disgusting. Vice, thank you so much for the super. I missed this dynamic. Welcome back. I like how somebody is just kind of enjoying the chaos amongst the banter between me and the chat. Just, I missed this. I missed this dynamic. The dynamic where we can't tell whether chat hates Enna or loves Enna. I missed it a lot. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Keeley, thank you so much for the super. I'll take the bag at least. No, I'm gonna throw the bag into, like, the garbage bin. Sorry. But if you guys want to look for it, yeah, you can go back home and look for it because the garbage is where you all live. Majin D, thank you so much for the super. I'm happy you had fun socializing and touching grass, Enna. Can we have a chew while you're so close? There we go. Khan, thank you so much for the super. Here's to you winning the next brush up gacha. Aww. Well, let's pray. Let's pray I have more, let's pray I have more gacha luck. What was that? That was me coughing. The Bomb, thank you so much for the super. I can't believe you're still on after over 6 hours, but thanks for sharing your fun stories, though. Love may not be in the books yet. Strengthen and deepen your friendships that will last forever. I don't really know if that was supposed to be an insult. It's like, yeah, thank you so much for sharing your fun stories. You might still be alone in life, but if you strengthen the relationships you have around you, you will be fulfilled either way. Like, thanks, chat. Thank you. I'll do my best. Thank you so much for the encouragement. No, but thank you so much. I had a lot of fun telling the stories too. Sorry if I feel like I have to rush a bit, because unfortunately, like, I can't spend too much time on this stream, even though I have already done that. But like, yeah, I have another collab literally in like 3 hours, so I do want to make sure I eat and rest a little bit beforehand. Okay. What day is it today? Oh my god, 22nd, I believe. Yes. Okay. Okay, let me move my chat over here so I can see you guys. Wait, what the fuck? Where'd you guys go? Where did you guys go? Hello? Oh, there you are. So many windows. Okay. said, Carway, thank you so much for the Akadono. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. I tuned in during the strip club part and won't be able to hear the rest until after work. I'm glad you had a fun vacation and congrats on not dying the wilderness and seeing the 10 titties LMAO. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Raven Yang, thank you so much for the soup. Dono, thank you, thank you. Sounds like a great and memorable Ethyria experience. Curious if you had a chance, which Niji member you would bring to the club for fun? Probably my besties, you know, my usual, because, you know, I would feel the most comfortable with them. Probably Uki. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Uki's one of my besties too, so like, you know, definitely Uki, because I feel like... Well, actually, no, now that I think about it, I feel like Uki would just leave me. Yeah, I was like, yeah, maybe Uki knows a little bit more on how to, like, navigate in clubs, but then I'm like, no, Uki would probably just leave me for, like, a hot dude. So, maybe not. Tata, thank you so much for the dono! Thank you for all the funny stories. I laughed my ass off. Maybe you can be our strip club guide now. No. I am not experienced in any way, and I refuse to be a strip club guide. Nope, sorry guys, you're on your own. 七夕快乐，祝你很快找到很好的男朋友，爱你。Thank you so much. Let's all pray together, guys. Colette Cowell, thank you so much for the dono. Look at all the work you've done, friends that you made, communities, and that came together around your existence. Please don't be too hard on yourself. We're so proud of you, platonically. Aww, thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. I mean, I think I'm also just pretty lucky, too. Voitan, thank you so much for the dono. Welcome back home. Thank you. I'm so happy to be home. Finally, away from people. I'm tired. GHD, thank you so much for the dono. Welcome back, and I'm glad to hear you had a lot of fun in your trips. Really enjoying your stories and the mushroom song. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. And Chovik, thank you so much for the dono as well. You think Nina is from a distant alien species? Wait until you see Eastern Europe. There are entire countries of Ninas out there. And you know what? I know Nina is one of the type of people I never thought I would be really close with because she's so extroverted, but she's really proven me wrong. And she's really become one of my, she's been a really good, emotional supporter. And she just makes me feel very comfortable. And not just me, but a lot of other people. So she definitely, works really hard to, get along with people. And I can really appreciate that. Fashin, thank you so much for the dono. Donated a few months ago that I was about to do my exams, and now I can say I did good and got into my university. Oh my god! Congratulations! Doing chemistry, I did a student accommodation gotcha and got assigned a shitty twin rune. Oh no. Honestly, yeah, congratulations. We're so proud of you. Oh my god, you know, chemistry exams are very difficult. So, congrats. Oh my god, that's great. Oh, there we go. Yay! Kevin Yama, thank you so much for the dono. Worth the wait for the stories. Listening to you while working, you were making me smile and laugh. Thanks, Enna. I hope you'll be able to come to Hackathon next year as a guest. I already was a guest last year, so I don't know if I'm gonna be a guest next year, unfortunately. I'm sure they want to, cycle with new people. One of my biggest regrets is missing out last year's convention. Oh no! Yeah, I'm so sorry. Hopefully, in the future, I can be a guest again, but I'm kind of thinking they would probably want, different guests every year. But maybe one day, hopefully. Maybe in, 5 years, they'll be like, yeah, reunion! Pinkerton, thank you so much for the Aka Dono. I dropped the donation in the premiere, but forgot to do a follow-up dono. Thank you so much for the amazing original. Love the song, and it's really sweet that you said it as a charity. Thank you so much for your support! Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. And yeah, I'm gonna make sure that, all the charities that I said I would donate to, I would do so at the end of the month. So just give me a little bit of time to kind of organize that. And yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm really, really happy about this song coming out. It's really lifted a bunch of things off of my shoulders. So yeah. Nicola, thank you so much for the dono. You may not have been gone long, but I'll always miss you when you're gone. Not that we can't survive, of course, but your presence means a lot to so many of us. So glad you had a lovely vacation. Very glad to have you back, and much love to you. Aw, thanks, chat. Here, I will give you guys a snuggle. know some of you guys were harassing me low-key in chat. It's okay, it's only like 3 people. I'm just like, bruh. Like, okay, thanks for the welcome. I know you guys missed me too, okay? That's how you show your love, okay? Sickos. Okay. Jovek, thank you so much for the dono. I know it's not specifically a mental health charity, but thank you for including ILGA Europe. They've done a lot of great work for gay rights around my parts of the world, including helping our mental health struggles. Oh yeah, I definitely do think that it, like, you know, mental health can be related to basically anything, you know? Like, if you are not being accepted in your community, society, country, that obviously will take a big chunk of your mental health. So I don't really see it not being, like, connected. So yeah, please make sure you guys, you know, again, link to the thread that I made on Twitter. I'll definitely retweet it after the stream so that we can add it to this document. Okay. Alright, where am I now? Where are all my tabs?
I do not know how to use the internet anymore. Holy shit.
Alright. Okay, Kinky Cadaver, thanks so much for the super. Largely depends on what underground aquifer the water comes out. I'm not familiar enough with the ones in Canada to know why it smelled. Might be lime. I don't know. I'm just trying not to think about it too much. So, you know, honestly, like, as long as I'm not sick from it, then I think it's fine. So, but I do miss, like, very filtered water. Also, they didn't have a kettle. Oh my god, I forgot to say that they didn't have a kettle at the Airbnb, and I had to, like, boil it on a stove. And yeah, I was just like, how do you not have a kettle? Like, especially in Canada when it gets so cold sometimes. Like, what do? You just drink cold water in the winter? How? Madu, thank you so much for the super. Thank you for the stories, Enna, and I love the interaction between you and the peeps. Missed you guys so much. Aww, chat. Don't worry. I'm back now. I don't know why I said that in such a sarcastic way. I was just kind of, like, coping with the fact that, like, we have to be a little bit affectionate. Yeah, I'm really glad to be back and streaming again. A lot of fun games this week. And, you know, please, it's probably going to be a hard week for a lot of us too. So make sure you take care of yourselves and just make sure we're extra kind to each other this week, okay? And I'm sure you guys probably know what I'm referring to. Okay, let me refresh this because my YouTube is fucking glitching on me like crazy. My lord. Okay, for those of you who gifted memberships, thank you guys so much. Welcome new members. Ashley Alouette, thanks so much for the 1 gifted. Volkaman Harmless, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. And Madu, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. Caraway, thanks so much for the 10 gifted. Bad Karma 90, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. And yeah, for members, we'll try to set up like the movie at the end of this month. I think I wanted to watch Inception with you guys because I've never watched it before, so that'll be probably the movie. And then you know, there are some new membership videos that are available. It's mostly regarding the mushroom song, so check that out too. Hobbits, thank you so much for the super. The donation reminded me, Enna, your clip and stream cheered me up and made me smile again when I'm sinking, even though it still affects me sometimes. Thanks sincerely. Sorry for my poor English. Thank you so much for saying that. I know we all have rough times, but like, you know, I'm really glad to hear a lot of you guys are doing your best despite going through things. So all I can really say is I really hope that it gets better for you guys, and I think it will. Like, eventually, if you have a bad day, you will also have a good day. So please hang in there and make sure you take care of yourselves, okay? Like, sleeping and eating well goes a long way, and exercising too. So make sure you guys do that. And oh my gosh, Seatown Kills, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you. Okay, chat, we have officially pretty much told all of our vacation stories, and I finished super chats and donos. I feel like I did a lot, you know. So thank you so much for listening to my stories. Yeah, really happy now that I'm back, and I can't wait to do tonight's Outlast collab. I get to like hang out with Babu, Pomu, and Rosemi, so let's go, guys. Yeah! Okay, guys, I'm sorry to end the stream so quickly, but I'm gonna go rest up. And I'll see you guys literally in like fucking 3 hours or less than that. So, bye guys! Thank you, thank you! See you in 3 hours. Rest and eat if you haven't. And have a good day / night. Bye! Otsana! Oh, by the way, guys, should I do my POV for Outlast? What do you guys think? I already played it so many times. I'm wondering if I should do an Outlast POV, or has it become kind of repetitive?